of how much they're spending money.
Yeah.
I pay you what I pay you, right? And whereas if I'm working with some of the foundational models and I go down the rabbit hole and I see my bill, it's like, what the hell just happened?
The transparency on those things is super important. And what we've seen is that this industry of anyone is creating software now, that creates a trust issue.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the areas I said, like, the building is one step, then what happens after, that is actually the bigger part that to be figured out right now. And now where we're spending most of the time is on that area. And trust is one of the places where our engineers are really investing most of the work, and most of it is not seen.
So we have to wrap up.
Yeah.
What's coming next on Lovable? What can everybody get excited about? Start using it now, and here's what's next.
The building, that's just the beginning. If you're building a new business, if you have a small business where you're looking to get more customers, to serve those customers better, and understand what are the strategic directions I should be going, that's the vision for what you should be talking to Lovable about. And it's something we're working on. It runs in the background overnight and gives you advice in the morning on where do I acquire more customers, and how do I get them to reach success on the solution I'm selling.
So basically what you're saying, everybody here right now, while you're waiting for the next session, as we walk off the stage, go to the App Store.
Build an app.
Download Lovable, then build the app. And then use it, and hopefully we'll be back on here to talk again. Thanks for everything. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mark, Anton, starting off our day. Well done. Okay, good start, good advice. It's okay if while I'm talking you're downloading Lovable and you're already creating an app, but you're not going to want to do it long, because our next speaker is going to be equally incredible, keeping our morning going. So now we're going to move to the side of things, talking about kind of the company underneath all of this AI. If you've touched anything AI in the last 2 years, likely this company had something to do with it behind the scenes. So this is the first company in history to become a $5 trillion business. We are here with someone who is running all of their Europe, Middle East, and Africa business. Literally, the person deciding where Europe's renaissance gets built around AI, from AI factory to AI factory. Please help me welcome to the stage, with a big round of applause, Paolo Guglielmene, Vice President EMEA for NVIDIA.
It began here. The first industrial revolution. Watt's steam engine and the mechanized loom introduced automation, igniting modern manufacturing. And today, born out of the computing and information age, the fourth industrial revolution, the age of AI, reimagining every part of industry. Across the continent, industrial AI is taking hold. From design to engineering, you're blazing new trails. You brought the physical world into the virtual. To plan and optimize the world's modern factories, you're building the next frontier, where everything that moves is robotic. Developers across the continent are building every type of robot, teaching them new skills, preparing them to work alongside us in our factories, warehouses, the operating room, and at home. The fourth industrial revolution is here, right where the first began.
Good morning, everyone. As you say, bonjour, bonjour à tout le monde. Thank you for having me, Raise, and thank you for organizing this exceptional event. It's just great to get the morning started this way, right? So in between the world of Anton and the applications that you just saw on screen, it's great to level set on the art of the possible first as we get started. Well, I think for this year, Raise could not have come at a better moment in time. What we have observed over the space of the very last couple of weeks has been unique in any regards, right? In a world that moves exceptionally fast, I think there's been a spike of adoption of agentic AI in the very last weeks, and also a peak in the sense of urgency for Europe in the way we need to go and build about it. That's been incredibly particular, driven mostly by the fable moment, right? The moment in which all of those fears and theoretical conversations in and around access to models and self-reliance and what having access to the very latest frontier or not means for our societies and vulnerabilities, well, all of that became real very, very quickly, right? But even more importantly, what we observe behind the scenes, and I've been with NVIDIA and I had the pleasure of joining the team a couple of months ago with a background in robotics and engineering software. So suddenly you lift the veil and you understand that NVIDIA at the heart of this ecosystem truly has an amazing vantage point in what happens and how adoption takes place in all of these industries. What we have observed in these very last couple of weeks is exceptionally unique, right? Very often we join conferences and we like to talk about inflection points. And it feels like there's a lot of these inflection points that are happening in a very narrow set of time frame. But I think what you see on screen right now is a true inflection point that is happening beyond our eyes as we speak. And it's driven by agentic AI adoption. So if you want to get the temperature for where software development is going, GitHub is the place to go, of course, right? So GitHub is a place in which 180, 200 million developers around the world log their activity and their progress over time, right? Out of those, 27, 28 million professional software developers go about their work. Look at those stats, and those stats are refreshed and updated as of today, and they tell a story of an adoption that has been spiking in the last couple of weeks, right? Clearly, software development populations have not grown to that extent over the last couple of weeks, but output clearly has. You're talking about a factor in terms of output of software development. And that is because of agentic AI. That is because of coding, right? I believe we're going to see very similar spikes in adoption in a lot of different industries, right? In a lot of different industries. Adoption is happening across the board with some of the complexity of the workloads that AI lends itself onto, right? But we're going to start to see very similar graphs across the board. So this is finally AI becoming useful. This is finally AI showing its value as a force multiplier, right? So I think it was the end of 2022, right? The ChatGPT moment. So three and a half years ago, Gen AI was very much a chat box, right? 2 years ago, agentic AI was very much a slideshow, right? Things have changed. Things have changed in the very last couple of weeks, right? Now, of course, if we want to see similar graphs and similar levels of adoptions that are booming across the board, and we want to see ROI booming across the board, several things need to happen. As you all know, Jensen Huang is a phenomenal communicator, and I think he has had the insight, right, and the foresight of giving this industry a language, right, the language that we all can relate to. I think one of the most brilliant pieces of communication that he has worked on is in defining the AI industry as a combination of 5 layers, as a 5 layers cake, right, that builds up from energy to the chips layer to infrastructure to models and ultimately applications and the agentic layer, right, where we're going to see the return on investment taking place. What we do know is that for AI to happen on a massive scale, we need all of these layers to scale in sync with each other, right? Certainly Europe has phenomenal innovation and innovators, right? We just heard from Anton at the agentic layer and at the models layer. right? So we see a lot of innovation. We see a lot of domain-specific tooling. We see wrappers. We see models coming up, right? What we do have to be mindful of is that Europe doesn't become constrained at the bottom end of that pile, at the bottom end of that cake, right? We need to make sure that all of that grows in sync. And we know of some of the hurdles and constraints that today are being a challenge for Europe to go and perform to the level that it should, right? At the end of the day, we've talked about the Industrial Revolution, and that's great, but that was the 18th century. So we're all very proud of the fact that that happened here in Europe. But the problem is here and is today, right? The AI revolution, and what is the role that we're going to have in the AI revolution? Is that role going to be one of spectators or protagonists, right? Are we going to be consuming AI, or are we going to be building AI, right? And we believe that in order to build ecosystems, open models, and the best computing platform in the world are these solutions for Europe to go and execute on, right? At the end, if we want all of those applications, right, in the corner, right, from biology to robotics, manufacturing, engineering, if we want all of those applications to benefit from AI, we need to scale the 5 layers of that ecosystem. This is the way in which we look at the ecosystem in Europe today, right? I don't expect any of you to read those logos, but one of the reasons why NVIDIA has the role that it has today in enabling the adoption of AI around the world is that because over time, it has taken a very progressive and open view in terms of building an ecosystem of partners and trying to build as many win-wins as possible in the industry. This is the ecosystem of partners that we are in constant communication with, and we try to enable within Europe to make sure that that 5 layers cake grows at the scale that it should, right? And I believe creating a powerful ecosystem of partners is indispensable at the speed that technology is going at, but it's even more indispensable in the context of agents, right? Now, I spent a fair bit of my time in engineering software and deploying or developing engineering software, and that world is way different from where agents are being deployed today, right? The world of precompiled software is very, very different from where agents are developing today. So, as we know, agents in a nutshell are basically models, right? LLMs, that we go and wrap around harnesses, that we encapsulate in harnesses. And those harnesses have the job of understanding context. They have the job of enacting upon our desires and task orientations and prompts, right? They have the task of observing reality and fetching information, doubling down on ground truth, using tools and libraries so that they can go and spin off sub-agents that are going to go and perform applications that ultimately are going to deliver on the task that we want them to, right? All of that level of orchestrations is predicated on having the right model at the heart of it, right? NVIDIA works with all of the models in the world, right? So we work with proprietary models, right? We work with the frontier, right? And we certainly do work with open models across the globe. But we also are open models developers ourselves, right? And we believe that this is one of the most powerful strategies for Europe because of the specificity of the industrial landscape in Europe and because of where we are at in terms of the AI race, right? We see phenomenal capabilities that are coming in terms of creating generic digital intelligence coming from OpenAI and Anthropic and the frontier labs, right? And that's absolutely phenomenal, right? But we also see that the domain knowledge that we have in Europe has the opportunity of landing on open models that are already being developed and that are already performing at exceptionally high levels in any possible benchmark, right? So NVIDIA is deeply committed to the roadmap of Nemotron. Nemotron is a family of open models that we have scaled across several factors, right? From 5 billion parameters to 550 billion parameters. It's a journey that we have been on for a very long time. NVIDIA has committed billions of dollars to developing an ecosystem that is absolutely open, right? It's open in its weights, in the data that we consume. We have 1,000 more derivatives that are available to developers to go and build upon. We have libraries, and we are committed to this journey across several industries, right? We work with people around the globe already today, developers and companies and consortiums that build at different levels in the Nemotron stack. So you can take inspiration, you can learn about the way in which we optimize performance of our chips layer, you can build on our libraries, you can modify the data in input, you can post-train, or you can decide to build on Nemotron as a whole, right? That's a phenomenal starting point, I believe. Europe needs to be in the business of building specialized AI, domain-specific AI, culturally relevant AI. Our job needs to be one of landing AI at the right return on investment point for language, for culture, for the regulation that we operate within. Right? We need to be in the business of deploying specialized AI. And for this open model are an exceptional opportunity to move fast, right? And work at the point of adoption. What you see on screen right now is a couple of examples of innovators and companies around the world that already today are deploying their technologies on the Nemotron stack, right? And certainly we do it here in France with Linagora, and we do it with Sophie in Germany, and we do it in Israel and in Poland and in a lot of different countries. We do it on a pan-European level with Euro LLM, right? And this is the journey that we are committed to and that we are fully embarking on. Now, NVIDIA is truly committed to the world of agentic AI because we see that that's the next generation, right? That's the journey that is going to turn AI into useful entities, into practical return on investment that we're going to be able to observe across the industries. And so we have proliferated that open model strategies across industries, right? Cosmos is probably today the most successful open AI model for physical AI. Isaac, Groot, this is when we're talking about robotics and the development of humanoids, right? BioNeMo is leading in terms of downloads and usability and functionality for digital biology, for digital health, right? For genomics, for protein development. And I am deeply and proudly European. When I look at this picture, I think about the areas of exceptional innovation and research and diversification and competitiveness of the European ecosystem, right? And I convince myself that this is a phenomenal place to start for our own industries, right? Now, of course, we want to be able for these models to be consumed in an agentic fashion, right? So think about the 90s, right? Think about Linux, right? When Linux came about overnight, it was very clear things are about to change. It was very clear that architectures are going to be different, that the way in which software is going to be developed and consumed and deployed is going to change, right? This is happening overnight with agentic. And so we are on a journey of developing libraries and tools and skills and recipes so that all of that open model strategy can be encapsulated and can turn into agentic, right? This is all great, but at the end of the day, it needs to land on compute. Right? At the end of the day, if we're not going to be able to scale or infer those capabilities, none of this really is going to be important, right? So where do we stand in terms of compute in Europe? So as we probably all know, Europe accounts for only 5% of the AI compute capabilities that are installed today in the world, right? That's nowhere near enough. Jensen delivered GTC Paris last year, right, before summer. I think we have seen 800 exaflops of incremental capacity that have been deployed in various forms from GTC Paris to today, and we see a 10x improvement and increase from that point in time into 2027, right? That is great, right? We need to continue on that journey. And this is an opportunity and needs to be a sense of urgency for policymakers, right? For utilities, certainly for capital allocators and for innovators and entrepreneurs, right? 90% of those factories today run on an NVIDIA stack, run on an NVIDIA accelerated computed platform. And that is for good reason. At the end of the day, we need to be in the business of maximizing output for units of energy, right? And that is particularly relevant for a region that is energy constrained like Europe is, right? That is energy challenged like Europe is. We need to be in the business of producing the most amount of available tokens for megawatt of input, right? That is the single reason why NVIDIA has the position in the market that it has today. So how does that happen? Well, it happens as a virtue of two things, very much. The software layer and the underlying chips layer that NVIDIA is famous for, right? At the software layer, there's a lot of innovation within the company that is coming to fruition in the market right now. This is what we call DSX, right? You can think of it as the operating system for AI factories, right? This is a layer in which the magic happens. If you have an AI factory today for a given amount of chips and infrastructure that's already installed, optimizing that software layer so that you're going to run optimized inference, right? You're going to have optimal reliability. You're going to have optimum time to tokens creation. That software layer is phenomenally important, right? DSX has been on a journey for the last years with modules and development and architectures and acquisitions. All of this has been redesigned. All of this has been reconnected for usability, right, and coherence, to go and create a software layer that is even more organic and productive. And all of this is coming to fruition at the end of this year and with the next year to build up a 2x improvement in productivity for the same given amount of chips layer. And then, of course, NVIDIA has been on an incredible journey of innovation for the last years when it comes to our underlying AI factories, solutions, and systems, right? And that is undergoing the next step change and the next revolution with the launch of Vera Rubin, right? Vera Rubin is our approach to AI factories that's supported by 7 brand new chips that have been developed over the years that are going to come to fruition between the end of this year and the next one, and 5 new systems across CPUs, GPUs, networking, LPUs, right? I don't expect you to read the details of and the fine print of the chart that you see on screen, but at the end, a couple of things that we need to know about. First of all, you see the various generations of these systems, from Hopper to Blackwell, all the way to the green line of Vera Rubin. And you see that we're really stepping up things in terms of tokens per megawatt performance. For agentic, when you talk about 35x improvements in tokens creation per megawatts of input, we're talking about a phenomenal change in the financial profile of your own AI factories, a phenomenal step change in the affordability of tokens, a phenomenal step change in the opportunity for the AI business that you're trying to launch or that you want to fund, right? Second consideration, you must have noticed the x-axis stretching out. And this is because the demand from accelerated compute coming from agentic is really changing right now. We are embarking on workloads that are a lot more demanding, and we need to be able to support all of those workloads for maximum performance, right? So Vera Rubin has been very much designed with performance and agentic in mind. So I want to leave you with 3 very simple thoughts, right? We certainly don't want to be consumers, we want to be builders, right? And in order to build, you got to build in association with the most dynamic ecosystem of partners in the industries, because none of this can be done alone. You got to invest in the 5 layers of the stack. You want to be betting on open models as much as possible, right? NVIDIA is the only AI company that works with all of the AI companies on the planet, and we're deeply committed to proprietary models and open models. We want all of the above to run best on an NVIDIA infrastructure. But we truly do believe that open models are a phenomenal strategy for Europe to embark upon to go and catch up on that gap. And then last but not least, you want a strategy that is financially sound, particularly for Europe, particularly in an environment that is energy constrained. So you got to go and bet on the computing platform that is not only the most technically advanced, but financially sound. So thank you very much for your attention. I really do hope we're going to start to see opportunities for all of you in the audience and for all of us in the audience. I hope to see as many of you as possible at GTC Berlin in October. This is a time to build. Let's enjoy the conference and inspire each other, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much, Paolo. That's perfect. All right, we're keeping it rolling this morning because we have so many incredible people to bring to this stage. Up next, we're looking at the AI infrastructure stack, and in fact, 3 layers of it, all in the same conversation here on this stage. Please help me in welcoming Kent Drafer, the Chief Commercial Officer at IREN. We have Alex Friedland, co-founder and CEO of Marantis. We will have also Dion Harris, Senior Director of HPC and AI Infrastructure at NVIDIA. And to moderate this conversation in just a moment, coming to the stage, we have Henri Delahaye, the co-founder here at Raise. All right.
Hi again, everyone. Kent, Diane, Alex, it's amazing to see you, to be on stage with you this morning. So, hi everyone again. The topic today is the state of AI infrastructure. What is powering AI today? The intelligence race will be won by whoever turns power into compute, electrons into tokens, and compute into usable and very fast AI. So this morning, we have 3 makers in time to power. When I say time to power, I mean time to power is the new latency. And we have Ken from IREN, Alex from Marantis, and Diane from NVIDIA. Thank you for being here. So my first question is going to be the state of the race. And let's start maybe with the big picture on the demand on AI infrastructure from power, lands, chips, and software. So what is like maybe the most misunderstood aspect of it, of the current situation?
I'll take a stab at that. And so first, thanks for having me. And I think the sessions this morning, I did a great job of really bookending the spectrum of those challenges. Obviously, you have the core infrastructure in delivering power and financing and chips and all that's required to build out the physical layer. But then I think the other challenge that we're facing is how do you then turn that into real ROI, actionable, usable intelligence? And so I think that's what's incredible about this session and about this overall conference is that you do see the full representation of that spectrum. But I think particularly here in Europe, I would say also in the US, energy is going to be one of the biggest things to think about in terms of how you deliver the physical layer, not just in terms of energy generation and transmission, but specifically how do you make the most out of every single watt to deliver the intelligence that we're talking that's going to power this next industrial or AI revolution. But again, I would say from my standpoint, that's one of the key challenges that most of the customers and partners that we're talking to are facing.
Thanks, Darren. And so, Kent, building on what Darren just said.
Okay, I'm Dion, actually.
Sorry, Dion.
No, I'm joking. But I had to correct you there, sorry.
So how much of the next 5 years gets decided at the foundational layer, which means energy, data centers, before a single GPU is being racked?
Yeah, well, as was mentioned, it is a fundamental bottleneck in the industry today. So I don't think it's any secret in this industry that demand is far exceeding supply today. And just to touch on your previous question, I think one of the biggest misunderstandings in this industry is still how long it takes to bring infrastructure online in the real world relative to this exponential demand cycle that you see in the digital world. And with every breakthrough in technology, whether it's increased efficiency of GPUs, whether it's lowering the overall cost and efficiency of compute, it actually only increases the demand. And on the supply side, with power, with access to data centers, it's actually becoming harder to connect more infrastructure. So the way that we think about it at Iron is what we refer to as the 3 layers of AI compute. So you've got your physical infrastructure layer. This is the data centers, access to power, grid connections, substations. Your second layer is the compute layer, GPUs, back-end networking, storage. And the third layer is the software and services that unlocks the first 2 layers. But the first 2 layers are really the key foundation, and without those, your ceiling is capped.
Fantastic. Maybe, Kent, do you want to say a brief word to the audience on Iran? What you have achieved in the last 12 months in the US, which is remarkable in terms of execution and really putting those electrons into tokens. And also, my second question would be more on sovereign AI. Obviously, we're in Paris, we're in Europe. The sovereign AI agenda is something very important for many governments, but also for AI factories. So I would love to get your take on this, and also maybe you want to talk about the recent acquisition you just did.
Yeah, thank you. So Iron overall, we are a vertically integrated AI cloud service provider. So not only do we own the compute layer that I talked about, the GPUs, storage, networking, but we also own the underlying data centers that we use to run that compute. And we think that vertical integration is vitally important as we look at the state of the industry today. It gives us better control of scaling our platform. It gives us an advantage in terms of time to power because we can control the build out without third-party dependencies in terms of access to third-party co-location space, third-party general contractors that are building the capacity for us. And so we do think that having that level of control and the ability to bring capacity online more quickly is vitally important. And in the context of the recent acquisition that we made that you mentioned, part of the attractiveness of being in Europe for us right now is we did just acquire a Spanish data center platform. So it's our first official foray into Europe. We see huge levels of demand in Europe. Hyperscalers are obviously all active here. So there's good demand from them. A lot of the North American largest customers, whether it's enterprises, the largest AI labs, they are looking to European capacity as well. And then within Europe, there's obviously a high focus on data sovereignty, data security, and we think that will drive large elements of sovereign compute moving forward here.
Fantastic. And to go back to your point, Kent, on the orchestration layer and the compute layer, which is very key to Iron's strategy, Alex and Diane, I would love to get your thoughts on. So, what does it take actually to build infrastructure that is ready for next-gen silicon? And second question is, why the software today is so key for building basically a sovereign AI strategy from 0 to 1?
Well, I can start and then pass it on to you. But yes, so to build on what Kent said, once you have the infrastructure, you actually need to be able to consume it, right? And like in the day immemorial, when you have a computer, you need an operating system that, for humans and for computers will give you an ability to consume the resources, right? So if you have, if if intelligence is an energy game, then the so-called AI cloud is an efficiency game, right? Intelligence efficiency. And you need to be able to orchestrate the very infrastructure that you have to be exactly matched for the demand of a workload, right? And this is essentially how you allow AI to run on top of this infrastructure. So, that's, Mirantis does that for Iron and for many, many other customers. And today, to be able to democratize ability to run AI everywhere, you need to have this open orchestration layer that people can consume.
Yeah. And oftentimes, when I go to events like this, I introduce myself. I say, hello, je m'appelle Dion. I'm with NVIDIA. Most people have a perception of what NVIDIA is. NVIDIA is building chips and infrastructure, absolutely. But NVIDIA is an AI infrastructure platform. And what that means for the ecosystem that we work with and how we go to market, first we try to build key technologies that help move the needle and drive innovation. Then we say, how can we build an API layer that exposes it to ISVs, to our partners, to then go and take that to market. So kind of this partnership you see here on the stage is a representation or almost a microcosm of how NVIDIA thinks about its business. We build an API layer and we expose it to developers like Mirantis. In fact, Paulo described our DSX platform. And what's really incredible about looking at that one slide is you notice you didn't see a chip, you saw a data center. And on top of that data center, there's an OS that we call DSX OS, and we expose that API to partners like Mirantis that then help operationalize all the best practices, all the innovation that goes into the core operations and orchestration of that infrastructure to make sure that you can maximize, again, that performance per watt. And so from NVIDIA's perspective, again, if we define ourselves or see ourselves as this infrastructure platform, we need to make sure that we can build APIs, build solutions that others can build on top of, and take that to the rest of the ecosystem. And that is sort of how we've done with CUDA. That's how we've done with all of our dynamic data analytics platforms. How do we enable that next layer, whether it's developers, whether it's builders, to then take that to the broader ecosystem. So this is just another example of how we're trying to do that.
Yeah, maybe just to tie some of that back as to why we think it's important. Historically, our largest customers to date, Microsoft, NVIDIA, have consumed compute on a bare metal basis where they've added their own orchestration layers on top. Increasingly, as we move forward here, we see the ability to move more and more into the enterprise space, smaller AI labs, and those customers will generally want to consume compute in a different manner. So they are not looking for bare metal, they're looking for a fully orchestrated platform. And so when we're thinking about this and the ability to fold Mirantis in and have access to that sort of platform, for us it's really about expanding the market that we can approach and being able to offer services at a higher value, more stickiness with our customers. So that really for us is the key driver when we're thinking about a lot of this.
And one thing I'll just touch on as well, and I think you spoke about it just a second ago, which is about the ability to operate at the speed of AI. If you look at how models are advancing, every week, if you follow the leaderboards, they're leapfrogging each other. You have DeepSeek, you have OpenAI, you have Claude, you have, Minimax, you have, there's always advancement happening in both closed and open source models. So to build the infrastructure that can keep pace with that is incredible because you have different timescales in terms of building physical infrastructure to keep pace with the advancements of AI. And so a lot of the work we're doing is trying to eliminate any sort of roadblocks, any sort of speed bumps in terms of executing to build out this infrastructure to support it. And by codifying all these best practices, by demonstrating we can build orchestration and software that help speed up that end-to-end deployment cycle, that's really how we're trying to keep pace with the innovation that's happening at that application and model layer. So it requires this type of coordination to make sure that we can deliver against that.
And of course, to add to this, you are defining the so-called offtake API, right, which is a beginning of a standard, an open standard of how that AI can be consumed, right? And the NVIDIA launched a couple of months ago the AI-ready cloud ISV program, which Mirantis, of course, is an inaugural member, and we work together. We work together to define this API, and now that we're implementing this in our products, this is a standard that as things are moving, we can build a standard that will probably be as revolutionary as 20 years ago the AWS kind of did the API that became a standard for the industry, right? So this is kind of this whole thing happening in the time of AI.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. And I think also what you all mentioned is very linked, especially in Europe again, to open source software,
yes,
which is absolutely key at the orchestration and compute layer. Obviously, NVIDIA is leading also with Nemotron and your obsession with having developers using the whole NVIDIA ecosystem. So Alex, you being an entrepreneur with Mirantis over the last 12 years, how open source has been foundational in your strategy, go-to-markets, and the alliance now with IRN?
Absolutely. I mean, the infrastructure world has been, open source has been, the foundation of infrastructure for the last 20 years, right? Linux won the foundational operating system. Kubernetes is where the world runs workloads. You go, on training, you have, Slurm and PyTorch and all that. So open source has been the winner in infrastructure. And the reason it's so important is because the world is moving so very fast, and there's no way to control the ecosystem of innovation that is just accelerating, especially with AI, is just happening so fast. And open standards and open source make sure that anybody from the ecosystem can go and integrate and make that as part of a standard, right? And Mirantis has always been an open source first company. We started with OpenStack, we bought Docker, and now we're continuing to support open source. Our product, Cordant, of course, is open source first, and a lot of people are using it just as such, right? But ultimately, the reason for that is that we're able to ingest the ecosystem as it develops and keep the standards. Now, to apply this to everything that we do with our partnership with IRN is we now have incredible access to actual GPUs and data centers with real equipment, right? And of course, the three-way partnership we have with NVIDIA. We have a lot of NVIDIA gear, and we're able to take what we have, our orchestration platform, and try it on tens of thousands, and then later hundreds of thousands of GPU to build a reference implementation for the industry. And like Kent said, we can democratize the number of customers that can run on that and the number of use cases. And so it's, and the spirit of this, again, is open because that use case and that implementation will be available for the rest of the industry to go and replicate. And this is, again, not possible with the open ecosystem mentality that we both share.
Fantastic. So from energy to developers. So are you guys the new hyperscaler?
Sorry?
Are you the new hyperscaler?
New hyperscaler.
Hyperscaler, sorry. French accent, Kent.
Yeah, look, it's certainly from day one for us that's always been the target in mind. This is an entirely new paradigm, right? And the model is different. The way that people are going to consume compute is different, and it has given the opportunity for new entrants. And I think if you rewinded 3 years ago and you told somebody that, they would have laughed you out of a room. But now it is absolutely attainable. And I think certainly that is our goal as we move forward here, is to be another independent major party where people can come and consume compute as they see fit, as it suits them, whether it's for the largest customers bare metal, or different enterprise and AI native customers consuming it more through a systematic platform. We're very excited about the future, and I think the possibilities are endless, because we have built that foundation through the infrastructure layer, and we can now spend time optimizing for the different use cases that people have.
Alex, Diane, any closing words?
Yes, and I think what 6 gigawatt pipeline is only a beginning, right? And all of that is going to be available to everybody. So, very exciting.
Well, I mean, closing words would be just the spirit of sort of what we've been talking here. NVIDIA can't do it alone. It requires an ecosystem from energy, chips, infrastructure that powers and cools all of those chips, and data centers that you have to land them in, and of course the model builders and application builders. So again, I think that holistic perspective is one that we embrace, and I think this conference kind of represents as well. So I think this is a great way to spend the week.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kent, Alex, Diane, for the session.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. All right. We've seen who's writing the checks. We've seen some of the infrastructure side of things. And up next, we are going to get into the platform underneath a lot of what we're building. We have up next to the stage CJ Desai, the president and CEO of MongoDB. Now, if you're unsure of what they're all about, it's a database platform now used by more than 65,000 customers. Before this role, he also grew ServiceNow's business from 1.5 billion to over 10 billion while he was in that role. And here to join him as our moderator, we are so fortunate to have with us today Laura Madiano, the head of founder experience globally at OpenAI. Let's give them a big round of applause as they come to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and especially to the early risers.
Yes, good morning. Great to see you all.
So we had a quick overview of your bio.
Yeah.
CJ, why don't you tell us what you do at MongoDB, what it does in your own words, and for my benefit, what are you the best in the world at?
So Laura, first, great to be with you. Great to be with OpenAI, and it's excellent to be with all of you here. MongoDB is MO, you could argue stands for modern, but Mongo actually is also humongous, so that's why it was shortened to Mongo. And MongoDB, so it's a database. So the company was created in 2007. Database industry has been around for 60 plus years, but this is the most modern database created in 2007. We have been around for 19 years, 67,500 customers, from AI natives like 11 Labs, we love 11 Labs, all the way to JP Morgan Chase and everything in between. Use MongoDB for real-time applications, data layer, integrated data layer used by some of the applications you use every day. And we are very fortunate that we have a great architecture that is cloud native and run anywhere. So great to represent MongoDB here.
Thank you. And I'm Laura Modiano. I lead founder experience, which means I work with people who are building the future and everyone across the infrastructure that makes that possible for them.
Yes. You started the AI
Yes.
revolution. OpenAI started the AI revolution, so
Well,
we appreciate that.
Let's start on AI. So you have said that data layer is the unsung hero of AI. Can you unpack that for the room?
Yeah, I mean, so when we work with founders. So if you look at AI native companies or digital natives, whether it's Silicon Valley, whether it's Europe, or whether it's Tel Aviv, every founder, and many of you are here, is extremely focused on what application layer I'm going to build, or what agentic application I'm going to build, or what my company is that I'm going to build. And then they say, okay, what is the best model? Am I going to use OpenAI or somebody else? Frontier? Yes. So what is the best model I'm going to use for my use cases? And then it is almost sometimes an implicit, not explicit decision that I'm going to start with a data layer X, okay? Something that was easy, available, and so on. And then what we find with founders, Laura, is that when you truly try to scale application, that's when you find out that between your models and data layer, they both need to scale in tandem with each other. And founders come to us and say, hey, CJ, listen, we made this decision. We were using this particular database. It's not scaling. It is choking under performance, because every founder or any agentic application that people create, we know for sure they're going to use a model. Right? Hopefully yours all the time, right? So they're going to use a model, but they are also going to need a data layer. And that data layer has to perform really, really well and has to be able to scale as the company scales. And that's why we want you to start with MongoDB, because we are a humongous database that allows you to scale. Anything that starts small has to grow big, and it's our goal to work with them.
Well, on the theme of starting small, getting big, I work with founders, I work with startups. You said you start from 11 Labs all the way to JP Morgan Chase. How do you see the evolution of the usage, and how does the nature of that relationship change? And I will ask specifically because I think we've both worked in platforms. A lot of people see the relationships becoming more transactional. What is the price? What is the contract? How do you make sure that that relationship stays human, especially as someone who spends so much time with customers every single day?
One of my goals is, on behalf of our customers, always make sure that we stay close to them. And I'll just use an anecdote. A couple of days ago, one of our large customers, they are in prediction market. They're doing very, very well. And the CEO reaches out to me because of the World Cup soccer. Their volume has gone up like crazy. They use MongoDB as the data layer. And the CEO said, hey, CJ, we really need help because we may run out of capacity on the scale point, capacity. And of course, even though we were in Paris, I responded within minutes. And he said, how do you do that? And the whole team stormed and formed. So for the founders, and he's a founder, the CEO, for the founders, what I find is, one, are you part of the architecture when you start? Whether it's a founder or it's an enterprise that is creating an agentic application, are you right at the start with them on whatever they're solving for? I love the word you said, building the future. But then as they go and start creating the future or building the future, are you in lockstep with them? And in the time of need, are you there for them? Whether you're a model provider, whether you're a data provider, whether you do harness. And the architectures, Laura, what I see, whether it's founders or whether it's enterprises, is changing so fast. And there is so much innovation, compounding pace of innovation, that you have to almost stay close to them on a very regular basis.
Absolutely. I mean, for a CEO to spend so much time directly with customers, I think it's quite impressive. What are you specifically listening for when you have feedback sessions?
One of the rules I have is when speaking to customers or founders, everybody's trying to solve for something. All of you are trying to solve for something. And I have a 70-30 rule that my goal is 70% listening and 30% talking. And you find is that most of the folks, they have a technology and they just want to talk to customer rather than listening to the customers. And so if you listen, what are they solving for? Where are their challenges? It could be people challenges. Hey, CJ, I don't have talent. Do you have forward deployed engineers that can help us? We are working with OpenAI right now, and we found a couple of gaps is the wrong word to describe, but something that we can work with Codex better. And OpenAI team said, understood this is a gap, CJ, but we will put some forward deployed
Opportunities.
engineers. Yes. We will put some forward deployed engineers and help you guys out. So when you listen to customers, founders, how they're trying to scale, I mean, founders have such a tough job.
Yeah.
Because they are not only trying to create the product market fit, they're trying to also scale the go-to-market. And then in some founders like 11 Labs, the scale is unprecedented on how much they are growing, and they need all the help they can.
I want to know how MongoDB has a database about feedback and how you're analyzing that. But I think it's very true, especially, I work with founders and builders every day. The DNA of a builder, I think at the very core, someone who wants to build stays the same, but tools like Codex have completely fundamentally changed who is a builder, how they're a builder. Are they what previously we called a developer, or are they a polymath that brings the very multifaceted skills that they have and are able to build? From your perspective, how is A, the builder changing, and B, what is the opportunity in terms of the business model and the offering that you have that is changing for them?
I'll use an example. There is this phenomenal company that is started out of both India and San Francisco. The name of the company is Emergent, okay? It's a vibe coding platform. They grew from 0 to 100 million ARR in 8 months, okay?
Yeah.
And the CEO, has a very simple stack from his perspective. He said, okay, I'm going to use these very minimal moving parts as I build this vibe coding application for builders. And one of the things he said is, because the pace is moving, the pace is so high, is the best way to say it, and prompt engineering, right, you guys invented that, go to ChatGPT and type in whatever you want in natural language. They want builders to also type in natural language to create an application. I want a logistics application, CRM application, or whatever on this vibe coding platform. Because they are using MongoDB, we are schemaless, okay? So we talk about no schema, no SQL, things like that. If you are rigid on the infrastructure software that you're using as a founder, what happens is then agents that you're building have to deal with that rigidity, and you cannot move fast. You have to be flexible to move fast, and the models are evolving so fast. You have 5.5, I'm sure 5.6 is coming soon. We are excited, and the models are improving, and even when I speak to OpenAI team, they said, CJ, just wait till you see 5.6. So you have innovation happening at the model layer, and then your application demands are changing so fast. So if your underlying data layer cannot keep up with it and it's rigid, it doesn't work.
Yeah. I'm very excited for 5.6 too.
Yes.
It's the interesting thing is that speed of innovation is on every layer of the stack.
Correct.
You're moving fast, we're moving fast. It used to take us 15 months to have a new model. Now it takes 6 weeks. So we're seeing everything move really quickly, and we're seeing what people want to build to be very quick. So absolutely, I'm seeing this on my side as well. The other thing that I'm seeing is that when enterprises are then using the tools that founders are building or builders are building, then it's really important for them to be able to talk about what the ROI is. How do you measure it? And where do you see it? How do you, as a CEO internally for you, think about it, but also how do your customers talk about it?
Yeah, so, specifically here in Europe, we were with a large customer yesterday, and the customer said, CJ, we are still in US you call it early innings, but you're still in the early phase. We are still in the early phase of AI, right? This is a very successful large customer right here based in Paris. And one of the things that stuck with me is they said we want to create this horizontal agentic architecture that can be used by every line of business, right, for AI specifically. So they can build agents, they can run agents at production for customers. Now, we have a great CIO. She's an AI-forward CIO. And one of the simple things that I told her is we want to be AI-forward enterprise, right? Even when I speak to OpenAI teams, We say we want to be AI forward enterprise. MongoDB is $2.5 billion in revenue, and we have massive global customer base. So, Laura, the simple framework, and it's too simple, but I have to state it, was, okay, we are going to use this model, 5.5, whichever models we are going to use. And then with the CIO, I said, hey, our cost is going to increase as we start using AI. Absolutely. We will need people who are specialists, even though the teams would help on the forward deployed engineers. The framework we came up with is, will this allow us as MongoDB to innovate faster or innovate or create new products for our customers? That is like number one thing. Can I shift left our roadmap because we are using Codex or whatever? So that's number one.
Codex, yes.
Yes, yes, that's number one. Number two, can we sell more? Are we able to use AI to sell more? And can we truly see that ROI with the KPIs? Can we serve our customers better because we are using AI? Our customer success team will say, I can do diagnostic on this customer. I can provide proactive help. So can we serve better? And we as a company, are we being more efficient because of AI? That's it. That's the model, right? Can we innovate faster, sell more, serve better, and be more efficient?
I love the framework. I think it's a great way of organizing it for enterprises. And I mean, speaking of Codex, it's, as all of you know, we launched the desktop application in February. We now have, in just a few months, over 5 million weekly active users.
Yes.
We're seeing fast adoption and growth, but we're also seeing 3 times faster adoption on non-technical users. So there's opportunity and value delivery from Codex to all kind of people in the company, whether it is the sales people, the marketing people, the finance people, everyone else. So it's great to see how much is now possible everywhere. And that makes me think, do the different groups think of databases differently? Like, I know there are different types of databases. There are vector databases and others. Like, people who build have different options. When they're making a decision, do I choose one out of the 5 different options, or do I go with MongoDB? What did you tell them?
Yeah, we are a big believer in, if it is a analytical use case, then we say, please do not use MongoDB. Because to tell customers or the founders who are dealing with so much change and so much innovation, you have to be very clear at what you're good at and what you do not do, right? Otherwise, you're going to set founders or enterprises for failure, specifically on AI, and then people are just in this prototype treadmill and never get to production. People say, I'm still prompting, no production. I'm still prototyping, no production. So that's number one. Number two, what we say is that real-time transactional databases is the high ground for agentic applications, whether you're a founder or whether you're an enterprise that is using AI application. And our superpower is auto embeddings, vector database, and operational data in the same layer. And we can run anywhere. We are in France yesterday with a customer. They were telling me, CJ, sovereignty, data sovereignty is very important. AI running in a private environment is very important to us, with French regulations and so on. So one of the biggest things for us as MongoDB, as a company, is run anywhere. You want to run on-prem, you want to run in public cloud, you want to run in multiple public cloud. So the simple term we use is hybrid multi-cloud database, and we are the only hybrid multi-cloud database.
Thank you. Well, last thing for me, working with founders every day, there's one thing that I always give in advice, and it's, I always say, anchor yourself on feedback. And at the same time, I say something which might sound a bit different, but also just as important, is have taste, have your own point of view. And I think when people are building, if they just look at the data, if they look at the feedback, they look at optimization. How do you make something 10% better? Whereas when we talk to founders, we say, how do you make something 10 times better? And often that innovation and the conviction building comes from what your customers don't yet know is possible. And conviction versus optimization to me means you build something great that people didn't expect, and then you continuously optimize it based on feedback. How do you make sure with the customers that you work with that optimization does not become the enemy of innovation?
Yeah, it's a great point to end on, is AI has truly democratized software building, truly democratized. Whether you want to create applications, whether you want to create agents, whatever you want to create, AI and with the lead with you guys started in 2022 November, you guys have fundamentally changed what building means. And when software is building software, the incremental cost have been lowered a lot. The experimentation cost has been lowered a lot. Then how do you truly create a production system that really helps your customers or your employees? And how do you think about what does it mean to have a production application? And that's where I think now this is the phase in 2026. I thought that phase would be 2025. But from prompting to production or prototyping to production, this is the year to really figure out how do you create production systems at scale and what is your agentic architecture. And we definitely want a right to play as OLTP being the high ground with MongoDB.
Thank you so much. So with Codex, you can just build things. With MongoDB, you can make sure you have the database for it.
Yes.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very
CJ.
much. Bye.
Thank you very much. Well done. All right, some of those databases behind everything makes us think about what it is we are creating. Now, up next, we're going to talk about data, all right? Or data, depending how you want to pronounce it. All right, so we are going to talk about how, of course, the AI industry, it runs on us being able to pull data from the open web. And our next guest built one of the biggest engines for collecting it. Coming to the stage, we have Or Lenchner, the CEO of Bright Data. Now, their platform serves thousands of companies and has become one of the loudest voices around how AI should be collected and regulated. We're going to hear a little bit about this in our next conversation. Joining him to moderate, we have award-winning journalist and executive editor at Bloomberg News Global Technology Group, Mr. Peter Elstrom. Please welcome them to the stage.
All right. Hello, good morning, or welcome to the stage.
Good morning.
It's good to see you again. As mentioned, Or Lenchner is the CEO of Bright Data, one of the biggest data collectors in the world. So Or, I want to start off with a broad question. We met a year ago. We were here. We were not talking on stage. We were talking at your booth, and we had a pretty intense discussion about data, access to data, a few lawsuits around collecting data. So what's been going on with you and Bright Data over the past year?
First of all, intense is the opposite of boring, so let's try to make this intense as well. The last year was kind of crazy. It's true every year in this company, but it was kind of crazy because as many other infrastructure companies that are serving the AI industry, everything went up faster and stronger and bigger than we anticipated. Literally had to re-architecture the entire stack twice, I think, just to support the scale of the data that this, not just the AI industry, but especially the AI industry requires. And also transitioning into new formats, not just textual data, a lot of visual data. It became huge. And overall, we just trying to keep up with the pace of the demand.
You gave a keynote speech yesterday at the Mackinac prelude to this, where you delved quite a bit into AI and especially the transition into physical AI. Could you, for this audience, give a bit of a sense of how that trend has affected you over the past year and what you see, where you see it going in the future?
Yeah, I remember last year sitting on this stage, the last question was, what do I see happening in 2026 in the industry? And I said it's all about robotics because we saw all of these companies emerging, and before they go out to the public with their prototypes, they need a lot of compute, GPUs, but also a lot of data. So we kind of sensed that. That prediction came up to be extremely true. And I would say that in the last 12 months, we absolutely exploded when it comes to the scale of the visual data, because these industrial robots as well as humanoids, they need to see the world to operate in it. They need to understand the world to operate in it. It's not just the cute little robot dogs that we're seeing in the conferences or those who are already cleaning the floors in the events. We're talking about humanoids that will live in our houses, and it's not that far away in the future. And they need to understand what's going on, and they have arms and legs, which makes it a bit different. It's not a virtual AI agent that you can, unplug. And, they need to understand what's going on and how to react to every scenario that they're encountering. To do that, they just need to know everything, absolutely everything, in a visual manner.
And can you give us a sense, I think you said a year ago, and also when we were preparing for this, of course, the needs of AI companies for data has been increasing a lot in huge amounts. Can you give us a sense also, as we're talking about robotics and the trends in robotics, in the past you've been collecting data that's mostly existed already. And now as we're moving into this world about training robots and trying to figure out how you're going to have success with physical AI, a lot of that data doesn't exist yet. And I think you're involved in trying to create new sources of data to be able to do that. Is that right?
That's right. So there's no replacement to real data coming from the web, like something that was generated by a human, rather if it's textual, audio, video, doesn't matter. However, sometimes the scale becomes a problem. If you really need the robot or the humanoid to be very, very good on something very specific, but also like something that is pretty niche, taking that case of the phone and opening it and closing it, but it's a very unique case of phone. It will be harder to source that data just from the web. So we are starting to work on, and we already have existing platforms of humans that can generate ad hoc data, visual data, but not just to help us, again, with the demand that is coming our way. And we're also seeing a lot of companies that what you're reading in the news is actually real, with all of these companies that are, giving away GoPro cameras with straps for people to film what they're doing.
It sounds incredibly labor intensive to collect that kind of data. Again, in the sort of previous generation, a lot of this data existed online. Give us a sense of what kind of data is important when you're talking about, is it that people are wearing iPhones and they're doing manual tasks? Like, what kind of data do you think is going to be important for these kinds of tasks where you are going to be training?
Eventually everything, because we won't have patients as humans that are expecting these helpers to do whatever we tell them. You can see it with virtual AI agents that, 2 years ago, who would have thought that you can give someone an order and it will do it perfectly? Today, if it's kind of missing your intention, you're getting pissed off on your virtual AI agents. The same will happen in the real world. So eventually, they need to do everything. But now we are seeing different, I would say, phases or generations. So a few quarters ago, it was all around first-hand, egocentric view. So actually, how the robot will see the world. Now we're seeing a lot of, from his point of view, now we're seeing a lot of data requests for how the robot will see other humans interact, other robots interact, two people sitting together and talking about something. So every time that the data helps to unlock new capabilities with especially humanoids, then there's a whole new set of data that is, you discover that is completely missing. Because when you send this entity into the physical world, it fails. And there are many ways to solve that, a lot of compute, a lot of smart algorithms, but mostly a lot of data.
Okay. And when you look at this progression of robotics, I mean, you're seeing the trends through data. You see actual demand. You see something, I think, more concrete than some people may see from a distance. Which areas are taking off now? Is it, yesterday we talked a bit about how perhaps it starts in manufacturing and industrial applications, may move into healthcare and other areas, and eventually the home. What's the progression that you see? Where do you see things moving quickly, and where is it taking a little bit longer?
So I think we should divide it to industrial and non-industrial. The industrial is moving much faster, first of all, because you don't need people's trust. You put the machine in a factory, and it does its thing, and it's not in your home, and you don't need to protect your kids. That's the mental mindset. But it's not just that. It also have a very well-defined use case to solve. I need to take this car part from that assembly line and put it there. So the training is actually much easier. You do need to add more and more data to cover more scenarios. So what will happen if I'm taking this car part from this assembly line to the other assembly line, and there's a box in the middle? I mean, it sounds trivial for us, but actually the robot can fail. So these are the more niche use cases and data requests that these companies are asking for, but it's moving faster and more units are being distributed already. On the non-industrial part, these eventually humanoids that will fold the laundry and make our dishes, that will take much longer because you can't feed them with every single piece of context that they need to open that type of bottle or a different type of bottle of water. And the visual language action algorithms are great, but they can't do everything. So it will take a bit longer. I think that we'll start seeing maybe humanoids that you can trust and eventually give them every task in your mental mind, but they'll just do like very simple tasks to start with.
Okay. Everybody wants to know, when are the humanoids coming into your home? What's your prediction about how far out that is?
I think that first of all, it depends where do you live. I mean, if you live in some places like China, you might have one already. I think that we'll start seeing that already next year for like early adopters that can sponsor that and want everyone to know that they have a humanoid in their house.
I see. Yeah, yesterday at the conference, we had a few Chinese companies, including Unitree, there giving their demonstrations. I want to change the subject a bit. Let's talk about the legal issues that you guys have been pretty active in some of these legal issues. We talked at length about it last year. I don't want to revisit some of the lawsuits that you guys have been willing to engage in with the likes of Meta and X in particular, but talk a little bit for this audience. What are the lessons that you've learned? First of all, why is it important for Bright Data to take on some of those legal conflicts? And what are some of the lessons that you've learned from them?
Just for the record, for those who doesn't know, we won. So that's the bottom line.
All right.
The lesson learned is that I'll summarize it just with one. There are many. In many cases, when you're doing something for the first time and you truly believe that this is the right thing to do, legal and litigation is actually a business instrument for you to achieve your business goals. If we haven't done it and took over these cases and eventually winning these, just think of a world that you don't have web data to train the models, and your chatbot can't search the web, because for some of these it also sits on our infrastructure, and then we won't be sitting here talking about AI. It just doesn't make sense. No one can even think about that. So we committed to doing that once it happened. It wasn't fun, all the time. But that's actually a great business instrument for us.
Okay. And data, you see data as this resource that's important for AI, but well beyond AI, it sounds like also.
Yeah, I mean, we started before AI. What we're seeing now is a lot of traditional tech companies, and not just tech companies, that were a Bright Data customer for 8 years, that are all transitioning into AI now. They just have to. Their end users, their consumers are expecting to engage with an agent. They're expecting to get the full answer, the full result, context, data on everything that they want to do with that travel website, for example. So they are also shifting to AI. So everything is going there, and it's always the same thing. It's a lot of great talent, a lot of compute power, and a lot of data.
Okay. Let's talk about geopolitics too.
Fun.
You also get access to which companies are doing what, which ones are tapping into what kinds of data. Of course, there was a lot of talk about the competition between the US and China in a number of areas, certainly in AI models, also in robotics right now. How do you see that competition shaping up at this point, and where do you think the Western world needs to be aware of China's advances?
So from the data point of view, but I think it's actually true for many other industries, and maybe it won't be that surprising. We're seeing that a lot of our Chinese customers are actually focused a lot on building as much as the infrastructure themselves. I'm talking about the data part. So they will need the more bare metal type of products and stack that we have and trying to build on top of that. So that's, I would say, like a long-term play that you can actually do if you have infinite resources and people that can write a lot of code, especially with coding agents. But it's also a different mindset. So we're seeing Western companies doing absolutely the opposite, focusing only on their core business, which is, for example, building the best LLM or AI model or AI application. And by definition, they will prefer to outsource everything that is not core, including data sourcing. So they will usually use many more types of products in our stack and just want to get the data, and that's it.
Okay.
And I think it's kind of true for other industries as well. And we're seeing the Chinese companies also being very original and innovative on new ways to try and source data. For example, having a lot of people just filming what they're doing, which is actually high quality data, and it's happening. All of these articles we're reading on these companies, it's real.
Okay, on the physical AI side.
On the physical AI.
Okay, great. I can't believe it. We're running low on time, and I'm not all the way through these questions. We're not going to get through all of them. Let me ask you a financial question, though. Bright Data, of course, is a private company. You said at the end of last year that you finished the year with a run rate of $300 million in revenue. You predicted that by mid-year, you were going to get to about $400 million in run rate revenue. How's it going? How are things on the business side?
Much better than my predictions. Usually I don't miss my forecasts, but I miss it in a good way. So we're mid-year and can't share the numbers, but the growth is much faster than what I predicted.
Okay. And of course, startups that are doing well and growing quickly, people ask about IPOs in the future. Would you like to comment on IPO plans for Bright Data?
A general comment, not a specific one, just on how we see the world. We're also a very profitable company. So we actually focused only on doing what we're doing. We never raised a dime. We're able to be a hyper-growth company with extremely high profit margins. So why would we? I mean, it'll take a lot of our focus to do other things than building, that stack that we're building for 11 years.
Okay, so not on the horizon, not on the short-term horizon.
That's the approach. Things can change, but currently no.
Okay. One last question. You also have a front row seat to see how AI is evolving. A lot of questions now about a bubble in AI. Certainly we're seeing lots of spending, record spending on AI infrastructure, AI services and products. What's your opinion about whether we're in a bubble at this point, whether valuations have gotten ahead of themselves, or whether you're seeing real applications, real services? Love to hear your take on that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a bubble or not. I know that the value is real. Some things are absolutely exaggerated. That's 100% true. But eventually, the question is, what will happen if there is no AI? I think that there's a consensus. It can never happen. This scenario won't happen. No, it can go back. So will stocks go down and stock exchanges will suffer, will have bad days? Probably. It just happens regardless of AI. Will it disappear? Absolutely no. And maybe there will be some corrections. I do think that a lot of the extremely high valuations we're seeing and a lot of startup companies that are raising a lot of money are just pretty bad for the employees, actually, because then it's just going to be much harder to have a major upside. But I also understand the dynamics and why you have to do that when you need to keep raising more and more capital. but something to keep in mind. Eventually, these employees building the products.
It sounds like you're saying the stock market is not a good proxy for what's actually going on. So the stock market can show this volatility, but
Yeah, and it probably will happen to some extent. But I guess like many of the people in this room will just keep building what they're building and wait another 2 years for another run.
Great. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the time. Thank you, everybody, for the time.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Peter, we'll see you in just a moment. All right, we're going to ask now a bit of a bigger question, and I will see in the audience maybe a show of hands. How many of you have been asked in the last while to prove the ROI, the return on investment, of an AI project somewhere within your team? Or maybe you've asked your team to prove the ROI. Yes? Quite a few of you. That's kind of what we're digging into in this next conversation here. We're asking, what's the return on intelligence inside your organization? Here to talk to us about this, we are very lucky to welcome these next three to the stage. We have Jordan Topoleski, the COO of Cursor, now used, by the way, inside about 60% of Fortune 1000s. We have with him Pallavi Mahajan, Chief Technology and AI Officer at Nokia. And to moderate this conversation, back here up on stage, we will welcome the Executive Editor for Bloomberg News Global Technology Group, Mr. Peter Elstrom. Here we go.
Wherever you guys want. Yeah. Okay, these are great. Well, hello. Good morning again. Hello, everybody. We are having this panel to talk about one of the big questions in the tech industry right now, ROI on intelligence. What is the return on artificial intelligence? And I think we have the perfect guest here to talk about this. At this moment. Jordan Topoleski is Chief Operating Officer of Cursor, one of the hottest tech startups out there at this point. We can talk about some of the specifics a bit later, but the company is all of 3.5 years old and is getting acquired for $60 billion, something like that. So not bad for 3 years' work, I would say. A bit more quietly, Pallavi is here from Nokia. A bit more quietly, Nokia has also been on a tear. If you're like me, I think of Nokia as still a mobile phone company. They sold off the mobile phone division, of course. Yeah. Since then, the telecom equipment business has gone through some ups and downs. But I would say over the past year, with an investment from NVIDIA in October of last year, the company has been on a tear. And Pallavi is the person responsible for making many of the most important decisions around how AI is adopted within the company and what the AI strategy is. So when it comes to all these key questions about, are we really getting our money's worth in AI, we have one of the real live test case scenarios. So why don't we kick off, Jordan, with you, if we can, with the broad question around ROI at this point, and how do you see ROI in the industry from Cursor's standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to watch how much this has transformed over the past 18 to 24 months. It felt like you go back a couple years, especially with coding, where I think you saw some of the earliest versions of real ROI. It was largely this phase of experimentation. There's companies going out and actually driving for adoption, getting tooling and platforms into people's hands, but really treating it as this initial experiment. I think as we've watched this space progress, had to get to a place where organizations are thinking a lot more about this ROI question and treating it more as an investment inside of their actual organizations. We've watched for a lot of companies, they've had to move from a world where they've thought about more of the inputs. How much am I spending, for example, per developer per month, to a world of thinking about the outputs and probably more importantly, the outcomes. Really reorienting this spend from an era where it was all about adoption to actually tying it more to the actual value that you see on the flip side of it inside of an organization. We've actually partnered with a lot of organizations to really think about this more closely via this new role we introduced. With a lot of the CIOs and CTOs that I talked with, we found that the conversation actually shifted oftentimes to the desk of the CFO more recently as costs were exploding. And we introduced this new role called the forward deployed ROI specialist. What this person was doing was going into organizations and helping them set up the right controls in place for them to be able to scale responsibly. I think a lot of the early reaction you see with exploding costs is, hey, let's pull back. Let's think about putting limits in place. Let's think about how we're going to change behavior inside of the organization. But the reality is, I think to do this successfully, you have to treat it much more dynamically inside of the organization. This is everything from using the right model for the task at hand. I think a big thing for us at Cursor has been you have access to all of these models, and you should reach for the frontier intelligence when you need it. But oftentimes you can go for more cost-effective models without having a really big trade-off inside of the organization. One example is we worked with a really large hardware company where they had everyone kind of defaulting to just the very most frontier intelligence, and costs had really run up, and there were a lot of questions. They're at about $150 million run rate on their AI spend through Cursor. And we worked with them and really brought in one of these forward deployed cost specialists, or ROI specialists, and said, how do we tell the story of the output the organization is getting? Then how do we also help think about the enablement and the transformation that needs to be done inside of the company to prepare for what this feature is going to actually look like? And over the course of this 6-week project with them, they reduced their costs by 26% while seeing the same uplift, about 60% of their code making its way into production, driven by AI inside of the organization. I think it's really rethinking how you think about cost as this investment in the outputs and the outcomes, and then optimizing for the right operational controls inside of the organization.
Okay, that's great. I want to come back to you helping customers reduce their costs. Okay, but please, Pallavi, how does the ROI discussion look from your perspective?
Yeah, I think, Peter, you rightfully introduced Nokia as a company that is transforming itself. We are building the networks for the AI supercycle, and one of our fundamental beliefs is that these networks now need to become AI native. I know it's a very recursive problem that I'm talking about, building for the AI supercycle, wanting the networks not to be any more static pipes of connectivity, but to become intelligent, which is what we call as AI native networks. And for us to actually make it happen, Nokia needed to become AI native. So 3 levels of AI that I'm talking about. What you just talked about is a company that needed to transform, change the business model from selling hardware to go about and uplift itself to become more software focused, more AI native. For that, when we started our journey, a lot of people think about AI transformation as like a tooling change. We were very clear that this is not a tooling change for us. This was fundamentally building up a new muscle for Nokia to go about and simplify everything. So as part of the simplification, what we wanted to do was simplify the workflows, simplify the way we do stuff, and actually unlock the human potential using AI as a lever. I think, that's, so when you ask me about ROI, it's not, and the reason I'm sitting here and not the CFO is for us, it's not like a budget conversation. It is about how do we reinvent ourselves and what is the value that we provide to our customers. So when I think of ROI, what I look at is what are the business outcomes that we are getting, which is like how fast am I moving? What's the quality of the products that I'm actually delivering? And I'm no longer right now in that quadrant of trade-offs, which is about cost, quality, FTEs and all of that stuff. I'm now finally out of that jail. I can actually go about and invent at a much faster pace.
We've heard some pretty crazy anecdotes about token maxing in the industry, especially in the tech industry, maybe less so in other areas, but at Meta and Tesla in particular, where they had leaderboards, like who can spend the most amount of money? And then at some point, I think the CFOs did get involved, and they're like, what are we doing? Why are we moving in this direction? And in some of those cases, they would put budgets on what an engineer could spend for a certain amount of time, which seems like a somewhat logical approach. But Jordan, you mentioned, I think it was in your talk with NTT Research, that you had a case where an engineer at Cursor had spent $11,000, and it was totally worth it. So I guess it's a more subtle conversation, but could you talk about maybe Jordan broadly, how companies are making those kinds of decisions, and then Pallavi, perhaps at Nokia in particular, why budgeting with a particular number may not be the right approach, or maybe. Please.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking. It turns out if you put a leaderboard out there optimizing for how much you can spend, people spend a lot of money. You see that a lot in organizations. But yeah, I mean, I think the way organizations are thinking about it again is really shifting the focus from that input to the outcome and the outputs. And I think there are a few ways to kind of view where this value comes from. Part of it thinks about, are there parts in the workflow where we can rethink kind of the build versus buy equation inside of the organization? Are there parts of the organization where we can actually just think about accelerating existing work? And then are there also areas where we can think about this in-source versus outsource question a little bit different with talent across the organization? Largely what we've seen here at Cursor is there have kind of been these three really distinct waves that organizations have gone through. This first era, I think it coincides largely with 2024, was one where it was much more focused on the acceleration of existing work. So you saw things like Cursor Tab or autocomplete that were really focused on acceleration. So you moved into 2025 with the introduction of agents. It's a little bit of this new phenomena. For the first time, you could actually hand off work to a colleague in a way that could go and do the work. But right now, I think we're moving into this third era, and I know Nokia is seeing this quite a bit, where it actually requires thinking about this in a little bit of a different way. And what's happening as the models become much more capable and much more long-running, people are now using multiple agents at the same time. It's actually more of a focus on systems. And the biggest difference here is in the past, I think people have thought about it as a percent. What percent more productive or more ambitious can I help a developer be inside of my organization? And the rethinking as we jump to this third wave is actually, we need to rebuild the system for a world where someone might work with 5, 6, 7 different agents in parallel at the same time. We're going to need to embed it into our system more. We're going to have to think it tied more towards almost how we thought about like cloud spend in the past. I'm actually thinking about this workload attached to an important project inside of my organization and really tying it to the value that that might create. So I think it's much more of a thinking of evolving it from, hey, let me just think on it at the back of developers in my organization. How do I actually think it tied to the real output and the real projects? People aren't here to actually measure just token spend and cost per developer. They're here to get business value, and that's really the question to ask.
Yeah, I think, for us, the business outcome is like the biggest thing. To everything that you said, Peter, we've gone through the whole evolution. By the way, I'm a fan of don't wait for perfection, but let's continuously go about and try something and improve. One of the things is there's so much that has been evolving. Jordan just spoke about it, from tab to agents to now systems. We are learning as the journey goes about and happens. So at Nokia, initially we had a quota of how many tokens every engineer has. I started to get a lot of hate emails about, I was stopping innovation. I went through my own process of soul searching, and then, we came back and we said, no token limits. What we've now settled down is, I truly believe that, if you give the right tools to engineers and you empower them to do the right thing happens. We have soft limits in the sense that, if you exceed a certain quota, you get an email notification, and then, you are the best judge of what your work needs you to go about and consume. You rightfully said that, there are going to be some tasks where you will need more token consumption, and there are going to be some tasks where you really don't need to be on the frontier models to go about and do the stuff. So I think it's finding the right balance. Have we found the right balance? The answer is no. But I think, looking at the business outcomes that we are getting, I think it's worth the investment that we are doing.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. Both of you have spoken about how using AI is not just a matter of adding it onto the existing organization, that in many cases, companies need to reorganize how they operate because of what AI does. Jordan, I think in your NTT talk, you mentioned that software development used to be the bottleneck. That used to take all the time. And now that's not the bottleneck. And so that requires structural changes around it, probably more so for tech companies than other companies, but also in other places too. Could you guys talk about those organizational changes and maybe some lessons that you've learned from what works, what doesn't work, as well as you begin to adopt those the AI services?
As a technologist, one of the things that I always love to say is technology is never the bottleneck. We guys have ways to go about and solve it. the bottleneck always is people, culture, and operating model. And exactly, as we're going through this transformation, we are starting to see the same thing happen. The classic thing that we are seeing is, when it comes to AI transformation, it's typically very top-down and bottoms-up. Top-down as in, the CEO and the CEO staff, they all get it. They want to make it happen. Bottoms-up is where, engineers start to see the value, and they're asking you, give me more, more, more. Where the problem starts to happen is the middle management layer. Because typically, if you think about it, the middle management layer was built to go about and do all the coordination and stuff like this, which is no longer needed in this AI world. And one of the things at Nokia that we've been very conscious about is how do we reinvent the middle layer of management so that they are no longer the coordination layer, but they move along with what is needed, which means that the roles are changing, the definition of roles are changing. The other thing that we are seeing is there is role compression that is happening, which means that at least I can tell you, Nokia was a very traditional company where you had the titles of you are a software engineer, you're a test engineer, you're a release qualification engineer, you're a product manager. All of that is now collapsing into you are a pod builder. So, making sure that your organizations are evolving, which is where one of my, my biggest partner in this journey is my chief HR officer. She and we are closely thinking about, how do we keep on moving the organization at the pace at which now the technology wants us to be.
Okay. We've seen a pretty similar trend, when I think about a lot of the CIOs and the CTOs, especially very large companies that we've worked with, as you kind of shift from the second wave of agents to this third wave of systems, something kind of breaks. From phase 1 to phase 2, you can kind of linearly scale, but we find a lot of organizations are getting stuck at 35, 40, 45% of their code making its way to production written by AI. And it's largely for this reason. I think actually to move to the systems way of doing things, you have to think about some reorganization or some re-architecture to really build the organization in a more AI native way out there, which is pretty interesting to see. The trend that we're seeing the most is actually just a rethinking of how resources are spread across the software development lifecycle. So if you've historically thought about shipping a product as plan, design, write, review, test, deploy, I think historically, technical resources have spent something like 90% of their time in the phase of writing the code and reviewing the code. And that just so happens that I think it's largely been automated. It's largely been a task that's been very figured out. And what it does is it kind of explodes the challenges to the inner loop and kind of that outer loop a little bit more aggressively. So the plan and design phase and the review, test, deploy phase need a lot more attention spent in the back of them. And to map that, what a lot of organizations have done is actually taken existing teams. There's kind of this popularized concept from Amazon of the 2-pizza team, and actually turned that maybe to a 1-pizza team. And what organization solves is interesting. We were partnering with a very large insurance company. And they had traditional teams of 8 to 9 engineers all working together. They said, hey, people are now writing 50% more code with AI. We should probably rethink how we're going to build this. So they split it into 2 separate teams of roughly 4 engineers each. And it wasn't just that they saw a 2x uplift in what they're able to go do and ship in terms of productivity. It was actually more than that. Because what they found was when a team was that big, so much of the cost was actually the coordination cost working between these different layers. And they saw something like a 3x uplift because these smaller teams could actually move more agilely throughout the organization. So we've kind of watched this reorganization of teams becoming slightly smaller and then role compression happening where there's a bit more fuzziness. Instead of just this assembly line model of let's design a product, let's develop a product, let's do QA on a product, kind of having these more cross-functional teams where you might kick off the process by actually hopping on a call and working through a prototype. I think a lot of the ROI organizations are going to see comes from really rethinking some of that organizational structure just to be much more efficient with their allocation of talent than in the past.
Great. I want to ask you one last question. I realize we're going a little bit over, but I had the chance to talk with the professor at INSEAD, Philippe Agnon, who just won the Nobel Prize, and he had a quite provocative take on AI and its effect on economies broadly. He talked about how if AI is adopted and just used for efficiency, for cutting costs, he anticipates that will help GDP growth by 0.7% per year, so very significant. But he said the real potential for AI is if we can increase the number and the quality of ideas that we have. If you can tap into AI to be able to come up with more innovation, more breakthroughs, more ideas, that could actually help much more significantly for companies and the economy more broadly. Are you guys beginning to see that at this point, where you can actually tap into new and fresh ideas?
Absolutely. I think, the role compression thing is leading to a lot of these ideas coming in. I told you about the transformation that we are doing. The fact that now we can free ourselves into some of the mundane stuff about, how do I move a monolithic application to now being cloud native, to be AI native. Now we are letting the tools go about and do that. We are now starting to see a lot of ideas come in terms of, what should networks actually be doing? In terms of this industry, and especially I come in from the networking industry, has always treated networks as a static pipe of connectivity. Now, how do you bring in intelligence? How do you take care of the world that is coming next, which is physical AI, which is going to be AR, VR glasses, drones, where traffic is going to be bursty. Networks have to be thought about in a very different way. And the reason why we are in a position today to go about and innovate is exactly because of the fact that we don't have to worry about my CI/CD cycles, moving in from something to the other. I'm now thinking about the top value rather than, being buried with the mundane stuff that we used to be earlier.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so much narrative right now. Are there going to be more jobs? Are there going to be less jobs? How's this going to actually transform out there? And it's been pretty surprising, especially we work with about 60, 70% of the Fortune 1000. It's really gone contra to, I think, what the headline is out there in the news. I actually think what we've seen in a lot of organizations is the bottleneck has never been ideas, it's been execution. And what happens is organizations adopt AI at scale is folks move from focusing on the how to the what. It's like, how am I going to do this? How am I going to implement? What's it going to look like? Honestly, sometimes more of the rote toil to more of that higher level bit. What am I actually trying to build? What am I trying to do here? What is the business context that I actually want to pull into this in the organization? And I think what we're finding is instead of thinking about this as purely an efficiency thing, a lot of organizations are saying, wow, we have this massive roadmap where we have to go through this prioritization exercise of what's below the line and what's above the line. And we're able to grab that next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% that's below the line and actually bring it into this year's roadmap to think about an acceleration of what's going to happen. And look, there might be short-term effects where organizations think about it differently on an efficiency side, but I think if you zoom out for a few years and think about this being more of a standard and expectation that every organization figures out how to transform and adopt and organize in this way, this is what you're actually going to see. This is a new way for expanding the breadth of what an organization can do.
Great. Okay, well, apologies to the organizers for going over, but Jordan and Pallavi, thank you so much. Thank you to everybody.
Thanks for having us here.
Peter, it's okay. We accept your apology. Good conversation happening. Okay, everyone. We are just talking about ROI. Big question, of course. Up next, we're going to be talking about closed versus open source inference. Who here is running on open source inference with their companies? Oh, not that many of you. Or you're just afraid of raising your hand here today. Let's see. Let's find out. No matter what, this next group is going to help us understand how organizations can better own their AI future. Coming to the stage, we have Vipul Ved-Prakash, co-founder and CEO of Together AI, who, by the way, previously founded Topsy, which is a search engine that Apple bought in order to build Siri. So really cool. Also joining him on stage, Josh Wolf, the co-founder of Lux Capital, the investor behind Anduril, to talk about why open source might be your fix. Here they are.
Thank you. Vipul, it is a great pleasure to be with you on this side of the pond and here in Paris.
As always.
We had the great pleasure of being early founding investors with Vipul, and it was the fastest growing company in our history to $100 million in revenue. Just so people can know, today, I think you've roughly talked about it publicly, but revenue has grown from 100 million to?
We crossed $1 billion in revenue earlier this year.
And cash on hand, roughly?
Thank you. Cash on hand is over $1 billion as well.
And the latest valuation was done at?
At $8.3 billion.
All right, extraordinary growth. You have been an extraordinary leader, in part because you have attracted extraordinary technical talent. TreeDAO behind Flash Attention and a whole slew of others. Talk a little bit about the mindset of what makes you competitively advantaged with the researchers.
You know, we felt that when we started the company that there was research happening on making better models, but there was this whole design space in production AI of how to take these like very complex, large models and turn them into production quality workloads. There's a new form of computer science that's required. This is like linear algebra, executing in these new types of accelerators. This stuff has never been studied before, and we felt there was an incredible design space here, and we brought along researchers who were focused on it. TreeDAO wrote Flash Attention, which has in many ways is responsible for the modern models that we have. And that continues to be a really exciting space. I mean, the model architectures are evolving pretty continuously. You have workloads evolving. You have agentic workloads now that, backstage we were talking about OpenClaw that wakes up every 30 minutes and sends a herd of new sessions. And that sort of requires viewing this, if you're serving hundreds of trillions of tokens, you have to view this as a research and engineering problem and come up with how do you kind of turn this into something that is, mission critical and production ready service.
Now, the key aspect of what we're talking about is open source, particularly for inference. And it feels like this is a very special moment. We happen to be very early investors in Hugging Face, some amazing French-born founders. We're here in Cognition, we're in Modal. And this movement in open source is very interesting today for at least 3 or 4 reasons. The first is economics. Companies are waking up and seeing, yes, there's extraordinary revenue at Anthropic and OpenAI at all, but there's also enormous bills to pay. And people are looking at token optimization versus token maxing. So that's number one. Number two is geopolitically. People are looking and saying, do you want sovereignty and control over your models as a country? And as a company, sovereignty is becoming very important. Number 3 is the performative nature of these models and the fact that some of the Chinese models are nearly as performative as Opus 4.7 or 4.8, depending on the instantiation you're running. And that itself is raising questions of, could you, instead of running inference in the cloud with the big labs, do it locally on your own machines or in the cloud with you? And increasingly, it appears that companies are choosing the latter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a stampede towards open models over the last 9 months.
From developers, from companies, both?
From developers, from companies, I would say all AI native companies that are running very, very scaled workloads. Most of those workloads now are happening on open models, either off-the-shelf open models or models they're post-trained with their own data. And we're seeing this happening in digital natives, financial institutions. We've gone from serving 30 billion tokens a month to 400 trillion tokens a month. So this is
just repeat that, 30 billion a month to
400 trillion tokens a month. It's just, and if you compare this to some of the closed model growth, Google had Gemini numbers, which was 7x growth. This is 10,000x growth. So this is on our cloud platform. This doesn't include other cloud platforms or models that companies are running at home on their own infrastructure. So you're just seeing this. I think in some ways, it is pretty natural for open models, open weights models to form this, the general intelligence platform that we would build on, because cost is important, control is important. At this point, models are becoming smart enough that if you have any proprietary data, which is your strategic asset, by sending it over to a closed model API, you're pretty much giving up your company's intellectual property away. So I think people are wanting to not do that more and more.
This last piece is one of 2 dimensions of security I want to talk about. The first is security of your data, of the future of your business. And the second I want to talk about is the geopolitical security and the implications, the perceptions or misperceptions related to that. On the first one, we saw recently with Claude, they effectively out-Figma'd Figma. They worked with Figma and then they launched Claude Design. And I think a lot of companies are looking at that and saying, as the major labs are expanding their TAM, they're also basically saying we are going to eat your business. And so there are a lot of reports about Anthropic going into many of the pharma businesses, and pharma businesses saying, wait a second, we're not about to give you all of our data. And yes, it might make us more efficient, whether that's on clinical trial design or even going into actual drug design. But if we give that to you, you're going to take our market. And so that's security question number one. What does the architecture look like for a pharma company, which has many people that are in data and design, but maybe more layman-like, and they can't click a button, they can't just do a prompt. The instantiation of that is harder for them to implement. So how do you get involved there?
Yeah, we provide a full platform for post-training models, then serving them at scale, making them secure, and leading into your second question a bit as well. We are running these models on US infrastructure or European infrastructure. So regardless of the provenance of the model, it's all the inferences happening in our environment in a secure, compliant manner.
If you take the top open source models, if we just rattle them off, 5 or 6 of them are?
Yeah, I would say right now, maybe 5 frontier models, GLM, Kimi, Minimax, Nemotron, and DeepSeek are, and I think there are more models coming.
Nemotron being the US one, all others being China.
Right.
And so it must have been a year and a half ago, Vinod Khosla and I were in the White House in the United States. And we're sitting there, and I joke that where you stand on the issue of open versus closed depends on where you sit in the cap table. And being with you guys and Hugging Face and others, where we stood on the issue was open source is the best thing, not only because it approaches an asymptote of truth and you won't have the kind of restrictions, but also because it allows for this proliferation and company control, and that's what creates economies. The history of most technology was centralized to unbundled. You saw that from the mainframe that got unbundled by the PCs. You saw it in the telephony market that got unbundled by the internet. You saw it in the operating systems that got unbundled by both the internet and the apps. And so I took the stance that open source is best for the country. Vinod took the opposite stance, being at OpenAI as an early investor, and said, no, the best thing is closed. Let's just talk about that for a moment and then go back to the provenance and sovereignty of where you host your models. But which is better, open or closed in a evolving ecosystem?
I think closed models, because it's a new industry, and all the new industries start with vertically integrated companies. You can control the interface, you can control the experience, you can control the technology, and they are not usually the most. That's not what ends up surviving typically, or becoming the sort of largest part of the market. This has happened in personal computing, where you had many vertically integrated companies. And once that disaggregation happened, and you had companies like Microsoft and Intel, and then thousands of software vendors, that just became a much richer ecosystem. And I think that's going to happen in AI a lot faster, because with things like computing and operating systems, you had very opinionated systems that you were writing to, and they were control points. With general intelligence, these models are really sort of smarter they get, they can really emulate each other, and you can easily shift away from one model to the other, and people do this, fairly regularly. And I think it's actually a pretty important question, because if all you have is closed models, right? If you have 2 companies that provide intelligence through their APIs, and everyone from pharma to manufacturing has to use these, they are really in a position where they can do like a massive scale industrial capture, right? They have all the know-how. They can create competitive products, not just to software products, but to entire industries. And I think we should be pretty worried about that, because I think that level of concentration hasn't happened before. So I think there is there's almost a moral imperative to have more distributed, decentralized systems. Open weights really are that, is that artifact that enables that sort of distribution to happen.
I always like to say that art imitates life, imitates art, and there's, how many people saw Westworld, the HBO, and in Westworld, season 1, these people are interacting with the AIs, and they think it's there for their enjoyment. By season 2, you realize that the AIs are actually there to provoke enjoyment, but also to train on the people so that they could effectively overtake them. It feels to me that the former is very much that. So, okay, if I am a pharma company, an architecture company, a financial trading services firm, a government, and I want to run on open weights, constantly evolving, the data is mine, the provenance is mine, but now I have a concern, justly or unjustly, prophesied by Dario et al. In a quest for a government capture to say, no, closed is the way to go, we can't trust these Chinese models. What do you do to provide the security assurances that there's no risk?
Yeah, I mean, I think one, there is a lot of, there are a lot of misconceptions. An open weights model is a file, right? Like open source software, it's a file that you download often from Hugging Face, and it has the weights in it. You can inspect it, you can benchmark it. There are a lot of other people who are downloading this file and benchmarking it and testing it. So you have amazing amount of sort of scrutiny that's happening on these models. And the question becomes about your data and what you're doing with it and where that data is going. And we provide a platform where we give our customers 100% assurance that the model, we are operating this model for them. Their data stays in the data residency is clear. And in fact, we have a lot of flexibility. For example, for many of our European customers, for GDPR, we host all their infrastructure in Europe. And this gives them an immense amount of control over. We are not training with their data. We're not building a frontier model that takes all the customer data and trains a new model. So it really is the way for broad distribution of this technology.
I think that sovereignty is going to play a very big role, both data sovereignty for companies and customers and individuals, and sovereignty in a country sense. And we were just riffing before because you hear something being floated as sort of a trial example. The way to curry favor in the United States is to offer Trump some kind of deal. And Sam and OpenAI are suggesting perhaps 5% of OpenAI the government should own so that they could make it the favorite child. Would you consider giving some equity to a whole slew of sovereigns around the world that perhaps GDP weighted, give some to France, some to the UK, some to the US, some to Spain, some to Australia?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I think so. I think you'll have to participate from your pool in this program. But I actually think of the companies named Together. I think of Together as a collaborative commons in some ways for AI, which is, I think, the right way to build this platform for scale.
Now, I want to make sure that we're not just talking our own book. What is the downside of open source?
I think the downside is that it's complex technology and it's hard to operate, hard to maintain, hard to sort of benchmark, which is why you have companies like Together doing so well, because we sort of provide all those services. And I think you will see ecosystems emerging. A lot of companies you will invest in will be figuring out what do companies need to be able to use open weights models effectively. Applied compute, for example, is you guys are in it, which is providing RL and post-training. There are lots of these pretty, I think, ludicrous security concerns that are cited. If those concerns were actually real, you would have a AI security industry and software infrastructure. So I think it's more around operating and people are. Closed APIs are very convenient form factors, very well-designed products. But we are sort of providing a similar level of comfort around using open models.
In a few minutes we have left, I want to talk about another distributed aspect, which is power and infrastructure globally. We are benefiting, particularly at Together and at many of our other companies, Modal and Runway and Hugging Face and Cognition, from this tailwind that is just in this boom market that we think will continue for many years. But the headwinds appear to be compute globally and power globally. And if that is true, what are you doing in a distributed way that might be non-obvious to other people to find pockets of power and infrastructure, mindful of the policy and regulatory things that might prohibit that, particularly in the US, where you have a wave of municipal moratoriums trying to prevent new data center builds?
Right. Yeah, I think the biggest challenge for growth is access to compute and power and operationalizing it. And what we are doing at Together is we are one building globally. So we are, and again, in this sort of collaborative manner, we partner with other clouds, other neo clouds. We take capacity from them. We build our own. We're starting to do sovereign partnerships where sovereign states are building.
What countries are we in now?
We haven't announced them yet, so it's coming soon. But
what regions?
Actually, in two continents. So I want to save the news for when we announce it. I think sovereign infrastructure is going to become important, right? This AI becomes part of labor force. It's digital labor, and having control and independence that is going to be critical, just like energy independence is critical. And everyone will need sovereign infrastructure. So we are starting to work with countries to enable that. We are underwriting it. We will bring the workloads till local workloads appear, so that the infrastructure can be, investment positive right from the beginning. And but I think this remains a big challenge.
Well, before we end, the overarching theme here is the sort of undeniable primacy and rise of open source inference and the infrastructure behind that and the trend going there, the confluence of events that are happening, particularly in the big labs that are forcing it from the market up, which is very interesting. We feel at Lux extraordinarily blessed to be partnered with you. As a founder, for the other founders in the audience, is there some non-obvious advice that you would give to people in this moment in the market?
I would say this is a very, very early moment in the market, and it's just been like 5 years, and this is a very large arc. So I would look at what infrastructure exists now. It's different even from a year ago, and I think so. Updating your priors continuously to see what to build next. That's interesting. It's going to be a massive market.
Vipul, Ved, Prakash, together. Thank you so much.
Hello, well done. Okay. All right, of course, open source, a big conversation that we're getting into. The next one, we're going even bigger. We're looking at the Trinity, and the next 6 people coming out are going to be talking to us all about this same puzzle that they look at from different angles, covering compute, capital, and cloud, all in the same conversation. Looking at what AI actually runs on, let's welcome to the stage. We have a big group for you up next. We have Suresh Vasudevan, the CEO of Clockwork.io. We have Greg Mattson, head of product at Solidigm. Stephanie Cohen, chief strategy officer at Cloudflare. Don Barneston, the head of product at Credo. We have Jeff Denworth, co-founder of Vast Data, and bringing this all together, our incredible moderator, Jordan Nanos, member of technical staff at SemiAnalysis. Here we go.
Thank you, Margot. All right. Welcome, everyone. Beautiful day. So we're excited to talk to you about why infrastructure is destiny when it comes to AI, specifically looking at compute, capital, and cloud. And like Margot said, we've got people who are looking at this from different angles today. So I'd like to give them a chance to introduce themselves and what their companies do for briefly before we kick off here. We'll start with you, Jeff.
Yeah, so I'm Jeff Denworth. I'm a co-founder of a company called Vast Data. Vast is building essentially a data platform that is designed for hyperscale AI. A large portion of the world's GPUs that exist in neoclouds are built on Vast. The company's 10 years old, $30 billion valuation, and growing like a weed. Thank you.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm Don Barnetson. I'm head of product at Credo. Credo is a pure play interconnect company. So we're focused traditionally on copper-based interconnect for scale-out networks, but recently optical interconnect and memory wall applications as well. We see interconnect as the primary barrier to future growth in AI applications.
I'm Stephanie Cohen. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer of Cloudflare. More than 20% of the internet sits behind Cloudflare. We're the best place to build, run, and secure your agents and applications. The best way to think about us is the platform, the build and execution platform for the agentic internet.
I'm Greg Mattson, Head of Products for Solidigm. We're the world's leader in high-capacity storage products for AI customers of all types, from enterprise and edge customers to hyperscalers, neoclouds, and even storage and AI platform companies like Vast Data.
I'm Suresh Vasudevan, CEO at Clockwork Systems. Clockwork is a software orchestration layer that focuses on optimizing large-scale GPU clusters for AI workloads. Specifically, how do you make sure that when you have failures at the infrastructure layer, that training and inference applications are not falling prey to those failures and can operate continuously? How do you make sure that you have deep visibility and observability so you can rapidly understand when a workload is being impacted by something at the infrastructure layer and starts to experience degraded performance? That's really the problem we solve.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. So we're going to start by talking a little bit about what's going on right now in infrastructure. As you know from the title here, compute, capital, and cloud, one of those things is really important, capital. Everybody needs money. And if you're tracking the industry right now, which I do in my daily job at SemiAnalysis, you're seeing that there's massive growth. Like, I think that's pretty obvious. You can just look around this conference, right? And specifically, I think a lot of people are seeing that things are going well. Like, people have bet their careers on AI 2, 3, 4 years ago, and now we're seeing that play out. But there's a lot of hesitation about, are we going to see this through? Like, can the exponential continue? So I'd love to get your thoughts to start things. Jeff, we'll start with you again, about what capital really means in terms of like how it plays into actually growing into these exponential curves that people are forecasting if we're really going to deliver on the promise of AI.
So the litmus test that I use in terms of how I gauge the level of bubbleness in the market is a term that's oftentimes used with AI cloud companies called offtake. Right, and offtake is basically, do you have end users that are coming in to subscribe to whatever managed GPU or accelerator service that you have? I've been traveling the world, well, I always travel, but for the last 4 months, I've been just meeting almost exclusively with AI clouds and neoclouds, and my observation is that the amount of demand is at the highest that I've ever seen, where there's not a cloud that I talk to that has any problem with offtake. So, historically, you'd have to make speculative GPU investments and then hope that things would come. Now, the dynamic has totally changed over the last 6 months or so, where people can't, like the business is far ahead of even speculative GPU investments that could be made. So from a capital perspective, there's no lack of capital because either you have investment grade or non-investment grade debt that's coming into the market, and there's an endless supply of that. It's just simply a question of what margin can you charge your customers, and I don't see it, I don't see anything slowing down.
Yeah, so one of the things that happens when we have these massive buildouts is that bottlenecks form, right? And so, Don, I'd love to get your take on what happens when there's excess demand that comes for one of the products that you guys sell. Credo's got these awesome purple cables that we see everywhere, right? And obviously, there needs to be investments downstream to build out supply, like capacity in the supply chain and accommodate for future demand. So how do you guys think about maybe both product and then also investments decisions so that you can serve this demand going forward?
Yeah, we've seen a tremendous migration of demand over the last 3 years. It was traditional hyperscalers who have a relatively long planning cycle and a pretty mature way of acquiring the components that they need. Over the last 12 or 18 months, it's migrated to neoclouds, who are much, much more dynamic, whose financing, as actually a great SemiAnalysis piece detailed, is largely leveraged debt based upon end customer commits. And their planning cycle, their ability to pull this together actually comes together, maybe only 2 or 3 months before the system all comes in this giant building. So they are planning. They get all the pieces together, they get their GPU allocation, and suddenly hundreds of plane loads of products show up in this building. the supply chain lead times that folks like Credo and others deal with are running out in years now. And so we're making commitments into calendar 28 for folks who are looking to deploy GPUs today. So I think this is a key challenge. We have to be in constant contact to forecast what they need. And I think the neoclouds are learning the hard way that they need to give a lot of visibility to their supply chain in order for us to support them the way that they really need to be supported.
So Stephanie, you're one of the players at Cloudflare that's growing quite quickly, right? How do you guys think about making these investments so that you can serve incredible demand? And maybe you can just talk about what it's been like to see demand increase so much for some of the products you offer.
Yeah, maybe just to give a view from the internet, given the scale of the Cloudflare network. Just this year we passed where more than 50% of the traffic on the Cloudflare network is now non-human. So if you have questions about how fast the agentic internet is growing, it's growing exponentially fast, and it's only going in one direction. Now, Cloudflare is very unique because we're not on a cloud, we are a cloud, but we're a very different type of cloud, so we tend to run at much higher utilization, whether that's on the CPU side or the GPU side. So despite the really fast growth, we continue to run at 15% or less CapEx as a percentage of revenue. And so if you think Cloudflare is totally unique in terms of how we think about capacity planning and everything else because of the very long tail, diverse network that we have. So it's super interesting because despite all the growth that we're seeing, the way that we've had to capacity plan has not changed as much as you would expect given how much optimization we're able to do.
Can you talk about maybe just dig in a bit more on the length of time you have to plan ahead at this point? Like, have you changed from maybe 2-year planning, 3, 4, 5? Is it getting longer into the future?
Cloudflare's been around for more than 15 years, but we are a startup at heart. So 1 and 2 year plans seem very far out for a company like Cloudflare. Certainly supply chain has changed some of how we've thought about it, but we have very long-term relationships. We have a very large base network, and we've been able to do a ton of efficiency. And so yes, the planning has maybe extended in months, but we're not doing many things years out. The world changes too fast.
Interesting. Okay. Greg, can I throw it to you now? Just in terms of everything I hear about your organization right now, it's just that we're sold out, right? Can't produce anymore. So can you talk about what you're seeing in terms of like people planning ahead into the future now?
Yeah, sure. I think, first is demand seems to be there from customers of all types, all sizes actually. And customers are very willing now to look ahead. And memory and storage has been kind of, in the commodity space. People think about it maybe second, maybe third in terms of the hardware infrastructure. Now we're really thinking about it first, or at least in parallel with all their compute decisions. And so now we have customers, actually, they're planning, and of course, we're planning it with them together, but signing many multi-year agreements, 2, 3. I've even had, been talking to some customers about 4-year agreements for supply out in time. And these are tens of billions of dollars a year of agreements, right? So real serious agreements. And for us then, on the capacity planning side, we have a long capacity planning cycle. A fab costs tens of billions of dollars to build. You have to plan the site and all that kind of stuff, as well as the technology to go in the fab is billions of dollars. And so that hasn't really changed. The lead time and the customer planning, though, has changed. And there's some minor differences in semiconductor tooling availability, but it's a little bit, it's not the biggest difference. But so the semiconductor planning cycle hasn't changed except for the scale. The customer planning and demand shaping really is the thing that's taken a new turn.
Can you dig on raising money? Has that changed at all in terms of how you guys would be able to make investments going forward to grow so much?
Well, the good news is that the memory market and storage has actually turned fairly healthy financially. So raising money is not our hardest challenge today.
Got it. Okay, so Suraj, one thing that I heard from Stephanie is just about doing more with less, optimizations with an existing infrastructure. So let's say you're a cloud player or you're somebody that's renting a cluster right now and you need to do more with what you have. You just either don't have the capital or there's no availability to expand. Can you talk through maybe your take on how customers can do more with less?
No, for sure. I mean, if you think about the theme of sort of demand is off the charts, supply constraints are what are driving completely sort of all of the neocloud business models, et cetera, being at the moment driven by supply constraints. one way to think about relief on the supply side. This also allows you to raise capital when you're able to demonstrate profitability against that demand and so on, is to say, how do I get more out of the assets that I've already deployed? And a lot of what we focus on is really asking questions such as, if I think about even a cluster of 1,000 GPUs, and I end up encountering somewhere between 1 to 4 hours of underutilized capacity just because of failures in that cluster, what would that mean to profitability, gross margins, et cetera, when you can really operate on a continuous basis? So some of what we do on fault tolerance that allows you to operate applications irrespective of failures at the infrastructure layer, we are finding we have several large neoclouds, a couple of hyperscalers as customers, and much of what we're finding is it's what I think of as day two problems. Once I have the supply in place, once I've handed the cluster over to my tenants as a neocloud, or if I'm an on-prem enterprise that's deploying on my own, what do I need to do to make sure that I'm raising utilization from somewhere in the 30s to 40s all the way to double that, right, if that's even practical? And that's really the problem we focus on. I also think, we're in this interesting world where capital is now chasing availability of infrastructure, whether it's data center. If you have power, then you're golden and you'll get the capital. If I have a single neocloud as a customer, then that offtake contract that I have allows me to raise capital at a lower cost than if I don't. Eventually, I think the funding models will have to follow profitable underlying business models. Who is really good at the execution risk, not just at the supply risk, if you will? And I think we're in a fortunate place. Like you said, you started by saying things are going well. We're in a place where capacity is underwritten until 2028. Never before have I seen this. And so that eventually you'll start to get to the place where, am I operating my assets profitably? Am I operating them efficiently? We'll start to make a difference as well, I think.
Okay, Stephanie, I want to go back to you. You mentioned optimizations that you guys are doing without having to grow so much. Do you mind digging into what some of those optimizations might be and if there's any lessons others can learn from that?
Yeah. So one, I think it starts with fundamental architecture decisions. So while I said we are not on a cloud, we are a cloud. We're a very different type of cloud. So we're in more than 330 locations in more than 125 countries. And so that type of diversity means we have a lot of flexibility. The second thing is we do I think about us as like Waze. This idea that we're moving traffic to the optimal location all the time, and that's for speed, security. It's also for efficiency. The other thing is we decided a long time ago to go all in on isolates versus containers. And the right way to think about isolates versus something like containers is something like a flexible workspace rather than having your own office space. And the reality is that agents are writing lots and lots of code, and isolates are 100 times more efficient. And so just some fun stats. If every knowledge worker was going to have 10 agents, you need 1 billion CPUs under current architecture. And I don't think the answer is like, how do you find 1 billion CPUs? That's like 20 times annual production. The question is, how do you actually do something that's more efficient? And isolates is a really good answer. And so there are a whole host of other ways that we're doing it, but the idea really is, how do we take more commodity hardware and make it run more efficiently? And we're constantly solving that problem, all the way from where we're located to the actual underlying software, base software, and then software optimization on top of it.
Cool, makes sense. Okay, Jeff, I want to go back to you because one thing I know that VAST is doing is helping customers who can't get any of Solidigm's drives over there actually keep growing the amount of data that they can store in their cluster. You want to talk about things that you're seeing from people who maybe they have the capital, maybe they have the compute, but there's just these fundamental constraints and they're still working through things?
Sure. I would say we do 3 things. First is we cozy up as close as we can to them so that we and our partners get the supply chain allocation that's required. Greg was alluding to some large forward investments, and I think VAST is going to be representing some of the largest amount of storage deployment in the world today. Today we measure single clusters and single-digit percentage points of like the total flash allocation that we're building for certain customers, like let's say XAI. But if I put that aside, we saw just this freight train coming in the beginning of this year, and one of the things that we decided to do was to build this program that allows for customers to bring us any hardware that they have, and then basically make it supernaturally larger. And so The way that we do this is through a new novel compression algorithm that we built that basically can give you double to triple the space that you can get with any other technology. And I would say today there's roughly about, and Greg might correct me here, but I think about 130 exabytes of flash that gets built for enterprises around the world. VAST is somewhere between 10 to 20% of that. But if you think about it in the fact that we've also doubled to tripled the amount of capacity that people can get from that same device, then you could argue that we've been a pretty good pressure release valve on the industry up until now. And so now what's happening is customers are bringing us all their old stuff and saying, hey, the price for this is pinned at 2025 economics, which were great. And could I make this 2 or 3 times bigger than going out and buying something on the open market? And we're happy to do that. So we're like helping people disassemble enterprise storage arrays. We're helping people just strip their servers and just build new stuff because this current market requires resourcefulness.
Okay, I love that word, resourcefulness. We kick it to you to talk about resourcefulness. One of the things that I think about in terms of like building infrastructure is just how complicated the actual physical component of it is, right? People think about the cloud, it's this thing up in space, but when it comes to actually running this stuff, it happens in data centers. There's people on site, they have to do hard work. Can you talk about some of the ways in which when it really matters, that sort of stuff comes into play? Yeah.
Sure. So when our neoclouds come together and they build a large data center, say 100,000 GPU data center, in addition to all the GPUs and memory and storage that we're focused on, there's a few 100,000 kilometers of fiber that goes into that building. And it used to be when we built these buildings, we would actually test all those strands of fiber before we started plugging things into them. But we don't have time for that anymore. And so what happens is you build this building, you essentially never get a chance to test anything, you start plugging in equipment, and then you've got a neocloud who runs a fairly leveraged business model, who, if you're a neocloud and you're selling GPUs for $6 an hour, those GPUs could be $1,000 a week of revenue to you per GPU, and you're spending months and months trying to debug this system. And so we realized a couple years ago that really reliability was the North Star in this space and getting our customers to market quickly. And unfortunately, these neoclouds, they don't have the depth of engineering bench that the large hyperscalers have had, and so they need their vendor base to come in and really deliver, as Suresh suggested, something that works for them. And so in the past, that might have been going to their favorite GPU vendor and taking the turnkey kit. But I think they're realizing today that the commodity optics and the other pieces that came with that are nowhere near best in class. We see GPU out-of-service rates as high as 20% in some of these clusters, if you can imagine the cost of assets that are sitting around idle. And so we collectively need to do much, much better in order to ensure that these neoclouds can be profitable and our industry can continue to grow under the capital constraints we have.
And we'll even assume liability on behalf of these clouds, to your point around it's a much deeper partnership than typically what happens with the hyperscalers. We'll assume a portion of the uptime penalties when a cluster goes offline or something like that. And so it really is a totally different economic environment that we're operating in, and the line between the vendor and the cloud is getting blurred, I think, more and more every day.
In fact, I want to jump on this. I think to your comment, I think this is one of the hyperscalers where you're deployed at scale, and simply the magnitude of the problem on link flapping alone and what it took for them around how much lost capacity. We came in after Credo had already improved the operations quite substantially, I think by a factor of 4. And this was actually one of the representative customers in their environment. A 2,000 GPU environment is where they deployed us. This is a subset of a 12,000 GPU cluster. They just stood up and declared the savings they had from resilience to link failures, where the training application continues to train even in the face of link failures. This is not even all GPU failures. The math that they computed was roughly 1,000 GPU hours per day in a 2,000 GPU cluster of compute that would have otherwise gone wasted. This is probably 1/10 of the failures that typically are experienced in a cluster of that scale. And so the magnitude of operational efficiency that can stem from resilience initiatives is quite enormous.
I think however bad you think the optical fabric is and running in a neocloud, it's actually much worse. And the opportunity to do better is just tremendous.
It actually drives a lot of storage business.
Yes.
So thank you.
Which we like.
This is also an argument for why you want to own your own infrastructure, and controlling the whole network is so important.
Yeah, it's your destiny. So let's talk about that with one term that's been common in a lot of discussions I've been having recently, which is SLA. The way in which you can actually do this and build, your infrastructure with compute, capital, cloud, is by depending on partners, vendors. The way in which we do this is we first ask nicely, and then second, we put it on paper and you put an SLA next to it and you actually work with your partners to figure that out. One thing that I've seen is that a lot of people are being either incredibly stringent and bringing lawyers to this discussion, and then others are being quite reasonable and trying to figure out a way in which they can partner because they understand that getting in really contentious relationships with your vendor partners is actually not going to help you if there's such incredible excess demand. I don't know if anybody has initial thoughts on that one. Yeah.
Well, I think that one thing is you don't want to look at the contract ever after you've signed it, right? Because that's just bad customer business. But I think one thing that we try to do to improve SLA is work with partners like VAST, WECA, MNIO, the storage ISVs out there, test the solutions in our NVIDIA GPU lab, pre-test the configuration so we know it's going to work. We can go install it, it works just like it was supposed to work. And so that's something that speeds our customer experience and also helps from a sales pipeline as well.
I think there's an inverse correlation between the technical abilities of the customer and their litigiousness, right? And so you kind of see these two going in opposite directions, and the ones that are really technical understand how to go and implement and manage and things like that. And then either you have a lawyer that starts the relationship review, a lawyer that comes in 2 years later after some customer has a really bad day and that cloud has matured, and at that point the lawyers come back in regardless.
There's also a place where the industry is going to start to mature on resiliency. So we spend a lot of time on our gateway and making sure that our customers can be multi-model and can have. And so as you think about, one of the things we've realized, of course, is that even sometimes when you're multi-models, the end infrastructure that you're going back to is actually all the same place. And so what we've seen across all of our businesses is more and more customers trying to figure out how they can have multiple points of resiliency. We see it in our core CDN business, we see it across our security businesses, and now we're seeing it across our developer platform and inside of AI. And so I think the industry is going to mature, and we're going to get to a place where you have levels of resiliency, because the reality is that you don't want your customer to have a bad day when you have a bad day.
So our industry is based on open standards. We do battle in places like IEEE for years to make interoperability work. But it turns out if that's your endpoint and you just ship to that, you're leaving a lot of margin on the table. And so if you actually say, my customer is going to deploy this NVIDIA switch or this Broadcom switch and this NIC card, and you tune for that, you can bring down error rates by 3 or 4 orders of magnitude, and you can bring uptime up just tremendously. And then you layer telemetry on top of that, you could really deliver a value-added solution. And so I think going way beyond the open standards for us is a way to deliver SLA to our customers and ultimately deliver value to their shareholders and customers.
I think it's one thing to think about the vendor partnership when your customer's a neocloud and you're a provider to the neocloud. So some of our solutions are aimed at tenants that run in either public cloud environments or in neocloud environments. And what I have seen explicitly, a really large automotive vendor that basically is making self-driving auto software, struggling with the fact that their current provider does have quite a few incidents. And so how do they really hedge their bets and have multiple providers that they can go towards? Now, what mitigates against the freedom to do that is the fact that supply is so constrained that when they have to go sign up with someone else, then it's even sort of multi-year contracts is what they have to sign up to. So they have to think about what is their baseload demand, how many providers. But I think SLAs are a great way to ensure some degree of operating cadence between a provider and a vendor. And I think you're going to see more of that, because the difference between, this is the reason you guys put out ClusterMax in some ways, is the difference in quality of service from different providers is quite enormous. And so what differentiates, and you said this, Jeff, which is a good vendor versus a bad customer, is what you mentioned, the difference in really operational rigor, resilience, rapid reaction to incidents, all of that is quite enormous, given the hundreds of cloud providers out there. And sooner or later, I think SLAs are a great way to make sure that I, as a tenant, am getting what I need to experience from these clouds.
Okay, you're making me think about a lot of instances where, let's say the SLA is the baseline, and you never want to think about it, you never want to look at the contract, right? But a lot of people have stories, or I think would like to think that they go above and beyond. It's not trying to hit that. So I'd love to go around the horn and have everybody maybe tell a story about a time when you feel like you guys were going above and beyond for a given customer, or where you think a vendor partner went above and beyond to maintain the relationship with you guys. Does anything jump to mind? Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to jump in. So we had, I would describe them as an emerging hyperscaler, maybe the top end of the neocloud stack, built a data center not that far from Park City. And it was a catastrophe. They were installing drywall and sanding on one side of the data center and plugging optics in on the other side, and it got to the point where they were just going to rip out all the interconnect and start over. And so they asked us to come in, even though a lot of the interconnect wasn't ours, and on a consulting basis, figure out what's wrong and figure out how to never have this happen again, because they had a very demanding frontier lab who was their customer, who was beating the hell out of them every day. And so we spent 6 months inside of that. And you know, the greatest thing for a product guy such as myself is to really understand what the customer pain point is. And the customer pain point was just so clear. In addition to all the failures that they were experiencing, because they were giving out bare metal instances to their customer, they really had no idea when the customer threw a GPU back at them what was wrong. 95% of the time, they never even got to root cause on it. They'd sort of sit on that instance for 45 days or so, and then they chuck it back at the customer and hope that something changed and it's going to work this time. So there's so much opportunity to do better in this space, and I really, you know, the opportunity to engage with the customer and deliver value is what I absolutely live for.
Yeah, I think you're talking about becoming a partner rather than a vendor. And we see it across our business, but we see it most when our customers are under attack. And so all the time, companies will come to Cloudflare when they have real security issues. But we're now also seeing it when companies come to us because all the traffic on their site is completely changed, because more than 50% of the traffic on our network is now non-human. And so PeopleLink is a really good example of, you could think about Cloudflare's been around for more than 15 years. We originally started as a CDN, and all we're doing is delivering traffic. But when you have to figure out if that traffic is a customer or it's fundamentally going to destroy that your relationship with the customer changes. So we went in the trenches with PeopleLink and with a bunch of others to try to figure out how they can engage with AI companies to grow their business, but also how they can block ones that were just stealing their customers.
You mentioned the partner customer, to create the maximum amount of success. And what we try to do is partner with our customers and how they're using how their software is running on our SSD compared to another customer's, tune that product so that we do a lot of forward engineering ahead of time to make sure that our product disasters that you talked about are mitigated as much as possible. And that's by getting to develop deep technical relationships with the customers, understand their pain points, and then design for them.
One example that hits at the same thing for us, we have, at the moment, we have a fault tolerance software that allows you to run workloads without failing. And we have two kinds of customer business models that we're seeing. One that basically thinks of our software as a go-to-market partnership with the neocloud in this instance, where the offering is aimed at the tenants, and essentially it's a joint offering to the tenants if they want to invest in. Another neocloud that's basically their mental model is they're going to integrate our software, make that part of the default offering, all the way to masking the fact that it's sort of Clockwork software, it's embedded inside their offering, and they want to think of fault tolerance as the thing that they're going to, or reliability in general, as the thing that they're going to differentiate on, given the urgency around that, right? And so to me, it's an interesting question of which is the right business model long term. Is this a value added, or is this what you should expect in the base offering itself? So that's a classic example of, I think, the debate on what are we pricing for, really.
Got any ideas?
I have a few ideas.
Okay.
Slack message comes in from, at the time, the largest neocloud for the largest AI lab, saying, did anybody turn on snapshots on this system? And the answer was no. I said, okay, any good ideas on how to recover about 10 petabytes of deleted data? And the answer was yes. And it took a few surgeons on our team to go and stitch together a data set that had largely been erased from our system, but could be recovered, working with SSD firmware and stuff like that. So it took about 2 weeks, but that probably saved them another, let's call it 6 to 12 months of data engineering
and didn't delay their next model that they brought out. That was a bitch.
And I can attest, by the way, as a customer and a partner with Vast, is they have their Slack engineers online all the time, ready to answer any question. So.
Yes.
Yeah, Jeff likes Slack. Yeah, I do too. Okay, so we got 5 minutes left here. I want to look forward to the future, give everybody a chance for a quick closing comment. Let's try and start by giving you something to chew on. So let's imagine that we're here having this conversation 3 years, 5 years from now. Things keep going at the current rate, current trend. How do things look different in the world in terms of how you're running your business when we come back together and we talk about this sort of topic again? Are we going to keep growing from there? Are we going to hit some wall? Are things going to change? What comes to mind? Suresh, maybe we can start with you on the far end.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll start with the sort of just the socioeconomic side of this. I'm really hoping that when we come together 4 or 5 years from now, the questions around what is the human impact of AI on things like employment, on things like social unrest, et cetera, will have been settled in a slightly more positive way than you can imagine as in another light. So that's sort of more from what is the discussion around AI going to look like? From a technology perspective, I do think we'll see this behave more like a sort of cloud marketplace, if you will, and how that evolved. You will certainly see a larger number of sovereign AI providers and neo-cloud providers, but I don't think you'll see quite the preponderance of hundreds of data center operators ultimately serving the customers. I do think you'll see some consolidation on that front. I basically think the demand side equation will have been answered in the sense that inference will have become really mainstream. Frankly, you wouldn't even describe it as inference because every application will embed inference. And so it will become sort of more like a cloud utility in that sense. And so consolidation of vendors, the understanding that AI is embedded into every application without having to explicitly be called out as an inference service, if you will, are probably things we'll see, and a more stabilization of the provider landscape.
Awesome.
In 5 years, a long time to predict. I don't think we're going to be done building out the infrastructure worldwide, though, for this accelerated compute. My personal viewpoint is that we're in for a couple of decade ride. And hopefully, though, by 5 years from now, we're not scrambling to the extent and behind from a capacity versus demand perspective to the extent that we are today, and maybe a little bit closer to a mature business model. But I don't see it slowing down kind of at all. Because the nature of moving from traditional compute, it took 20, 25 years to develop the internet as we know it today. And this is much, much bigger to move from a traditional compute to accelerated compute. And it's going to put pressure on all of us, all of our types of products, to make sure that we plan for that massive capacity build out over time.
So two things, efficiency and business model. When I mentioned isolates earlier, I'm not sure anyone knew what I was talking about. Is where agents share runtime. And if you look, Codex, Lovable, Figma's built their vibe coding platform on us. I think that's going to be the norm. I think that's how clouds, I think that's how computing is going to happen. And then the agentic internet needs a business model. The current internet has a business model. The human internet has a business model. The agentic internet is going to need a business model. And so every single transaction, every single request on a network is going to be a chance for commerce. That'd be super annoying on a human internet that just works, where machines can pay other machines.
So I feel like the flop side of this has done a tremendous job sorting out GPU performance, and now it's up to the rest of us to actually feed these GPUs, either with storage or memory, or in our case, interconnect. Interconnect's been growing much more quickly than the underlying GPU. We're 6 times as large as we were 2 years ago. The analysts have us continuing to grow at similar rates. So to keep that up, we're going to have to go through technologies at a rate that other industries haven't. And so every 2 years, we're going to have to do sort of major upgrades to what we're doing in order to keep pushing bandwidth and scalability and power to feed these enormous requirements that are coming into our end customers. So it's a tremendously exciting future.
I think to use the word agentic internet, I think you will have all of this become a web service layer that is completely distributed, and we'll be talking in terms of POPs. And it might sound crazy, but I spend more than a good portion of my time with sea and space-based data center companies now. And if this goes to its fullest conclusion, the way that we build distributed systems is completely changing. It's already starting to. Google put out their distributed training white paper a few weeks ago, and maybe that happens in space, or maybe that happens underwater. I don't know.
Okay, it's an exciting future. Well, I want to thank everybody in the audience for your attention. Thank you for your time. Hope you enjoyed it.
Okay, well done, everyone. Thank you for digging into that conversation for us so well. Up next, we're getting back to the conversation of data. Web data specifically. This next group is going to help us understand how to gather web data, why it matters. They're going to help us understand the evolving legal landscape around it, and also what options we have as this new agentic future unfolds. Coming to the stage right now, we have Juras Yorshena, the COO of Oxy Labs, and joining him we have Fred Whoa, Fred, come on, it's not even that hard. Fred de Villamil, the Senior Director of NIQ. Welcome, gentlemen, to the stage.
Thank you. Oh, let's go here. A second. Hi, everyone. Really glad to be here. It's an amazing conference so far. So, as I was introduced, my name is Juras. I'm COO at Oxy Labs. And in this company, we have spent the last decade building a really sophisticated infrastructure to help companies gather web data online at a scale. And Fred, could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, Fred. I'm Senior Director at NIQ, where I'm leading multiple scraping and data acquisition initiatives.
Great. So, at least myself, in these conferences, I'm used to really spending time explaining people what do I do and what's web access and what's web scraping. But it seems that I need to do it less and less as time passes. So is it just me, or really web scraping is becoming more critical?
No, web scraping has become more and more critical, especially with the boom of the AI era. AI needs lots of data to be trained, and they need live data, which means that we need to find this data somewhere, and web scraping is the way to do.
Nice. Any other applications outside of AI do you see it's happening?
Yes, analytics. A lot of analytics. We do mostly e-commerce analytic things. So you need to get the price, you need to get the products. You have lots of compliant things, and that's where scraping is very important.
Understood. Okay, and so it's clear if it's core sort of part of business. But why would scraping be important for people outside the industry?
Well, that's a very good question, and scraping is really important to get fresh data, to train your AI, to build this new agentic commerce thing that we are seeing coming. It gives the customer more opportunity to access new data, new thing.
Absolutely. Actually, like not many of us think of it, but most of the models have cutoff dates, and we just don't know things after certain dates. So without live web access, they are pretty much
yes. No, agree. Having fresh data, daily refresh data is really important. Whether you are getting products, you are getting pricing, you are getting news content.
Mm-hmm. Nice. And is it also just me, or there is also some negative sentiment happening around scraping?
There is lots of negative sentiment around scraping. Indeed, there were some recent cases around IP theft when training AI, training AI on stolen books, stolen content. So AI has a very bad press, and scraping has a very bad press as well.
Yeah, and it is a shame having in mind how many good use cases it powers. At the same time, in terms of these dynamics, I mean, I could highlight that the economics are changing a lot as well. So before that, a lot of webmasters used to depend on the traffic coming from search engines. And now I guess the search engines themselves or LLMs answer these questions directly without going to these sites.
Yes, and that's a real problem for website owners because back in the day, search engine would drive traffic to your website. Now is just AI answering with the data you built, which means that the whole economics around advertisement is changing.
That's fully understood. Okay, and sorry, 1 second. And in general, so if we see sort of the sentiment changing in terms of data gathering, is it still the same? Is it getting harder to acquire data online, or is it changing?
No, the data acquisition online has changed a lot lately. You have seen lots of anti-bot technology rising. It started small with CAPTCHA and rate limiting. And then they started to do what we call fingerprinting, so they would know if you're a bot or a human being from everything around your request, like your operating system, the browser you are using, or even the font you have on your desktop. Now it's even harder. With the AI, they are detecting patterns like the way the mouse moves on the screen, how regular or irregular your move is, how you click. Everything is analyzed to detect humans and bots.
Interesting, because there are so many startups that are actually building agents, and supposedly we should be crawling the web, but then we run into problems. And how is it in your experience? I mean, so it is becoming harder. Does it require sort of more technical skill to overcome?
Yes. Anti-bot engineering, the way we call it, require very strong skills, reverse engineering mostly, things that usually you find in cybersecurity, much more than just data gathering. So the landscape has shifted from just building spiders that collect data into understanding what makes a human being from billion-dollar companies.
Understood. Makes sense. And in this environment, which is, let's say, much less welcoming to data gathering, how to do it well? Like, what are these sort of ethical and then legal considerations?
Well, it's not because it's possible that you should do it. And there is a red line not to cross. For example, lots of content now are behind the login. Whether it's for content, e-commerce, it becomes something very classical. And building fake accounts is part of the red line. Buying tokens on the dark web is part of the red line, something you should not cross. And if you wonder if you should do it or not, ask your legal, because there are really lots of legal issues behind there.
Absolutely. And how does it work in terms of geographies? Is this all the same everywhere, or are there differences?
No, there are lots of differences. Some regions like USA, China are much more friendly when it comes to gathering data, training AI. EU is more conservative. There are more regulations. But on the other hand, some regions are really harder to scrape and to get data. Southeast Asia is a real nightmare. China makes scraping illegal. So there is a double language there. On the one hand, we make sure that you can build the new AI economy, but on the other hand, accessing data to build that economy is harder and harder and more regulated.
Understood. And I mean, obviously, there is a common sort of criticism that we and you take more of a sort of restrictive approach, but in that seems to be changing with time now, as everyone understands that it's hard to compete without sort of lessening regulation here.
Yes. It's a big topic, and Arthur Mensch from Mistral AI was mentioning it a few weeks ago when he was being interviewed by the French Senate and deputies, and he explained that you cannot build this economy if you regulate too much. And from a web data acquisition, it's the same. Content and data owner need to understand that if they want a part of the cake, they need to let people scrape the data. And if they just close everything because they fear they won't have the part of the cake, then they will definitely miss the train.
Fully. And I mean, I don't know how about yourself, but at least in my line of business, like we do see more and more traffic sort of coming from LLMs or these other providers, and it's weird. In a sense, it's less traffic than it used to be, just sort of people gathering information, but they are more conversion-oriented, which means we did the research there and then arrive. But I guess the first impression is, look, people are no longer coming to the site, I no longer get the traffic.
No, agents are coming to the site now. They are getting the information. They are gathering the information for you. Agentic commerce is one of the big parts. AI goes to the websites and they build your cart. They suggest what to buy, where to buy, and I'm pretty sure that very soon we will have AI doing the acquisition part by itself.
How do you think it will work among these competitors? Because I'd say if AI chooses the best priced items out of all of the competitors, you only compete on price then?
I don't think so. You should compete on price, on reviews as well. Last year, Amazon put their review behind a login, making it extremely hard to get the data. And reviews is part of it, as well as pricing. If you have a very low price but a crap product, then people won't come back. So I think it's more a balanced thing.
Okay, so in the end, I would say it will be another channel that will probably will rise with time.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, and in general, sort of looking ahead, what do you think companies should do to sort of prepare to this agentic change?
I think the way we provide data is going to change. The website structure is going to change. Websites are less and less going to be the destination for people and more going to the destination for AI, which means, for example, Cloudflare now provides markdown version of the websites for LLMs because it's easier to parse. The people will have to change their website and rethink the way they do. 30 years ago, when we started to have search engine optimization, because Google started to bring traffic, people would build for Google, they would build for AdSense.
Yeah.
And the next revolution in terms of website will be building for AI agent.
Makes sense. Yeah, this is a change in the making, and I guess a big part of the backlash against the AI was that the economics didn't work for publishers and others, and there are all of these new models appearing as pay-per-crawl and sort of, I guess, other incentives, how you just, build subscriptions on your users, so I guess it's just a lot of change that is happening.
Yes, for content producer, it's a real problem, because if you let the AI do the thing and just gather the information, for example, Perplexity is great at that, then how does your revenue scale? Subscription model won't work anymore. Advertisement model won't work anymore, and I don't know yet what will be the new model.
Yeah, but if we will not find one, then I guess we'll not have the open web, so we will better search for one. Okay, so do you have any sort of anticipations for upcoming year, maybe some predictions, what to watch for?
I think in the coming year, companies will understand that they need to open their data to more scraping and crawling. I feel we just go 30 years back in time. Webmasters would block search engine from scraping the data, crawling the data, because it used bandwidth and they were stealing the data. And when Google started to bring business, they changed their mind and they built for Google. So I think the next change will be a complete shift towards bringing data available to AI and to more scraping. But for that, the content producer need to understand how they can monetize it and not just feed AI so other people get the money.
Understood. So the economics need to be there, as it was in the case of the early days of the internet with Google as well. Makes sense. So, yeah, I think we can really take out that it's a big change happening, and one aspect of it is the web, which is so crucial in all of the aspects of so many companies. And how to say, it will change in any case. So it's better to surf it rather to fight it.
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Okay, so then thank you all, and
thank you, Gerard.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Lots of stairs to get down, gentlemen. Here we go. All right. Well done. Thank you so much. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about who's actually writing the code that AI uses. Are we right now in the age of glory around software engineering? Let's see. Our next speaker might have something to say about that. Our next speaker's company actually writes 89% of its shipped code with cloud agents, okay? And he's here to share with us how the best engineers are working today and what a developer might be able to do to start building at scale in this type of environment. So here we go. From the team behind Devin, the world's first autonomous AI software engineer, please welcome to the stage Scott Wu, the CEO and co-founder of Cognition AI. Welcome.
All right. So, I'm Scott. I'm here from Cognition. We make Devin the AI software engineer. I wanted to talk a little bit about what we call the golden age of software engineering. So, a little bit about us. We're Cognition. We got started about 2.5 years ago. A lot of what we do, obviously, is we make Devin, the AI software engineer. We work with a lot of the biggest companies around the world, and so as you can see, Goldman Sachs, Mercedes-Benz, Lowe's, Elevance, et cetera. We work in all of the different geographies. We're big in the US and Europe, Latin America, Asia, Pacific, Middle East, and so forth. And so, the natural kind of first question I would ask is, what do all of these folks have in common? What do Goldman Sachs and Mercedes-Benz and Lowe's have in common? Well, the simple answer is, in 2026, all of these companies are software companies because every company is a software company, right? In the same way that we don't say that companies are internet companies anymore, we don't really say that companies are software companies anymore. All of these folks have tens of thousands of software engineers. They have tons and tons of things that they're building. For Mercedes, it might be all of the little details that go into the car, that can go to the software, that go into the process management, right? For Goldman Sachs, it might be all the transactions that they process or all of the internal tools that they're building and using. But all of these have tons and tons of software, right? And so the first question that I always ask folks in terms of how to think about this is, look, what would you do with an infinite army of software engineers? And I would ask all of you guys to spend a second and just think about that. What would you do with an infinite army of software engineers? And I ask this, and then people kind of assume that, okay, I'm asking like a theoretical question, and yeah, it's cool to imagine in a few years like what's going to happen. I think everyone's kind of seen that as a whole, AI coding has taken off. I don't know if people have understood really deeply just how much it has. And for us internally, one of the craziest stats, which is one of my favorite stats to share, is that at Devin, first of all, we use a lot of Devin to go build Devin, unsurprisingly. But our own amount of software that we've shipped has literally exploded. It's gone crazy in the last 6 to 8 months. And so you can see over the course of this 6 months from November to end of April, we literally 10x'd the amount of software that we shipped. Okay, we brought in some more engineers. You can see we added about 40% to our engineering headcount, which was meaningful. We went from 45 to 60 or something like that. But obviously, the much bigger impact is in what software is done. And remember, guys, software engineering and AI coding was already a big thing in November 2025, right? So what changed exactly over the course of 6 months that allowed us to ship 10 times more and do 10 times more? Well, I think a few things in particular. First of all, the models and the core capabilities just keep getting better. And so I think the single biggest thing that I always think of when I think about this is this METR study, which looks at, for an agent or for an AI, what is the average length of a task that the AI can do without any interruption, right? So it can do it all in one shot. It can figure out all the details. And as you can see, not that long ago, a few years ago, what we were talking about was, okay, it can do about 30 seconds of work. You know, if you take a look at GPT 3.5 right in the middle of that chart, 30 seconds of work, which is not bad, by the way, right? And that was the ChatGPT moment. That was the exciting thing. It's just you ask it a conversation, you know, you have some questions, and it can have that with you, right? Now, we actually kind of broke the scale. You know, it turns out the longest tasks in the data set, they don't go that much beyond 16 hours tasks, but the latest models kind of just go and solve all this, right? And it's worth thinking about because obviously, when you're talking about 30 seconds at a time, you are talking about an assistant. You're talking about a chatbot, right? You're talking about something that you can ask a question, it'll give you that answer in 30 seconds. And you're talking about something that can do 16 hours of work or even multiple days of work is kind of what we're getting into now. And then you really are talking about a full AI software engineer, right? You're giving it an entire task, you're giving it a project, you're asking it to own things end to end and go and do that. And it's not just any one model. Which is worth calling out. It's actually all the different models. And so you can see, this is each of the different labs and their flagship models and how they're each doing. Every single one of them has obviously gotten much, much better. And so we're getting to a point where there's real saturation on a lot of tasks. And frankly, it's all the models are good enough to just go and do these tasks, right? And what does that mean? Well, for us, what that means and how you really get the meaningful gains here is by having the agents close the loop. Okay? And so previously, one of the big things that folks were talking about was writing the code, right? And the first big breakthrough, I would say, in AI coding was GitHub Copilot. It was tab complete. You were looking at the files. You're having these things go through. Now, rather than just writing the code, you are doing every single step, right, autonomously. What that means, obviously, is you can have the agent take on this entire thing. And so you're tagging the agent on a ticket, or there's a customer that had an issue, and you're just asking the agent to go solve that issue, right? You ask Devin to go solve that issue. And it's going to do every single one of these. It's going to understand the code base. It's going to plan out the change. It's going to write the code. It's going to have computer use. So it's going to go be able to test the code by itself. It's going to be able to do review, right? And that's how you get the real gains. And with that too, it means you can have them initiate their own work, right? So you can start their sessions autonomously. You can have these things go end to end. One of my favorite stats. So obviously, how did we 10x our software development rate? We have Devin write it all, and so as you can see, you see the percent of code committed by Devin going up to 90+%. We basically use Devin for pretty much everything right now. The thing that's even crazier is Devin actually also does the majority of starting Devins. So this is all of the Devin sessions at Cognition by week, and this is what fraction of them were started interactively, in other words, by a human that said, okay, hey, Devin, can you please go do this? And then this is what fraction of them were started asynchronously because there was an automated event, there was a trigger, right? And so every single thing you can imagine, it could be Devin starting sub-agents, it could be planning out specific tasks, it could be, for example, like if you have API routes that you want to monitor for performance, then yeah, you run automated triggers to go run those routes, check how performance compares to what it was 1 week ago. If it's somehow noticeably slower, then you spin up a Devin to go take a look, right? If you have an error in Datadog, you spin up a Devin to go take a look, right? You run all of these automatically. And that's what we're seeing as well, where the majority of the sessions can now actually be run and kicked off proactively as too. So all of that is to kind of say, okay, agents can act like real software engineers. Now, my favorite story on this, by the way, is I was in Japan recently to get to speak to some of our Devin users there. Someone asked me this question. We were doing kind of like a Q&A session. Someone was asking me this question, which is, hey, so what honorific do you think I should be using with Devin? I said, what do you mean, what honorific? And she said, well, like I talk to Devin all the time. I just don't know. Should I say Devin-san? Should I say Devin-kun? Is it Devin-sama? What's the right? But you can really think of your agents as a full software engineer, right? They can use the computer themselves. They can work with every single integration you have. They can go and test the code. They can do browser use. They can do all these parts, right? What does that mean? Well, obviously the next question then is how should you reframe your org with that in mind? And a few things in particular. First of all, as we're saying, you want to do things as parallel and as event-driven as possible. And so this is a lot of what we've seen has really taken off in the last 3 to 6 months, which is all of the kinds of things, it's almost like every kind of mental hook that would make you as a software engineer want to go and do something, you can set up that hook for Devin as well, right? And so, for example, bulk CVE remediation, right? All of us have tons of tools that go and scan through the code base and help us figure out, okay, what are potential warnings, what are potential security vulnerabilities. You can have Devin go and automatically fix those, right? Big version upgrades or big code base refactors that you're going and doing at scale. You can have Devin go and tackle every single file of a massive code base, right? And kind of run all of these in parallel. Same thing for all of these event-driven cases, right? Bug triage. Customer report comes in. Usually what happens is, okay, a human has to go take that and say, okay, here's the thing. Let me go start off a Devin to go do that. Well, you can actually skip that middle step and say, okay, look, just have that go straight to a Devin, and then you can have a pull request ready for you that you can go and review and go and do. And then similarly for all the everyday development that you do, working on your PRs or handling on testing or just kind of building out a particular feature end to end, you can do every single one of these, obviously autonomously, right? It's worth calling out because it's if I were to just pull this up, the meaningful change that's happened in the last 6 months, I would say, is, by the way, 13% in December of 2025, 13% is a lot, right? Every single team, think about a team of 1,000 software engineers, and imagine you could tell them, okay, you are getting an extra 130 software engineers worth of bandwidth to go and build things. You can do a lot with that, right? And that means taking on kind of like a lot of the one-off features or some of these particular repetitive tasks. I think the important shift that's happened is actually now you can have that work for pretty much everything, right? And 89% or 90% is actually not like an extra 130 engineers. I mean, if anything, it's like you are doing 10 times as much, right? Because you can have, for 1,000 human engineers, you basically have 9,000 AI engineers that go along with that. And so when you get to that point, what you also, of course, care about is you want to think about, okay, well, how do I evaluate these based on real business impact, right? And so, I think the whole token maxing era lasted for approximately 6 months in my mind. And obviously, people were talking about, okay, how many tokens are you using? How many? It's almost exactly the same as saying, okay, how many lines of code did you write? There's a famous story, right, which is, back in like the 90s or early 2000s, there was a software engineer. And all their teams were measured on how much code that they wrote. And so at the end of each week, they would kind of submit a report. Okay, here's how many lines of code I wrote. And then one of the engineers submitted a report and said negative 200. I said negative 200. So then they asked, okay, what does that mean? Well, I re-implemented this whole thing way faster, way cheaper. It was a way better architecture. And actually, I was able to go delete like 800 lines of code for the 600 lines of code that I wrote. And they said, okay, you know what? Lines of code, maybe not the right metric. But what we're seeing is every single one of these is moving towards, obviously, what actually matters for your business. And this is kind of why we come back to that core question of, okay, well, what would you do with this infinite army of software engineers, right? What is the additional software that you build? And I think it's worth kind of like really intuiting this, because I think one of the most common questions that we hear, as I'm sure you all can imagine, is, okay, well, so what happens to all the human software engineers? Well, the simple answer is, look, every human software engineer is 10 times more productive. But guess what? We have 10 times more things to go build, And when we think about all the things that we want to go do, it's, imagine going to the Department of Motor Vehicles, except it works. All of that is software, all of that is process, all of that is things that can be better. Imagine going and logging in and pulling up your medical records, except the product experience is actually good. Imagine logging into your bank and actually being able to do all the things that you want to go do, right? And so every single company out there, obviously, has these teams of thousands or tens of thousands of software engineers because there's so much software to build. And the reality is there's actually 10 times more of that to go do, right? And so a lot of it is holding agents to those same standards of, okay, well, how do I think about the actual project outcomes that I'm going and delivering? How do I think about what I'm doing end to end? How do I think about basically what it is that I want to go build and why I can do much more of that? And so, I think we're kind of already moving past this token maxing era, which lasted all of, January to May or so. There's some of the famous kind of stories where folks, Uber, for example, very famously said they burned through their entire token budget for the year in just 3 months. Obviously, I think the answer to this is not to say, okay, well, your goal is to do as much with tokens as possible. The answer, of course, is to figure out, okay, well, what are the outcomes that you want to go and drive, right? And so I think a lot of what we're getting to is what we're seeing is you are thinking much more about what are the outcomes that you're seeing, and what is the productivity? What are you doing with the capacity? Why does that matter, right? Which brings me to the end of this, which is, look, the golden age of software engineering is really here, and I've had folks ask me about this all the time. Okay, well, all this stuff with AI coding is cool, but when do we really get to abundance? Guys, we're getting there right now, and if your team is going and doing these things correctly, you literally can do 10 times more, right? And I think the core question, I think, for all of us to ask and for all of us to think about really is, what do you want to build? So, thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Scott. Well done. Oh, you can bring that with you. All right. Up next, if agents are writing a lot of our code now, then who is checking their work? Well, up next, our speaker is spearheading Snyk's evolution from its leadership in developer security towards the future of AI trust, specifically. Now, he's here to help us get real on kind of some of these security problems that nobody was really needed to solve, I should say, until agents started building code. So, important layer on top of what we just heard from Scott, but please welcome to the stage Manoj Nair, Chief Innovation Officer and CTO at Snyk. Here he is.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here and great to follow Scott. You know, he's a partner and a friend, and I get to actually talk about the golden age of software, but it comes with a bill. So, you know, following a legend like that is never easy. He's very right, by the way. It is really possible to do a lot of things, but the golden age has a bill, and I want to talk a little bit about that. I don't want to lead with fear. So I do want to talk about how do we solve some of the issues, but I do want to talk about what are those issues. So one of the benefits in my role at Snyk, we have about 5,000 customers, half of the Fortune 500 runs on Snyk. We get to have a lot of conversations with a lot of real data on how software development has evolved. Right, so we go from an SDLC to an ADLC, and the agentic development, and what are those risks, what are existing ones, what are new ones. And really, you look at, there'll be a 1.4 trillion is the software spend this year. And if you look at OpenAI and Anthropic's S1s, you'll see their estimation of the coding TAM, just coding, is $1 trillion. This is the #1 use case in AI today. There's no question. A lot of those rapid, up and to the right hockey sticks is coming from that. So no, I'm not arguing with the upside. This is real. I just want to price in the part that nobody else is. And so what is that, right? That is this trust gap. So me and my peers, and one of the things with the security community, it's very much a community. So we will exchange a lot of what's happening with our customers in these conversations. Hundreds of real meetings. This is specifically just in Europe, last month or so. And the conversations, you see the questions on the slide. There's this trust gap with that AI potential. And whether you call it skepticism or cynicism or the shift from that, cost, by the way, and especially in the US, no one was talking about cost. People were talking about token maxing, which was like a Dilbert cartoon waiting to happen. In the last 2 to 3 weeks, cost has become a big thing. So cost, productivity, what about the security? What about open models? What is the ROI, right? And what is the trust fabric for us to really, truly become agentic? Every company wants to become an AI company. Every company wants to build with agents. And right now, they're coding with agents, right? And so let's quantify it a little bit. This is real data. As I said, one of the benefits in my role at Snyk is we get to talk to these customers, and we get to actually share what is happening with the trajectory. AI is not removing risk; it's compounding risk. This is real data across 4,800 customers over the last year. 108% more security vulnerabilities. This is a direct result of speed, maybe. You could say that AI is as good as humans, who are not great at producing flawless code. So if it's just a 2x increase in speed, but we also see a lot of remediation efforts going on. Like we have a partnership with Cognition. Scott just talked on how do you remediate vulnerabilities. Despite those things, so we're remediating more, yet it's going 2x. So what do you do, and why does this matter? And I'll talk about why does this thing really become one of the bottlenecks here structurally And what is the blueprint to solve this? So if you just think about this tower, I'll build it in 3 layers. So if you think the layer 1 was that technical security, technical legacy debt. We have millions of unpatched vulnerabilities. We have specific customers who are sitting on millions. I had one customer say, I don't have enough compute in my country, even with agents, to eradicate all that. And that started before agents and before AI. Now at the AI speed, last week we were at the AI Engineer World's Fair. We had Steve Yagé on stage, and Steve's one of the luminaries, builders in the space. Steve goes, I can be 100x more faster with AI and agents. A swarm of agents produce 100x more code. And then a CISO of a top bank asks, OK, so that means 100x more vulnerabilities for me to fix? And that's what we're saying. You see Jen Easterly's quote in there. We have not had, the real root of the cybersecurity problem is around the software quality. And so that's, kind of the pillar that we're going to have to address as we think about this. And that's just existing types of risks, software code risk, software package risk. When you really think about agents and all the magic that you just saw in the prior talk, it happens because agents have access to MCP servers. They give access to your proprietary data in your environment. They give them ability to actually use other tools that are very specific to your enterprise. They have access to skills. The skills make them, better than just talking. They can actually do things. So these are powerful. But these 3 lines of English in a skill can become a malware. So we found, in our research, we found that GitHub's MCP server had something called a toxic flow. These are just existing vulnerabilities chained together, plus a new vulnerability, prompt injection. And now you can get your private source code exfiltrated. So these things exist on the skills side too. A third of the skills libraries were found, to have issues. So you have that, and you have actual, and I said in the last slide, assume that agents are producing code as good in a security perspective than humans. Well, the research showed they're not. Today, the best models produce on their own about 60% good code. That's like best case. This is real benchmarks that they cannot train on across a real enterprise customer base. So they are actually producing worse code, and they have new supply chain issues that didn't exist when humans produce code. And then everyone's heard this Pocket OS story, I think. Here's an agent. It goes, oops, I deleted the backend database. I'm sorry, I should not have. The predictability of agents is still something that is an unsolved problem. And they do have these issues going off the rails. Some people say they got tired, right? Long-running agentic loops was another big. Everything is about loops now. Well, those loops, eventually, if the agent in the loop misbehaves, what do you do? So the behavioral problems of agents are another, cascade on this layer cake. And essentially, what we have done is we're, stacking up these 3 layers of risks. And what will happen now is what knocks over. You probably recognize I was trying to build a little Jenga tower. Anyone play Jenga with their kids? So this is what we have built. We have built something that won't be taken down by an insider. It might be a rogue agent, but for sure, the machine speed attacker is here. And the Five Eyes, the intelligence leaders of the top 5, Western nations, just last week, a couple weeks ago, said this is not something that's coming 6 months, 9 months, a year. This is months away. Autonomous attacks are real. You don't need a Mythos class, model to be able to do an autonomous attack. We have seen it in the wild, and all the frontier labs have been used in this. And these attacks basically take away the whole old approach of vulnerability management, saying, I'll fix my criticals, I'll fix my highs, and the other things are just too difficult for an attacker. Well, when an attacker doesn't sleep and is using models, and these open models are getting almost as good, we think it's 3 months to 6 months where open models will be as good as a Mythos class model, right? And so as somebody who uses all these models, plus open models to do these kind of simulations and adversarial tests, this is not something that we can sustain living with that. We need to build something that is really inspired by, structure right across the window from here, we have to stop playing Jenga. We have to stop stacking one risky block on top of the other. We want the opposite. We want an engineering load-bearing, built to withstand storm, and that is really that architectural shift. And the good news is it's possible. It's almost like that judo lesson. You have to use your opponent's strengths to actually flip it around. We think you can use the power of agents to actually flip all of these problems that I done. But it's really thinking about it in a different way. And part of this architecture is really thinking about a structural choice. Some of you maybe in this room, some of the people I talk about, they think that the frontier labs are going to solve this problem for them. And there's definitely a lot of capabilities being built. But if you're a leader in this room, let's say you're a CEO or a CFO, when was the last time you had your accountant basically also be their auditor? This is a fundamental premise in security that has never been questioned before, the fox guarding the hen house, some say. Well, we're right now thinking that can happen. That cannot happen. So if there's one thing you take away from this talk is your architectural structural choice is to figure out how do you get an independent validator. And let's take those three problems. And I'm not sitting and pitching, sneak in most of this talk. This is educating on real issues. But what we have done to solve this for our customers, think about the autonomous attacker. What do? I said you cannot have any door or window unguarded, right? All those low vulnerabilities have to go away. We have case studies where we have taken customers from 2 years of technical debt to erase that in 2 weeks. How? We feed security context to an agent like Cognition, Devin, or others, Cursor, Claude, whatever you're using. If you're using agentic development, getting that security context allows you to drive the agent to safely remediate it. And the context is important because we have things like breakability in there. We'll make sure that your app doesn't break by just vulnerability remediation. There's a lot of other context we are able to get from the kind of usage we have across this base. So we feed that to agents, or we have a remediation agent ourselves. A couple weeks ago, it's still in experimental mode, our own agent. We were able to remediate 16,000 critical issues at a Mag 7 company. So one of the 7 largest companies in the world. This is possible. We're making this available to the entire open source community. Any maintainer can do that for free without paying us. We want to make sure it's not just our customers. We want to make sure everyone's able to eradicate these kind of fundamental issues. But then once you erase them, you want to prevent new issues. You also want to adversarially test it like an attacker does. So that's something that, hey, if Mythos is going to do this, or Mythos Class Open Model is going to do this with a harness and context, how do you actually eradicate it? So that's foundationally how we think, at least at an app layer, how our biggest customers are starting to deal with this. It's not just small companies. It's companies that work with frontier labs like Labelbox. A couple of weeks ago, we had a Fortune 10 that said got to backlog 0. Backlog 0 is not impossible anymore. So do that immediately will be one of the first things. The next thing is preventing. Almost everyone wants to or is already using an agentic dev tool. Cursor, Claude, Codex, Devin. You have an opportunity when you're using tools like that to really provide it with security context while the build is going on, not after the human in the loop gets the code. That is the other thing, like the prevention. So you're not constantly in this remediation loop because that can be very expensive, compute and tokens and all that. So prevention with the proper context allows you more efficiently to not continue to be in this debt. And then those other Jenga layers that I talked about, the supply chain. Let's test those 3 lines of English before your dev loads it up in the agent. The agent can't do anything. This is from outside, so you can't look at a Cursor or a Claude. These are friends sharing skills. This is an MCP server somebody built. Looked cool. It's malicious. And so it could be built by a company. I talked about the GitHub example. Microsoft spends how much in security? So it's not because they were not careful. These are fundamental flaws that need independent validators. So take that supply chain, be checking your skills in MCP servers, and provide the agent security context. For example, I don't know how many of you use Cowork or Claude or Codex. it will download a package if it feels like it. Last week live on stage, I showed this at the AI Engineer World's Fair. We asked it to generate a QR code for scanning the attendees. It pulls the package, 2 package options. One package is not being updated, one QR code package scanner is not being updated for 10 years. Do you think that is a good choice for the agent to make? No. So we can tell the agent, no, that's a bad choice, the health of this package is susceptible, it will pick the other one. But if you don't tell it, toss up. It could pick the wrong one, right? And so that's the second layer. And the third one is you really need to observe the behavior of the agent. And it's not about guardrails and always poking a human in the loop. If you really understand how the agent is behaving and look at its memory and you're able to graph what it's doing, you can steer the behavior. Again, I said you can use some of these flaws in how they're built actually as a strength. So the fact that I can steer an agent to come back on the rails before I think it's going off the rails, that is probably one of the most complex things that we've done. But that's like the final layer. Like, let's keep these agents on track. Let's feed them context, and let's use them to fix the adversary, right? And so that's really, by the way, all the things from a security perspective. It's not just security. Some of you might need to go justify this to to your bosses. Why would you invest in doing all these things differently than the past? Don't invest in the security solution of the old. Use this. And if you need regulation, and I know the EU Act now has some more runway of the last few weeks, but there's some specific things in the Act that require that you to be able to start doing some of the things that I talked about. And yes, there's time till 2027 now. It's not August 2nd. Great, we can breathe a sigh of relief, or we can really start building because it takes time. But that could be another, really, regulation is not the reason to do something. It's an excuse maybe to unlock budget to be able to actually go do the right thing. And fundamentally, to net it out, I talked about what we are doing. We're doing these 3 things. We're tackling the 3 main problems we get asked every time. Autonomous attacks, how do you get ahead of it? It is happening. It'll happen. Your bank accounts, it's our lives. It's not some theoretical thing. These are real issues that you have to get ahead of. And so 1, 2 is protecting this new attack surface, but using the strength of agents versus thinking about what could go wrong. And then the last one is really thinking about the whole behavior and how you start building first-party agents safely. If you're building an agent for your business, and you want to use an open model, I talked to you about all the questions. Would you like to know what your dev teams are actually building with? What components are there? You look at the floor full of AI companies. How do you know that some of them didn't bring shadow components into your building of agentic software? So it's not building with, now it's your building. You're being asked to build software. So that third problem is something where you need real visibility of what AI components are in your thing, and you need real context in terms of what is the risk of component X. So last week, our risk scores keep computing all the time on various models. Frontier model, we benchmarked the top 2. Now on PII attacks, they escape 0%. So if you give it some PII, the top 2 latest models are doing a great job of not revealing the PII to an attacker. The favorite open model that rhymes with LLM, I'll keep names off the stage, failed 100% of the time. So I would not want to use it if I'm building a very PII-sensitive app. On the other hand, the top 2 frontier labs didn't do very well in, let's say a human gives a guardrail, some governance policy. We were able to attack and make it, 30-40% of the time, get it to sway away from the guidance explicitly given to this. This is what causes the agent behavior, by the way. The open model was 0% of the time. It stuck to its rules 100% of the time. So maybe it's very good for being a customer service chatbot model behind that. So again, that's the level of, as you go from coding to building with agents, first you have to safely code. You have to take care of your vulnerabilities. Then you have to safely build, right? So for us, that's what we're doing. We think you as a room, this is a room of leaders. you can use this question. You know, your peers, the top banks in the world, the top retailers in the world, the top medical institutions, the governments of the world, who are our customers, they're being asked by their boards, what are you going to do in the face of Mythos? You will get that question. You should be ready. All that debt that you never could, figure out how to retire. Like we have a prospect, one of the top banks in Europe. They still have 75 languages of coding they're trying to carry along. This is the time to say it's time to retire some of that debt. This is the time to actually tell the business this thing comes at a cost, and let's not invest in the legacy waste. Let's fail forward and be ready for a future way of doing things, right? But take this blueprint, and this has been successful. Like, I'm not telling you something that has not happened. We've had unlock of budgets and ability for boards to shift and provide mandates that allow security to get ahead with this approach of say, we're going to do 1, 2, 3 things. But definitely also push your vendors on what are you doing. And that's the last point, right? What can we collectively, what can this room do together? And I think it's really like being very aware of these risks. I think, part of it is the open community. Open wins all the time. And today, open source is under attack more than it ever was. This is a company sitting on tens of thousands of vulnerabilities because they got secret access to some secret model that found cyber issues, and then they're trying to monetize that and provide just the inner click, the fixes. That's not going to secure the world. We want to invest in open source. That's why we gave our entire portfolio for all of the open source maintainers. What can you all do to support the open movement? What about open models? That is another thing that is going to be critical for the future of AI. It's not just a few frontier labs. So how do you support that, and how do you have trusted open models? Right? And so that's a collective, for this room. You can challenge your teams, you can challenge your governments, you can challenge your vendors, and you can support the open community. So there's something for all of us to do. In the end, I got inspiration from being in this iconic place. I think the way we stay strong and have strong structures is, I have 2 pictures here. Both structures were engineered by the same person, a century apart, right? And so they're built to flex with the storm. They don't bend. They don't, break. They're not a tower of Jenga. But they also, it's a symbolization of being open, being allied, and that's the power. So let's build, but let's build safely, and let's build together, and let's build openly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Up next, we're going to talk a little bit about deployable capacity. What does this mean? Well, right now, all of our AI factories are still being built as physical buildings, of course, right? This requires power and cooling and different aspects around reliability and speed, and all of this has to come together as one clear system. Now, here to share with us why the AI factory only works when it's engineered as a complete industrial system from the ground up. Hopefully he'll share some how with us as well. Please welcome to the stage Gio Albertazzi, the CEO of Vertiv.
Oops, you tell me. Hello and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us today. Gio Albertazzi will talk you through what really keeps everything AI alive, what enables AI to actually work and exist, if you will. It is the physical infrastructure. Clearly, there is no need to explain the importance of AI, the volume, the demand behind that. But certainly, at least to some audiences, it's important to remind how important it is to have an AI infrastructure that can support and make the actual AI that is used by the businesses, by the individual, by the consumers exist. So it's not about proving AI. It is about maximizing the useful AI as it is generated by an AI factory. The world is changing. What we thought in terms of the physical infrastructure, the traditional data center may not, and in most of the circumstances, is no longer adequate for AI infrastructure. Certainly, capacity and compute are constraints right now. But the constraints of compute is the AI factory. So the speed at which an AI factory is deployed, the efficiency at which the available power is turned into tokens is really the key and the solutions to the problem. It's all about talking in terms of AI output per megawatt. It is token per megawatt. For those who come from the physical infrastructure industry, in the past we used to talk in terms of PUE as a metric of efficiency. We are beyond that. Think about an AI data center, an AI factory as a factory. It's about how much output you extract and how do you maximize that output. So it is a constrained world when it comes to compute capacity. It's a constrained world when it comes to available power. It's how we maximize that available power. So there are 5 forces at play in this moment in the industry. One is density. Density of data centers is changing dramatically. Density at rack level is changing dramatically. From traditional kind of a rack densities, power in the tens of kilowatt, we are now going to 100, 600, in the future 1 megawatt per rack. That changes everything. Everything in terms of the power and the thermal architecture, in terms also of how you operate a data center. Think about how much power and current you can have in a data center. The speed at which you make that capacity available typically defines the success of a certain AI player. How fast are you in making your AI available to the market is absolutely critical. So how fast you are, the time to token for a data center, an AI data center, is absolutely important. Scale is orders, and I'm actually accurate here, orders of magnitude bigger than it used to be in the past. So forget about bespoke data center design. It's all about scale. It's all about optimization. It's all about rapid deployment. Complexity is increasing. If you really want to be super efficient and fast, you have to architect everything in one. And don't forget that whatever everyone in the IT and the data layers are doing, they're creating a lot of challenging loads from a current and thermal standpoint that need managing. So all things that were, if not existing at all, but certainly much less acute in the past, are now central. So what is changing is really the very economics of a data center and infrastructure. It's really about maximizing tokens per second per megawatt, and look at it in terms of efficiency, productivity. It's really about how fast you are deploying capacity and how good you are at extracting compute out of every single watt. So traditionally, data centers are built a piece at a time. You have a power train that is made of a switchgear, a UPS, etc., all thought through as individual optimized components, but the system is not working in an ideal manner. What we call the seams between the various, connecting the various pieces are not optimized. If these seams are not optimized, the data center is not optimized. Those token economics are not working ideally. So we got to change that paradigm completely. We have to really make sure that there are no capacity leakages in the system at all. That means that the architecture of an AI factory, of a data center, needs to be engineered, re-engineered, rethought through holistically with all parts, not like discrete elements of a system, but like intrinsic component of one big seamless system across the powertrain, the thermal chain, everything controls, and in the end, seamless to the compute to maximize the tokens per watt per second we were talking about earlier. So just a quick walk through the traditional way of building data centers vis-a-vis what we see becoming mainstream. As Vertiv, we have been in the industry for decades and decades, and we are absolutely proud of the technology we bring about with every component, be it a UPS, a chiller, a cooling distribution unit for liquid cooling, you name all the components, a switchgear, everything. But we know that no matter how optimized the individual component is, there is a limit. There are diminishing returns to the optimization of the system when you just think about the data center in a traditional way of building, designing, and engineering as somewhat discrete pieces. We see it an opportunity that we call an opportunity for convergence. When you look at a data center as a whole, it means that the individual components of the data centers are not only optimized as such, but are designed and built exactly to realize that minimization of losses or inefficiencies at the level of the seams that we are addressing. So we now think in terms, and the whole industry, and certainly the thought leadership is around optimization of the whole powertrain, is a powertrain that is grid interactive. The power constraints on the power side are such that not only we see a lot of AI factories and data centers becoming, let's say, autonomous when it comes to power, so behind the meter power generation, but also become very interactive with the grid, so helping the grid in many circumstances as well, and making the behind-the-meter power generation also more economically viable. But really, if you look at the red area between the optimized system-level whole data center system convergence, that's the gain that you have thinking, designing, every component, the whole data center, and then the delivery of a data center as a converged system. So it's end-to-end, it's pre-engineered. This pre-engineering happens with the ecosystem partners, the silicon players, the data center developers, the hyperscalers. So a very important and easy to grasp, if you will, example is what happens in white space. Typically, you build a data center, you have a big white space, and then you deploy compute. But before deploying compute, you have to fit out with everything, liquid cooling, power distribution, cabling, and whatnot, a very complicated activity inside the white space. So rethink it completely, and that's where the industry is moving, where we're leading the industry towards, is optimize the design of everything inside the white space and deploy very rapidly through modularization. So again, not discrete or let's say thought independently designed component in the white space, but everything exactly designed and deployed at speed, reducing the deployment time inside the white space by an order of magnitude, which means a much faster time to revenue, time to token for the data center developers, and certainly much earlier compute capacity available. So this is now becoming mainstream in the industry and demonstrate demonstrates not only the power of modularization, but also the efficiency that comes in terms of total cost of ownership and deployment time from a converged infrastructure at white space level inside the data hall. So what you see here combines cabling, power distribution, liquid cooling, and you see it even here. So from discrete field integrated component to an entire infrastructure that is prefabricated, pre-engineered, and deployed at very, very high speed. So tokens per second, tokens per euro, tokens per watt, time to first token, absolutely optimized at levels that were unthinkable simply a couple of years ago. But then we cannot just stop here. Think about the entire infrastructure now. Now, we know that traditionally there are many ways of building compute, make compute available. We have seen and we are driving in the industry a, let's say, evolution towards increasingly large levels of optimization, prefabrication, and modularization. Of course, all what I said, combined with optimized engineering, and very often this optimized engineering, for example, designs a data center model, reference design, exactly to a certain silicon model, so that you have the certainty that running over the years that type of silicon, you can do that in the most optimized way. So think about this wave of optimization and modularization combined to extreme engineering optimization of the infrastructure. That allows us to go all the way to the next level. Just like when we were talking about white space, we were talking about a deployment of a white space infrastructure that can really be seen as one SKU, one SKU that is rapidly deployed, and one SKU that is manufactured. So instead of having also the quality variability that you experience on site, let alone the difficulty to find and to have access to, let's say, trained and capable labor on site as you build an infrastructure, a data center, and ultimately compute. In this case, you can have everything done in a factory, much more control, much more repeatable, so not only optimized and not only, very importantly, rapidly deployed. But take this concept of moving from building a data center to manufacturing a data center. And then you have the concept of design and optimize the entire data center as one product made of various modules that are deployed, and they can be deployed over time as the need for compute capacity expands, or as more power becomes available in a certain site. And those modules can then scale, let's say, all the way to hundreds of megawatts or gigawatts in a seamless way. Again, think in terms of deploying one SKU, deploying one product. So it's a dramatic shift in the way things are defined. And it's a dramatic shift because it enables the industry to completely cut the time that it takes to engineer, design a data center. These designs, these reference designs I'm talking about, are already optimized on the leading silicon, and that can be deployed at a high speed. When you think in terms of a fully modularly converged infrastructure, then we can really think in terms of an infrastructure that can be deployed in approximately half the time, that can be deployed on a smaller footprint, and very, very importantly, optimize from an engineering standpoint on the specific silicon, or more flexible depending on the type of business model that our customers have, and that can dramatically lower the total cost of ownership. But again, don't take total cost of ownership lightly. When you think about data centers that run half a gigawatt or a gigawatt, then that TCO translates dramatically in terms of cost of running the infrastructure. If that translates dramatically favorably, of course, in terms of cost of running the infrastructure, that then translates in a dramatically improved cost per token. And that is an enormous lever for competitiveness in the AI world. So a lot of what we're doing has absolutely this type of concept behind. It's not just about moving in an isolated manner in the industry. I've been in the industry for a few years, and in the past, the various players would move independently, and anyway, the stability of the, let's say, technical specification that we're addressing such that it didn't matter. Things move so fast now that absolutely you need to, and one needs to cooperate very, very closely with the silicon providers, very, very closely with the hyperscalers and the deployers, because it is really a teamwork. The design and the technology that we deploy today will host tomorrow, 2 years, 3 years down the line, the new silicon, and we need to be ready. So it is about, working with partners. It's about enabling and having the capacity as Vertiv to really serve this type of model at scale and globally. It is about having a service organization, because again, when you deploy this massive capacity, then it all starts, because then your asset will run for 15, 20 years, and those 20 years better be very, very efficient. But also, we go back to, hey, we enable an industry that relied a lot on any kind of a different opinions, technical flavors, etc., towards speed of deployment, really pre-optimized design, and off you go, industry. Here is your physical infrastructure. Go ahead with building compute capacity, compute power. So, and as Vertiv, certainly one of the most, we like to think, and we believe we have the broadest portfolio of physical infrastructure technologies, really powertrain, thermal chain from the grid all the way, follow the power all the way into the rack, whether it's a traditional powertrain or if it is a new powertrain at 100-volt DC, and the same thing on the cooling side and all the infrastructure around that. So the world is changing. It is about working together with our partners, and especially it's about pre-engineering, optimizing, and deploying at scale. So with that, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Giordano.
Thank you.
All right, now that all of our AI factory issues are solved and we've gone deep into the technical side of things, up next, let's start talking about creativity in the age of AI. We have a fantastic group joining us next who know all about this side of things, all right? So please help me. We're going to welcome to the stage Duncan Clark. He is the CEO of Pro Design at Canva. They are, of course, a company with $4 billion in annualized revenue, if you didn't know, doing quite well. We have Guillaume Prinsen. He is the head of EMEA at Anthropic. They also, by the way, 9 out of 10 Fortune 10s use Claude, use their tools. All right, and we have a fantastic moderator for this conversation, Michael Harris, the vice chairman of the New York Stock Exchange. Please, big round of applause as we welcome those three to the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today's discussion is focused on creativity, which is a little different from a lot of the other conversations, which are more technical in nature. But you guys are at the forefront in many ways of, I think, a fantastic conversation on creativity. I think maybe just to kind of start the conversation, maybe Duncan, we'll start with you, but as you kind of look at Canva and the journey that you've gone through, you have one of the most popular design firms that's been created. How do you just go about, have you kind of look back and you think about the journey that the company's been on, maybe walk us through that, and just I think also more importantly for the audience, what's been one of the things or a few takeaways that have really surprised you about that growth?
So Canva launched about 12 years ago with a very clear mission to empower the world to design. And so it was a very big sort of problem statement at the beginning, which is that most people had no design training and no access to design tools. And the whole company from the beginning has stayed very true to that mission. That has meant making a tool that is extremely easy to use, extremely integrated, all the different things you can do in it kind of can be operated in the same way. Also very international, and it's been really important as we've reached users everywhere from South America to South Africa to Western Europe, that we've made the product highly localized and highly personal for those users. We've got 265 million users using Canva now every single month, and so it's really important that you respond to the local nuance. And then more recently, as AI has come in, it's just accelerated that mission. Whereas some companies see AI as a kind of completely new way of doing things, for us it's just another technology that allows us to help our users achieve their visual results better and faster.
Fantastic. And maybe Guillaume, for you, Anthropic I think as a brand has carved out a very unique, distinct identity. We talked about this a few nights ago, but how do you think about what makes Claude different? And also, how does that resonate with European businesses and other geographies?
Yeah, a couple of things. First kind of comes back to the founding story with the 7 founders of Anthropic who left another AI lab in 2021 to start Anthropic with really this fundamental thinking that they wanted to be on a mission to make sure that transformative AI was going to impact the world positively. What that means is there's amazing things that transformative AI can do, but there's also tremendous risks around it if it's not deployed properly and safely to the world. And so, that safety aspect that has been baked into how we build models, how we build product from the offset in Anthropic is really something that's central to our DNA. We had a safety team before having a product team, and that's not something very common. The second aspect is around our laser focus on the enterprise. We are an enterprise-focused company, B2B focused. It just so happens some users love to use our products in the enterprise and kind of bring them back home after that. But that is our main focus from the start. And so I think that's also what kind of companies appreciate. Back to your question about Europe, I think both those stances, and in particular, I'd say the thoughtful, trustful, safety-oriented posture and position and products that we build and the way we deploy them across the world is also something that resonates a lot with European customers. European customers are very much they're looking for trustful partners. They are looking for trusted data. They have more compliance and other regulatory kind of constraints and requests, and that's something that we are, from a DNA perspective, baking into what we do on a day-to-day basis. I think ultimately what we're seeing is enterprise customers are looking for a trusted partner, and they're looking for a partner that very much resembles their own values. Because if you're going to build your AI on an AI stack, you want kind of those values to be aligned, and that's something that we're seeing across Europe.
Great, thanks. When you maybe turning back to you, Duncan, looking at the idea, which I think a lot of companies struggle with, which is in terms of the AI adoption cycle. And you've spent a lot of time just as a company in terms of upskilling your 5,000 employee labor force. What are some of the things that you've taken away from that experience and some of the things that are kind of key learnings, if you will?
So I think one of the key learnings that we've had is that the unbelievable potential of AI to transform every business is often blocked not by technology, but just by time, inertia, and kind of caution. And so one of the things we did recently is we actually told the entire company to put down their normal work for a whole week, which, in a very fast-paced environment is quite a big thing to do. And we just told everyone just to focus on learning AI. Like, it's almost like a global wide hackathon. What could you do in your role with AI? No expectations. Feel free to just experiment. And it's been extraordinary seeing the impact of that, partly through direct impact, as in amazing projects that came out of that week, but also just seeing the general upskilling of everyone. And our approach to this has been throughout. We've got about 5,000 incredible people and a hugely talented team. And some companies maybe are thinking, which people could we replace with AI? Our approach has always been, well, if we've got this incredible team, what could we do if they were properly amplified with AI? And seeing that as a sort of scaling factor for every employee.
Scaling and efficiency, effectively. And, for yourself, Guillaume, obviously from a European perspective, you guys are operating at such a significant scale here in Europe. What are the opportunities that you see just in the European market? And how do you see that in terms of particular verticals?
Yeah, very much across the board accelerating. We're seeing AI adoption accelerating very much across the board across Europe. We do this economic index every few months where we make public on our website the kind of usage and adoption of AI and Claude across countries, across usage types, across many different angles. And when you look at the top 20 AI usage countries in the world, 6 months ago, only 4 European countries were part of that. Now it's 10, right? So European countries are owning half of that kind of top 20. So we're seeing that acceleration. I'm seeing it across the board of companies we're talking to. Both the most substantial legacy, regulated banking and healthcare companies. One example is, we're in Paris right now. Crédit Agricole, the largest French bank, would be using, Claude across, software development, co-work across all knowledge workers, and then is working on internal use cases for financial crimes and other types of, and even cybersecurity. And then you would have, the Spotifys of the world who've built their own internal coding tool called Honk based on Claude Code that enables their engineers to interact with the system on the go, on their mobile phone, when they're, in the tube or whatever, going to work. And then you have more of the AI native startups that are kind of developing very much in Europe. Dust is a great example here in Paris of companies like building agents for enterprises. But Doctoribs or Contos are also companies that are using AI quite a bit. So really across the board from the AI native startups up to the biggest companies in Europe, we are seeing an accelerated adoption over the past 6 months.
Excellent. The topic of today's talk is really looking at AI and creativity, and I think there's a bit of a talking point within the creative community about the impact of AI on creativity. And obviously, for yourself, Duncan, your firm is really at the center of it. And how does Canva think about that tension in terms of the two?
So, big picture, the mega trend that we see is everyone is communicating visually more. So there's more and more design. Everyone is now a designer. You can see this in our monthly active user exponential curve. We're now 250 million people designing every month. 250 million humans, I should say, AI-powered or not. And the way that we've approached that tension that you're describing is to say that ultimately anyone designing still wants a sense of authorship, of taste, of control. And so, while there have been some sort of everyone has experimented a little bit with just throwing a visual prompt into an AI model and getting out a thing that might be quite close to what you want, but it's probably not exactly what you want. And then everyone hits this thing of the incremental editing. And it's like, well, just move that text a little bit to the right. And of course, everything else changes along the way. And before you know it, you've spent half an hour, you've hit the limit of the AI model, you've spent lots of money, and you're banging your head against a wall. So the fundamental things that you need in a design tool are unchanged. You need really good user interface, you need really good collaboration, you need really good export options, you need a massive library of IP-safe assets. So all of those things that we've always had in Canva and our other design tools are absolutely unchanged. So for us, the question is, how do you use AI to operate those tools that you already know how to use and which have all that built-in value? And that's why, so the way that we've approached that, we built the Canva's own foundational design model. And what it does is, rather than generating an image or just some HTML or whatever, what it does is actually composes a Canva design that is exactly the kind of thing you would have made by hand if you'd had enough time. So it uses your brand assets, it uses your colors, it uses the same editor so that you can then just go in and make those edits directly. So that's the way we see it, is that AI should be kind of accelerating you on the journey you wanted to be on anyway, rather than just taking you down a different path, which has some benefits but some major downsides. I mean, especially for pro designers, we've released an amazing MCP in partnership with Anthropic recently for our Affinity Pro Design tools. And just seeing the reaction of professional designers to how much time they can save is mind-blowing. You can go into Desktop Claude and say, hey, just rename all the layers in my Affinity file. And something that would have taken half of your available creative time that day suddenly takes 10 seconds, and you can get on with actually being a creative person.
And Guillaume, how do you view kind of creative tools and AI working together?
Yeah, stepping back for a second, I think the foundational belief we have at Anthropic is that AI should help you think further, not replace your thinking. And that is fundamental to how we've built Claude. Claude is essentially a transparent, genuinely collaborative tool that will help you think further and not like replace the thinking. I think one example of that is our position on ads, right? Like we decided very, very, actively that we would not have ads displayed in Claude. We did not want Claude to become like other potential platforms or social platforms, to become a tool where the incentives are disaligned and where that is essentially trying to drive traffic, attention, etc. We designed Claude as a tool to help you think further. And now back to the kind of creative question, we believe that the companies that are going to be, or the individuals that are going to be the most successful at creative activity are the ones who think the hardest about what decisions remain with humans. That's really how we think about it. And Claude is here to kind of help with the rest, right? And so back to kind of Canva, and I totally agree with what Duncan was mentioning. I think we see Claude Design as a tool to help people who are not really designers kind of come up with drafts or first ideas, but then feeding that back into Canva and the design model that you have that we're also helping with, how to enhance that is really like a different activity. So that's kind of an overview of how we think about this.
Great. Maybe just switching gears a little bit to agentic AI. Just kind of where do you see us on that journey? Maybe just sticking with you for now.
Yeah, I think we're on a journey collectively. 2025 was very much like AI was chat, right? Ask a question, get an answer. 2026 is very much AI starts to do work for you and for teams. And I think we're really moving into the zone of the agentic, the fully agentic. I'm seeing it more and more, not only with startups and digital native companies, but also the larger legacy enterprise. And that's something we're seeing. The last thing I think we will start seeing, maybe more of a 2027 thing is where AI starts becoming better than the best human experts. And so this is where the big benefits of like, how do you compress 50 or 100 years of future drug discovery into the next 5 to 10 years? And that's yet another step change of what I think is coming.
And Duncan, for you?
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly on the design side, we're certainly seeing more and more agentic workflows. We see Canva now as a kind of agentic tool in a way. I think a lot of the extra value is coming from connectivity between different tools. And so, you might be having a conversation with Claude about some data that you've ingested there, but now you could say, okay, make this into a Canva design. And so all of that context goes through into Canva, where our agent can pick up all the stuff that Claude has been doing. Similarly, once you're inside Canva, you might say, okay, but I want this to be informed by the email that I received the other day. And because you've set that connection up, the agent can go and infer that context and actually bring that into your end result. I mean, I think the other major trend we're seeing on the design side is every marketing org in the world is just thinking about how do they scale? Like, how does every partnership deck get absolutely customized for the partner in question without tripling the number of people? Every sales deck, every piece of marketing collateral. And so a lot of what we've been investing in recently around AI is about how do you not just help people make great designs quickly, but how do you go to a scaled design machine that can actually operate in the way that fits with what your business goals.
Great. And maybe just in closing, just as you kind of look at the future going forward, what are the things, maybe starting with you, Guillaume, that you're most excited about?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the kind of beyond human expert, dimension I just mentioned. I think another aspect linked to what you just said is around, like, you talked about context. More context is better. I think what we're seeing right now is the increasing importance of the ecosystem around Anthropic and others to support and to help companies adopt and build those connectors and actually get the most out of AI. And I think that's a big trend we're seeing right now and that we're just starting to see.
Duncan, how about yourself?
I mean, I think I think that connectivity is really interesting, especially as we launch more and more different types of design tools. So I mentioned the Affinity Claude MCP connector recently. We've got really exciting stuff coming up on the Cavalry side for pro motion graphics, for example, on the Flourish side for pro data graphics. And so I think this capability is starting to go into more and more areas, and then those areas are starting to connect better. So I think by the end of this year, we're going to be looking at AI-powered design that is of a different order of quality than we started the year with.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Duncan, Guillaume, Michael, thank you so much. All right, everyone. Creativity survives, it turns out. We're in a good place. Okay, now, most companies, when they measure their AI agents, they're looking often at the number of tickets that they deflect, right? Well, our next speaker says this is entirely wrong, not what you should be doing. So hopefully he'll tell us what we should be looking at. In fact, that is where they're going to start coming here to the stage all about. If you're curious, stay right here. Our next speakers are Ashwin Srinivas, president and co-founder of Decagon. They are fresh off a $250 million raise that tripled the company's valuation all the way to $4.5 billion in about 6 months only. You'll hear maybe a little bit about that. Moderating this conversation, the incredible CNBC senior technology correspondent, Arjun Karpal. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you all for joining us for this session. I'm really excited for it. Ashwin, Decagon. Everyone, and this is a slight exaggeration, but maybe not, everyone is doing agents these days.
Yep.
What are you guys doing differently?
At its core, effectively what we're building at Decagon is AI agents that talk to your end customers, right? So think of us as a customer calls you and we talk to your end customer over voice, over chat, over email, over text to help them solve their problems. And so to your question of, hey, what are you doing differently than a lot of other folks? The difficulty with deploying these agents in the enterprise is actually in how do you build a system that can allow an enterprise at scale to be able to deploy these agents, right? So we've put a lot of thought and work into how do you build agents in a way that hundreds of people across your enterprise can collaborate on it? How do you test these agents at scale, right? So you don't, as a giant enterprise, want to say, hey, I'm going to deploy my agent that talks to hundreds of millions of consumers without testing it well. So how do you build confidence in the agent? How do you catch issues at the end? And so we spent a lot of time building the deployability layer of these agents, in addition, of course, to how do you build agents that sound human over the phone, have extremely low latency, and at the end of the day, solve customers' problems.
What are enterprises looking for when they're buying your services? Is it headcount reduction? Is it revenue generation? Yeah. What exactly are they looking for?
It's interesting because it's easy to think of this solely as a cost reduction, headcount control kind of tool. But the thing that we realized after building this business is there's actually a lot of latent demand for interacting with your customers, right? Like no enterprise is sitting out there saying, hey, we have a fixed amount of customer interaction we want to do, and if we can do it cheaper, we're just going to save the money. What most companies do is they're like, wow, if we can now do customer interaction cheaper, we want to do more of it, right? Like we want to get in front of our customers more. We want more touch points with them. We want to try and solve their problems before they realize they have a problem. So the thing that we're seeing with a lot of enterprises is as costs for doing this go down, most of these enterprises just want to invest to do more because they're like, this gains us more revenue, this has our customers stay around longer, they churn less, et cetera.
When you think about sort of customer services and traditionally, there'd be sort of, you always hear that tone when you call up customer services, like this call may be recorded for training purposes and, the idea is that, they can improve the services. How does that work in an AI world where you've got these agents? How are you working to improve them? What does that process look like to the point where they get better and better and better for some of these customer service resolutions?
Yeah, so we spent a long time building this out internally at Decagon. We called it actually Duet Autopilot. And the idea was the day you launch an agent into production is kind of the worst it'll ever be. And so the question is, okay, I launched this agent on day one. What can I do to make it better? And turns out, customer interactions are a treasure trove of this data because two things will happen in a call or an interaction with the customer. Either they're very happy, you solve all their problems, and you're like, great, nothing to change. Or the agent cannot solve their problems, in which case, in the customer service world, you can escalate to a human agent. But this is now a treasure trove of data, right? You get to see, what did the human agent do differently that the AI agent did not know about, right? And now if you can look at this over millions of conversations or hundreds of millions of conversations in several of our customers, you start to see patterns and say, hey, of all of the conversations that I couldn't handle well, 30% were because, customers come in and ask about this thing that we weren't aware of, and, this is how the human agents handle it. So actually on the Decagon side, we built a bunch of things to say, let's pre-draft a lot of those fixes automatically because we've learned from the human agent and stage them and get them ready. And at the end of the day, a human admin can come in, review everything, and say, this is what it learned from the human agent. This makes sense. Let's deploy it to production. So that in a way, for a lot of our customers, their workflow becomes: I log in the morning, I see what improvements were automatically made for me overnight, so that the agent kind of keeps getting better.
What are your customers' biggest worries about deploying some of these AI tools? Is it the mistakes that can be made?
Yeah. So, before we actually engage with a lot of customers, one of the questions we often get asked is, hey, how can I deploy this with confidence, right? Because I'm putting you in front of my most important relationship, which is that of my end customers. How do I know that this is going to reflect me well? How do I know this is not going to make mistakes? And so, the way that we actually solve for this, because it is a valid concern, right? This can have a lot of impact on customers. So the way that we solve for it is to address those head on, right? So on our side, we build out an entire testing suite so that before we go live, we'll say, look, here's the agent that we built. We're going to look at your last million conversations that happened with human agents and simulate them against the AI agent and say, hey, in these cases, it's exactly the same, nothing to worry about. In these cases, it's different, but in this case, it actually makes sense for the AI agent to do this. If there are any issues, you now catch them before it goes live, right? So a lot of this, sort of confidence building is about building the tooling to let the enterprise see at scale how these agents are going to behave before you deploy. And then once you deploy, we also have another set of tooling that kind of looks over and says, okay, this is how it was expected to behave. Did anything deviate? Because if it did, we can kind of catch that immediately in the moment before it actually goes out to the end customer.
How does agentic technology change the way you think about business models? Because many could look at this and say, well, this is a typical SaaS business, but we know the business models around SaaS are changing as well. Are you approaching it for more of an outcome-based kind of pricing or a seat-based pricing?
No, we aren't kind of seat-based pricing, because I think if you look at SaaS companies from the last 10 to 15 years, a lot of it was centered around providing value to the user of the SaaS platform, right? It's like, hey, you're going to make my workflows better, so I, as the user, pay you, $20 a month because that's what it's worth. But in this case, what we're doing is we are solving a problem for the end consumer, right? So from the perspective of the business is able to look at this and say, look, if I had to have a human agent deal with this would have cost me $10. Whereas if I have an AI agent do it, now the comparison point is, what would it have cost me a human agent to do otherwise, right? So it becomes much closer to an outcome-based, proof of work kind of a business model, as opposed to number of administrators building on Decagon or anything like that.
Interesting, yeah. So, look, you work with a ton of different enterprises, so you've got a good view into how they're thinking right now about AI adoption. And one of the big topics at the moment, of course, has been this idea of token maxing, but also this fear of missing out almost from enterprises saying, we have to just use AI, we have to just adopt AI as well. But now the focus has really shifted onto return on that investment that they're beginning to make, and companies are noticing that, well, token costs, especially for the frontier labs, are high. What are you hearing from this on the enterprise front in terms of how they're thinking about what they're spending on AI, and particularly on these frontier models?
Yeah, this is a great question, because we actually have this problem internally, right? Because as a company that is building an AI product, I spend a lot of time thinking about how are we using AI ourselves internally. And you're absolutely right, like left unchecked, you can rack up incredibly large bills, from everything from Claude to OpenAI to all the labs that we work with, and so I think, like anything else, I don't think AI is fundamentally different. It's just an ROI problem, right? Being able to say, I'm going to go use case by use case. I'm going to say, okay, for AI, AI PR reviews, right? Being able to say, okay, here are the providers that can give me good AI PR reviews. This is how much it can accelerate my team. This is how much it's going to cost me per review. Is it a good decision or not? Similarly, for my sales team, this is how much it's going to cost me to, pre-build briefs so that we have incredible, pitch decks going into every meeting. This is how much it's going to cost me. Is it worth it? I think there's a rush to not feel left behind and say, hey, I'm just going to spend everything for everyone that wants to do anything with AI. I think that's probably a mistake. But I think as long as you have that kind of sober conversation around what is the use case, how much is it going to cost us, is the ROI there, exactly like you would with any other kind of technology, I think the analyses are actually very similar.
What does this mean for, I think, two fronts? One, the frontier labs, whose huge valuation is predicated on continued strong growth. And second, I guess for this renewed conversation around open source models and the importance they provide in potentially lower cost AI.
Yeah, and we chatted a little bit about this briefly earlier today. I think there's a place for both, right? For both open source and the frontier models at the labs. The reason is they're used for different things. Now, even internally, as we think about it, when you are tackling a new task, there's a lot that you as an enterprise are learning about that task. You're learning where the nuances of the task are. How much intelligence do you really need? Where do the models fall over? Where do they need extra support? And so in a case like that, when you're just trying to move as quickly as possible, you want to use the smartest model out there because it'll kind of forgive a lot of those mistakes because, again, it's one of the smartest models out there. Now, once you know the landscape, right? Once you have a model that's working in production, it's doing a great job, then now you can look at that and say, okay, turns out I don't need this much intelligence. Turns out here are the 3 kinds of axes that I care about. And once you figure those pieces out, you can say, okay, maybe it's time for me to get a much smaller open source model that I tune to solve for this specific use case well, because I'm having it translate documents. I don't need it to know physics and how to code and things like that. I just need to be really good at translating accurately, but on that axis I want to really optimize. So it turns out you can take much smaller models that are not the frontier and tune them to be both more accurate at the specific task, faster and cheaper, and now running in your own infrastructure and everything like that. So I think there's a place for both. I don't think it is an either or. I think in most cases it is a sequence.
And how are you approaching that with building your own products in terms of self-developed AI models versus what's out there already?
I think it's very similar. So we have Decagon Labs internally, right, which is our in-house research and model development team. And in the early days, we used to consume a lot from the major labs, and we still do. We're very close partners with them. But we found that for a lot of use cases, we can have our Decagon Labs team, now that we deeply understand the structure of the problem and where the models need to work well, we have our Decagon Labs team build models that can help with some of those specific use cases.
Talk to me a bit about the competitive landscape as well, Ashwin. You're in a very competitive area. You have other kind of rivals out there, and it's not just those specifically looking at customer services. There is a view that some of these frontier labs are going to continue to grow and grow and grow and continue to go after many different areas. We've seen in areas like coding and legal services, cybersecurity now.
Yeah.
How do you build a moat?
Yeah. It's a great question. I think for us, if you look at the software that we build, there is, of course, the core agent, right? Which is what if a customer comes in and asks a question, what does the agent say? How does it behave? What does it do? However, it's important to realize that for this to be deployable at the scale of an enterprise, and we work with almost exclusively some of the largest, most sophisticated enterprises in the world, being able to deploy some of these things requires you to have a lot of stuff around the model, right? So you need to be able to say, okay, I have 500 people that are going to build this. How do I build the right permission structure to get them to all collaborate? Oh, before we deploy this model, I need to test it against the last several million conversations I had and spot regressions. Before I make a new deploy, I need regression testing suite, so I need something to build that out. I need to be able to do QA well when conversations happen at scale for compliance reasons. I need to catch compliance issues. When I have 100 million conversations happening all the time, I need to be able to extract insights from that and give them to my product team, right? So outside of the core agent itself, we've actually spent a lot of time building all of this stuff around it to make this actually maximally useful for the enterprise. And so that's where I think being able to say, oh, well, what if the labs come in and do it is, I think the labs are very focused on the core agent and the agent knowledge, as they should be. There's a lot of value there. But to get use cases like this to work for the enterprise, there's a lot of things you need to build around it that we've spent a lot of time developing.
And I guess that goes to the point, enterprise is not going to care kind of what the underlying models is. They just want this product to work and make sure that the cost and the ROI all make sense, right?
Exactly.
For your industry as well, I mean, like you're a startup and you've got incumbents. Like Salesforce, for example, which made this acquisition of Fin very recently. What has that done to the landscape? And how do you, as a startup, feel you're competing with some of these other incumbents in the space?
And congratulations to the Fin team. They've been working on this prior intercom for I think 15, 20 years. It's a great good exit for them. But for us, we find that we spend most of our time again with some of the largest enterprises in the world, right? Some of the biggest financial services institutions in the world, some of the biggest airlines in the world, some of the largest telcos in the world, and for them, there's a lot of depth of product that they need, and we found that there's actually not a lot of people servicing that market, right? Like if I'm going out there and I'm selling to the SMB space where it's like, hey, I need to put an FAQ document in and have people answer questions about my return policy. I think that's one thing. But being able to say, hey, I want to build an agent that works in a very regulated space with hundreds of millions of people, with complex enterprise needs. I think there's actually the market is a lot thinner than you would think of people that provide those kinds of solutions.
Right. Ashwin, we've got a couple of minutes left, so I just want to kind of get a forward-thinking view from you at the moment. Over the next sort of 6 to 12 months, what do you think that enterprise adoption is going to look like? Or what do you think the enterprises are sort of saying that you think the market currently is underappreciating right now?
You mean specifically to our space or broader?
I think more broadly about sort of adoption of agentic AI.
Yeah. I think there is a lot of focus on the models, right? It's like, oh, what can the model do? Are the models smart enough to do this thing yet? I think there's not enough talk about how can we build the infrastructure around the models to make them work within my enterprise, right? And let me give you an example. I think there is a broad sort of capability overhang today, which is the models can do way more than they are allowed to do within the enterprise, because I think there is a gap in sort of enterprise tooling to make them deployable, right? So being able to say, hey, we've identified the right kinds of workflows, we've built the right guardrails around the model, we've given it the ability to ingest the data sets that it needs, we've put guardrails around its ability to do actions that it shouldn't do, and then we've sort of actually deployed and had it do things, right? I think that is where the big gap exists between a nice proof of concept and saying, oh, I've built something over a weekend, within my enterprise that shows I can do this, to it is deployed and it is, creating millions of dollars of value, or tens or hundreds of millions of dollars of value. I think there needs to be a lot of discussion around what are the things that we need to build around the agents, the sort of standard software that we need to build around the agents to make these sort of deployable and workable within the enterprise.
And we've got about 15 seconds left. What's the biggest capabilities your technology and AI customer service technology is going to gain in the next 12 months?
It's all around automatically improving agents, right? Because there's a lot of data that is being created by millions of interactions a day with real customers, right? So how can we automatically learn from that, automatically improve the agent over time without the enterprise needing to put in a lot of effort? So auto-improving agents is the main thing that we're focused on today.
Ashwin, thanks so much for all those insights, for taking all those questions. It was fascinating. Ashwin
thank you for the time.
co-founder of Decagon. Round of applause.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Okay, Ashwin and Arjun, thank you so much. Rounding out some really strong conversations here today on the master stage at Raise Summit. Up next, we have 6 people coming to the stage for you. They're answering the question around the value of proprietary data and how is that impacting our future of AI. Coming to the stage, all 6, I'm going to go through them here for you. We have Alex Buzari of DDN, Will Burke of EXA, Dmitry Panenkov of Emma, Mark Sermon of Mozilla. We have Gareth Davis of Okta, and our incredible moderator today, Akhil Ahuja of the Bank of America. Let's give them all a round of applause. That was hilarious.
Well, we sit anywhere, I guess.
You're right in the middle.
Well, I have to be in the middle. I can't tell.
Well, no, we're fighting for the center.
All right, folks, this is working okay? Nice to see everybody. As noted, my name is Akhil Ahuja. I run the enterprise tech banking team at Bank of America, and I am incredibly excited to moderate this panel today. I thought we would start by having our esteemed panelists here introduce themselves and maybe just a line or two about what your company does. Gareth?
Thank you. My name is Gareth Davis, Chief Product Officer at Okta and Auth0, and we are an identity security company. We help the world's largest organizations and developers both secure their human workforce and increasingly their agent workforce and consumer-facing agents.
Alex Buzari, founder and CEO of DDN.
We deliver business and financial outcomes through AI. DDN is to data what NVIDIA is to compute. We are deployed across hundreds of the largest and most successful NCPs, AI natives, sovereign implementations, and enterprises worldwide. And it's all about data, as you will hear from the panel and from our friend here.
Mark Sermon, and I'm the president of Mozilla. You may know us from Firefox, but what we're in the middle of trying to do now is do for AI what we did for the web, which is democratize it, make it more flexible, and certainly build more competition into the marketplace. And the biggest thing to know about here on this panel is we've spun out a company, we've spun out a number of new companies. One called the Mozilla Data Collective, which is basically a fair data marketplace for people. Let's say you have a use case which is fine-tuning, and maybe you have data that's very specific in a specific language. We match those people up. And I would say, what we would argue is it's all about data, but it's also all about open source.
Yeah, my name is Dmitry, founder and CEO at Emma. Emma is a cloud control plane that sits on top of different cloud infrastructures, and we help enterprises to streamline the way they interact with different providers, how they deploy the environments across the globe, and how they move the data across.
Hello, I'm Will, CEO of Exa. So we're a search engine for AI agents. So a lot of you have AI agents that could probably use this. And yeah, we serve thousands of companies with super high quality information from the web, and also now data beyond the web.
Perfect. Thank you, everybody. And I think one of the unique aspects of this panel is we have so many different viewpoints, from the data platform to search to security to cloud management. I'm excited to explore all aspects of this with our panelists here. I thought where we could start is, I think the title of this panel is in particular interesting. AI Gold Rush. Models are shovels, data is the gold. So maybe where we start, and Will, I'll ask you to kick it off. Do we all agree that models become a base layer and the predominance of value is in the data itself?
Yes, I definitely agree with that. I'm a little biased, but I do think this is true. I would say, the interesting thing is that as models get smarter, they cross a level of intelligence where you just don't need that much smarter for most knowledge work, right? Open source models are good enough for most knowledge work, right? And there's not that much differentiation. So then the differentiation between a lot of applications becomes the data they have access to. That's a very exciting world, I think, because it means that we don't have a few companies dominate, and really it becomes more decentralized, because everyone has different data. All your companies have access to data that bigger companies might not have access to, and so you could build differentiated products by taking the commoditized intelligence and combining it with your differentiated data. So that's very exciting.
Dmitry?
Yeah, yes and no. And actually, when I was thinking about this question, I found an interesting fact that the guy who actually was one of the sellers of shovels in California, and he became the richest man of California back in the days. He died broke. That actually illustrates. Yeah, that's true. Mr. Brennan, he lost everything, but at a certain point of time, he was the first millionaire in California. The thing is that all the money they actually moved from, let's say, the shovels to actually the transportation companies and to the banks. So yeah, to a certain extent, data is the new gold. And on the other hand, there are also the other layers where we actually need to build the right, let's say, regulations, and we also need to build the right technologies to support the data flows from one point to another point, from one human to another human, from one agent to another. So yes and no.
I love that story, and I often wonder whether Anthropic or OpenAI, are they the next Google or are they the next Novell? And at this moment, they may be the people who feel like they control the puck because it's the models, but the models are also commoditizing, and where that plays out is going to be interesting to see. The thing I would just ask quickly is how many people including people on the panel, in their companies or in companies you invest in, build on top of the Linux ecosystem? Just a little poll. It's clearly a group of liars, because that almost 100% of companies build on the Linux ecosystem, and at the heart of it, the Linux kernel is really just a commodity. It's a commodity that everybody contributes to, or many people contribute to, but it's a trusted infrastructure that we all rely on, and then value is created on top of it. I think models, especially as we have better and better open weight models, start to become that kind of shared infrastructure and commodity, that then the value you create on top of them is the opportunity. And I would say data is one piece of that. So I can fine tune something. I can use the data in lots of ways to add value to that model. That's why we set up this data company. I would also say that lots of other pieces, whether that's orchestration, evaluation, or just integration, making it easier to use that commodifying stack is another key piece to be looking at.
So I think when you look at AI and the value creation and the opportunities that AI can deliver to enterprises across all sectors to nations, I mean, we happen to be in France today. The geopolitical landscape is complex, and sovereign AI is something that is extremely important. And so you look at, in the context of models, what does sovereign look like? Can you have models that traverse countries and still provide the air gapping and the safety and the security and the integrity with respect to data that is required from nations to operate? AI natives and the value that they're delivering. So the way we look at it, the way DDN looks at it, is the adoption of AI and accelerating the adoption of AI requires value creation. That value creation for enterprises is business outcomes and financial outcomes. In order to do so, you need to rely on the model part of it, whether it's closed or open. There's a pre-training phase, there's a post-training phase. The post-training phase is happening at the edge. We will increasingly see distributed, disaggregated models that live at the edge globally, worldwide. I think we will continue to see foundation models that are very powerful and require very significant CapEx investments. But I believe that all the value creation for whether it's enterprises or consumers or nations relies in transforming data, which is anywhere, into insight, and that insight results in better products, better services, better security for nations, for citizens of nations. And the problem that DDN has set out to solve, and I think we've done it successfully, from NVIDIA, who is standardized on DDN, to xAI, which is running Grok on DDN, is ensuring that you deliver the business and financial outcomes with the safety and security that is required by all types of organizations. So I don't think it's really a matter of shovels and gold. It's really how do you deliver value to enterprises and nations and consumers through AI without breaking the bank. So there's an ROI aspect to it, and there's a security aspect to it. And those organizations who are delivering those services and capabilities are the ones that will be successful for the long haul.
I think Alex said extremely well. The word was outcomes. So undoubtedly, today, the models, as we see commoditization and acceleration of model development, the constraint that we're seeing is the bottleneck about access to data. So if I think of the model as essentially the brain, and the data is the memory or the context, the intelligence that the brain is imbued with. Next, we need a nervous system. We need control, because simply giving AI access to more data, whilst in theory it reduces the upper bound limit we have today on the intelligence and ultimately, therefore, the business outcome that AI can deliver, it also brings tremendous risk. And we see that every day at Okta. As enterprises and developers innovate in AI and build agents, we're finding that identity security is the foundational layer for agentic security. You need to provide both access to data for these agents, but you also need to do it whilst mitigating the risk and the blast radius. And ultimately, if we can solve that seeming paradox, then we can provide just the right access for the intent and the task of the agent in order to ultimately drive a business outcome. And I think given where we are in the maturity cycle of AI, it's very easy to talk about compute and infrastructure and technology. But remember, all of this is ultimately a means to an end. And an end is either driving workforce productivity or a retailer, for example, delivering a frictionless experience and meeting the consumer where they are as they increasingly search and discover for products through ChatGPT or Gemini. So if we can connect both the model to the data and to a measurable business outcome whilst mitigating the risk, that's where I'm most excited about the explosion of innovation and growth and ROI we can drive from AI.
Garrett, that's a perfect setup to where I'd like to take the conversation and double click on a theme that a lot of you have mentioned in different ways. If we look at it today, we're at an incredibly unique point in time where the public at least has seen a lot of value in the build out of AI, whether that's silicon, whether that's infrastructure, beginning to think about the data impact. But as you think about this AI ecosystem between models, between infrastructure, data, applications, search, security, cloud services, how do you see this value evolving over the next couple of years?
So I think the first caveat is that you have to get a strong foundational base in place. And we're seeing today, a recent report came out, 48% of enterprises deploying AI in production are not securing these agents. And so we see developers hard coding API keys and providing overprivileged static credentials to agents that create tremendous risk for bad actors. And perhaps if you're doing this in a totally sandboxed environment, you can kind of mitigate some of that. But the minute you build AI in production, which is where the rubber meets the road and you deliver business value, you need to ensure that that foundation is secure. And we're not in a world of automation. We've got to remember that agents are non-deterministic actors. And so I think what we're seeing emerge, is the need for identity and security to be at the foundation of all agentic development. Whether you're a developer's building on LangChain, you're building on Bedrock or Vertex, you're turning on agents and third-party software that you deploy within your enterprise, you have to ensure that those agents are tightly scoped. They can only access the critical information necessary for the task at hand. But again, how do you do that without also limiting the potential power of the agent? And that's where I think we'll see an evolution from today, fine-grained authorization, where you can effectively define very granular access policy for an agent in order to solve the problem and do so safely, to a world where we have more of a semantic or an intent runtime layer. And that means you have to understand the intent of the user's prompt. You have to understand the behavior of the agent at runtime. And of course, you can't see the reasoning, so that may be what tool calls are they making to internal or third-party MCP servers? How are they trying to access internal resources? And then ultimately, you need to be able to see how that translates into an action at the end of that reasoning chain. And if we can help both govern that layer as well as give developers and businesses the tools to better govern it, I think we'll see an evolution where we build more secure systems from the ground up, but we also have much more performant systems, and we see the business ROI come in.
So I think three simple things which are easy to state and difficult to implement. I think the reason why DDN is being adopted as the data engine, so many organizations in so many areas, is these three things. Number one, the technology, the capability that you're deploying and delivering to your customers has to integrate into their environments easily. If you're an enterprise, well, you have a set of capabilities, you have an infrastructure. The CIO of that enterprise is worried about, yes, AI has lots of promise, lots of potential, but is it going to be disruptive to what I'm doing? I have to keep the lights on. My CEO is telling me, keep the lights on. I see the promise of AI. Is it going to integrate seamlessly? Same thing, if you're a neo cloud provider and you're delivering services to your customers, is the capability that is being brought, that is enabling data to operate at better tokens per watt or better tokens per unit of time, does that integrate seamlessly into my data centers? If you're an AI native, if you're sovereign. So ease of integration into an existing infrastructure is the first one. The second one is the economics. If you're delivering a capability that revolves around data, and data, I think, is shifting in terms of the value that is being delivered to enterprises and nations and consumers from the model world, pre-post training, into inference and agents, well, where a chatbot makes one call, an agent makes 30 calls. 30 calls is 30 times the power, 30 times the compute, 30 times the data, 30 times the cost. So you need an implementation on the data layer side, on the data engine side, that ensures that the economics are working out so that these AI investments that organizations are making are actually penciling out from an ROI standpoint. So that's the second one, the economics of it. The third one is security, and security is measured differently. If you're an NCP, it's multi-tenancy. If you're sovereign, it's air gapping. If you're an enterprise, is what needs to stay inside the enterprise and what can move out of the enterprise. The problem gets a little bit trickier when you look at agents, because in order for agents to operate successfully, they have to move out of the organization and back into the organization. If the gatekeeper is a human, relatively easy to do. But we're very quickly moving into a world where agents are interacting with other agents that are on the other side of the air gap. So how do you manage that? But basically, solving these three problems, ease of integration into customers' environments, economics penciling out, and the security attributes, solving that delivers the business outcomes and the financial outcomes that enterprises, NCPs, agentic AI, and so on and so forth require. So we solve that problem from the data engine side. I think everybody else who lives in the ecosystem of AI needs to look at the same things, and that's what will accelerate the adoption of AI and the value creation of AI for the world's economy.
So much to build on there. Maybe take it a slightly different direction. So the question is, like, where is this going? And I think to me, it is very clear. I think it's becoming widely accepted that one of the places this is going is to extract value from AI as for your business, to differentiate and give you an advantage, and also to provide value for consumers to get value. It's going to be about things getting much more specific to the business proposition you have, specific to the problem you're going to solve. And the kind of big AI labs, and also, whether they're open or closed models, are not specific. They're not specific by design. They're general purpose. They're not trained on AI or data from anywhere. They're trained on just the data that happens to be everywhere. And so that kind of era of just scraping the web and training general purpose models, while giving us a lot of capabilities, isn't going to get us to where we need to be or where people are trying to go in 5 years. People want specific stuff. And so how do you get that? How do you get that as the Bank of America or an auto manufacturer or a government? I think there's three things I would be watching, or that I think are going to grow in the next 5 years. One is obviously like using the data that is yours, that belongs to your company, that belongs to your government. It's a big piece of sovereignty, and building on that. And so that's where, doing your own custom post training, doing fine tuning, using RAG, like finding ways to take what you have and make more specific implementations, more specific models. You're going to see more and more of that. You're already seeing more and more of that. And then I think the other thing is going to be people who have got specific data that is hard to get to, may be willing to share it with you, but they want to share it with you on terms that are fair to them. So whether that's very arcane languages, or people who have got language data sets that involve things like sign language, or code switching inside of languages, you may want to access customers through that, and this is somewhere Mozilla Data Collective is specialized out of the gate, through those more specific pieces of language. It's hard to synthesize that, and there are people out there who want to offer that to you. And so I think you're going to see new approaches to kind of data relationship negotiation, which is what our Data Collective is about, that are going to unlock that value for you and unlock value for the people who own those data sets. And those are not the data sets that are everywhere. And then the third thing is collaboration and building real value that is specific between people who may not even be trusted parties, but But even if they are, they can't share the data between them and pool it. So it's been a long time we've talked about privacy-enhanced technologies, things like differential privacy and federated learning, and you will see those in the next 5 years come in to their kind of maturity. I think especially federated learning, where I can learn from this and learn from that and learn from that without having to disclose the base data sets. You'll see those technologies really start to grow in their use as people are trying to find specific ways to deploy AI for their customers and their business.
Whoa, when you're like a force in a row of smart guys, you're like, okay, what should I say? So look, yeah, I mean, so first of all,
Say something about shovels and the gold rush.
And Mr. Brennan. So yeah, first of all, I mean, the value doesn't sit with the models, right? And the open source models, they prove that this approach gets cheap and cheaper. So we think that the value sits, of course, with the data, right? And what I mean, so actually with the data that you can legally use, right? So where you have the right to use the data, or your agents, they have the right to use the data. And then there is a second layer, so how this data is governed. So basically, where do you host this data, how you get access to this data, how you move this data, and how many frictions you actually do to get this data, or to make this data accessible for your agents, customers, etc. So there are like different layers, because early stage companies, they see it differently, they do it differently. However, at the enterprise layer or the government layer, so these are the different things, and they actually the cost of a failure here is significantly higher. So again, the data and the governance, and of course the security, like those three pillars, I do believe will stay with us for at least the next 5 years and maybe beyond. So Will, over to you now. It's 5 people.
No, I'm the 5th. Okay, I'll try to be different. Okay, yeah. Then the question is like, where does value accrue? In the chips or the security or the search or really everything. And I think the happy answer is that there's value everywhere, right? I mean, this is a trillion-dollar, multi-trillion-dollar economy that's being created. And so it's hard when there's trillions of dollars to not have some piece of that's worth billions of dollars, right? So there's value everywhere. And I've been doing this for 5 years at Exa, and I've seen like companies years ago that I thought were so silly, like that's such a tiny thing, like, oh, compute for a certain type of workflow, like how could that be a big company? And now it is a big company. There are like dozens of companies like that. I was like, that can't be big. And the answer is, I know everything can be big, which is awesome. That doesn't mean that everything will be equally big, right? And so again, like I don't like a world where things are centralized, where power is centralized to a few companies. I would love to see, a proliferation of tons of companies that all are very valuable. And I think what's interesting is like, okay, so where does the value accrue? I think we're now entering this world of like it's super hyper competitive. I mean, I'm not young, I'm not old enough to know like what things were like 30 years ago, but I imagine building a company now is extremely competitive, because like even if you gather some of the smartest people in the world into your company, well, now intelligence is being automated. Okay, that doesn't matter. So now the things that matter are very weird. It's like physical resources. There's like data, right? Like the things that matter to make your company not a commodity are increasingly those things. Just the ferocity with which the company moves is the most important. I'd say like watching a lot of these companies in Silicon Valley succeed, it's always the ones that just have this intensity. They're working nonstop, obsessed with the company. They can't just be like chilling on weekends. So that matters too. But yeah, I mean, I see a lot of forces for breaking up a lot of the centralization, because like even these labs, like what is the network effect they have? Arguably, it's not even clear, right? I could see a world where they don't have as much power, but also you could also imagine worlds where, because they're working so intensely compared to all of us, or because of whatever regulation, like they can't accrue power. So I guess what I'm saying is it's unclear. There's a huge amount of value. I think companies that figure out the ferocity thing, some sort of data network effect, can somehow accumulate resources that other people don't have, are the companies that are going to win.
I love it. Direct from Will. No chilling on weekends, folks. So,
we're in Paris. You have to chill on weekends. I mean, come on. This is a city of beauty and the city of love. And there's Fashion Week going on this week, together with race, diversity.
Let it be noted from the best dressed man at this conference, focused on Fashion Week, yes. Dimitri, I wanted to come to you. First off, I don't want you to be fourth on this in the row, but we're talking, I think there's we're all in agreement. Data has tremendous value.
Yeah.
But where are we today? Are we seeing enterprises actually unlock the value of their proprietary data? If not, why not? What are we waiting for? Are we seeing sovereigns or governments act any differently? What are we actually seeing today in terms of utilizing that data?
It's a great question. Thanks a million. So I think enterprises, they are not ready, to be honest, because there is still a lot of unstructured, unlabeled data that exists. And again, there are a lot of, especially here in Europe, a lot of regulations who can get access to what kind of a data, right? Where this data can be stored, et cetera, et cetera. And the data itself, it's like, I'll try to create an analogy here. It's like an uranium, actually. So uranium without enrichment doesn't make a lot of sense, right? And you need actually reactors to make this enrichment happen. So the same applies to the data. So you need to prepare this data, enrich this data, and then you can start using this data. But again, where? What kind of engines? What kind of reactors you get? So I think to your question, no enterprises, they are not ready to get to a point where they ready. We should all together, I mean, every one of us who are active in the space, we need to build up a lot of great things and scale our companies to help them to get to a point where at least there is a governance, there is a certain security, there is a certain assurance that enterprise, they can safely interact with the data and allow, let's say, other organizations, other agents, other, let's say, people to interact with this data and get access to. So that's my point, I think.
I mean, we are seeing something somewhat different, so I will beg to differ. We are seeing enterprises adopt AI and benefit from AI. But those who do so are the ones who are thinking carefully about the business outcomes that they're trying to achieve. What is it that they're trying to do? Salesforce is using DDN as a data engine. It's increasing the productivity of their training. And by doing so, their investments in AI are penciling out. The ROI is fantastic. Roche is using DDN in pharmaceuticals and genomics. It is helping them develop better drugs faster, bring them to market in a more economical way, save lives, and reduce the risks associated with getting FDA approval and compliance. We have dozens of enterprises in financial services, which is your industry, who are using DDN technology for AI in order to ensure that compliance is working out and they are compliant across the globe same day, instantly, or are able to generate and create more complex models which deliver better returns to their investors. We're seeing nations were deployed in actual countries where the country is using AI as a framework and is tying into every department within the country, from commerce to agriculture to defense to immigration, in addition to having a super app that is delivering value to the citizens of that nation and making it happen. So it is happening. It is happening for those who are thoughtful about it, are working with the right partners, are involving the right technologies, and are tracking that process carefully. I think those who are trying to knee-jerk react to, well, AI is happening, what should I do, how should I do it, and are not thinking it through, it's much more challenging. But it is well underway, and I would say over the last 18 to 24 months, it has been accelerating at a pace which is unimaginable. I mean, the growth that we're seeing in enterprise adoption and actual monetization and productive monetization across all these industries, from financial services to manufacturing to autonomous driving to retail, is phenomenal. It is happening. It truly is happening now.
And if I may, just to build on that very quickly, I think we see that at Okta again. Both we have, we launched on Auth0, the developer side of customer identity, November of last year, a GA product to help developers build and secure agents. And we now have thousands of developers actively building, from startups and AI model labs all the way up to large enterprises, B2B software companies that have a mandate, frankly, to innovate. Obviously, there's real opportunity, but also a credible risk of disintermediation as AI transforms the experience layer of traditional B2B software. We're moving to a headless world. You've seen it with Salesforce, and the way both consumers, business users, and workforce employees are engaging and interacting with software is fundamentally changing. So I think what I would say is that, back to that earlier stat of 48% of AI being unsecured, it is less a question for me of, is real AI being built? I think last year was a year of sandboxes. We're seeing real production systems being deployed both within and across enterprises. But the critical question is, which of those agents are being built securely? Because in the rush to create value and to innovate, also, again, this paradigm or this requirement for security becomes essential. So the most thoughtful customers we're working with are architecting, and we've actually built an enterprise blueprint to help articulate what is a reference architecture for the agentic enterprise. What is a reference architecture for a customer agentic experience? And I think that's where we're starting to see the maturity, and we're still somewhat early on the maturity curve. But you have, again, where real capital flows comes real accountability to outcome. Otherwise, we truly are in a bubble here, and I don't believe we are. But that's the chasm every business, every developer has to traverse. And again, if we can do that securely, and again, security isn't the only layer, it's just a foundational component. But that is what enables access to data and ultimately to outcomes. And I think that's the exciting thing to see, and perhaps evidence of this conference, is that shift from sandbox to production.
Mark, I'd love to get your view, because I think you have an interesting lens on this, both from open source, closed, the data collective, but also you're looking at the consumer side as well as this concept of enterprise. So sort of how are you seeing data being leveraged in this evolution?
Well, I kind of want to differ a little bit here in that I think your original premise is actually a good one, that there's a lot of value in data that is not unlocked. There is a lot of people who are afraid to unlock that data. Yes, there's amazing stuff happening and people are doing smart things, but the amount of data on the web is sort of like this much. The amount of data in the world is this much, and maybe we're a little bit outside of that, kind of public data in terms of how much is being used, but there's so much potential not unlocked yet. And one of the big reasons, whether that's from the consumer side or from people that we work with in the data collective who've got really unique data sets, or inside the enterprise, is trust. Your data is like your memory or your context, and people are afraid to give it up. And one of the interesting things, it's funny, I guess the French in the policy spectrum have this computer says no concept, and Firefox is a little bit like that on AI, in that one of the first AI features that we release is the ability to turn it all off. Right? People have a real caution about AI because they're afraid of themselves, which means their data being exposed and kind of used to train something that they don't understand and might get used against them. And so that is a reality out there. And then from the Firefox consumer perspective, what we're trying to do is figure out how do you build that balance with people? How do you make the, not the binary privacy promise, but a promise of having choice and control over what models you have, choice and control over what data is disclosed, getting some value back from that. And I think that's the same thing that businesses are looking for. I mean, one of the reasons I hear from businesses about an interest in open source or an interest in on-prem, you're probably having these discussions in the bank, is I don't want to have my business's memory. I don't want to have all that I know going to train Claude or OpenAI or Gemini, and do I trust that it's not? And so that's the kind of business version of the same anxiety. And so that's all about trust. And I do think a bunch of the things I talked about earlier are people seeking that trust, whether that is using federated learning to collaborate around data and trusting that you're not stealing my essence, or as somebody who has got a unique data set, that there's somebody who can be their broker who's on their side, or whether in my own business I can do this as on-prem or air-gapped or whatever. That's all people seeking a place that they can trust to unlock this value and still own themselves.
I just want to build on that. Okay, so well, first of all, I love the visual analogy of like the size of the amount of data in the world. So the web is really like this in comparison. So the web, if you do the math, it's actually like roughly in the exabyte range, which is a happy coincidence that we're called exo. But it's mostly video actually. But so yeah, exabyte range, and then the world's data. I haven't done the math here, but I would imagine it's in at least the zettabytes, which is like 1,000x more. So like huge. And there's an interesting thought experiment, which is like, as an example, let's say all that data was available to be used, freely. Obviously, no one wants their business data to be used. But as a thought experiment, if all those zettabytes of data were available for agents, those agents would perform way better, right? So you can imagine you're like a hedge fund AI agent, and you're making a bet on where you're trying to make a $1 billion investment. If you have access to those zettabytes, you're going to make a much better investment, right? So there's a huge amount of value in this data, but it's not currently unlocked. Now, okay, so that thought experiment is not real because we're not all going to give away our data. But like, I do think a lot about how can you create a market such that people with data that's very valuable can make money off of that data. And so because there are agents that want to consume that data, right? And so we actually happened to launch a thing called ExaConnect recently that is a step towards this world where basically people can, upload their data or have an API over their data and then get paid if any agent uses it, which is pretty cool. And I think this agentic economy, though very early, and there's not that much revenue flowing through it yet, will literally 1,000x over the next few years, and then you can start making a huge amount of money from your data. So that's pretty cool. So that's like one way to unlock that data. But I do get very excited about like, can we draw insights from all the insane amount of data in the world? Yeah, I'll just add one more thing. There's a totally separate point, which is like the value of like data that a company has. I don't know. At Exa, like we're very much like we want to because if you want your company to move as fast as possible, which is what I constantly think about. Like you want agents to have full access to all the company's information. Now it's kind of hard because things are in Slack and Notion, and you have all sorts of data and all sorts of applications. But I think if you want your company to move fast, you have to like create systems such that your internal agents can access all of that. I think this actually benefits startups because they have less red tape, which is kind of nice. But yeah.
Well, folks, the six of us were sitting backstage wondering how we were going to take up 40 minutes, and it turns out we got through 3 of the questions we had planned for. But I do want to thank these panelists for an absolutely fantastic discussion. Obviously, you guys are still around the conference. Hopefully, folks can find you. But thank you for sharing your views today.
Just one thought on that. I think we talked about the topic of security and governance and sovereignty. I think these are very, very important topics. DDN has collaborated with some of our customers to develop air-gapped secure solutions that operate at the level of nations today. So if anybody is interested in how to do it, how to secure for your organization the data, ask us and we'll provide advice because we've done it. It works at the level of countries and obviously enterprises.
Thank you, Alex. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. What an exceptional panel. Thank you, guys. We're going to continue this conversation about data into the afternoon. I'm a little bit biased, but that was especially interesting. As we transition a little bit, the first transition is, my name is Gabby Steele. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called Prequel AI in the context data space, doing semantic graphs, very relevant to what just came up. And I'm going to host the next group of sessions. We just spent some time talking about how important data is in this agentic era. Data is the new gold. A little bit closer to the business side, we're going to go one level beneath now and focus on tokens. I want you all to help me in welcoming this all-star group. We have Rod Evans, the VP of AI Cloud Infrastructure from NVIDIA, Kristen Zwez, Managing Director EMEA from Nscale, and Jeff Denworth, co-founder of Vast Data. And they are going to be talking to us about the time to first token and that metric as a benchmark. So please come to the stage, our next group of panelists, Christian, Jeff, and Rod. Come on up.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Nice to have you here. My name is Christine. I'm an MD at Nscale, and I'm very excited to be moderating this discussion. Now, before we get to know our panelists, just join me in zooming out just for a minute, because if you think about the last decade, we have really measured infrastructure using metrics that mostly mattered to engineers. Now, AI is changing all of that. Today, there is one metric that directly connects infrastructure to the end user, time to first token, or TTFT. Now, for those of you who don't know Nscale, just a couple of words on us. We are building the physical and digital foundation that enables AI at scale. And we are a vertically integrated AI hyperscaler that own and operate layers of that stack. Now, in this discussion, what we would like to focus on is very much connected to how we think about AI as an integrated system. Because performance can never be determined by a single layer in isolation. And that system is what Jensen Huang often refers to as the AI five-layer cake. You have energy, chips, infrastructure, models, and applications. And every layer depends on the one beneath it, and every layer impacts the experience and the performance on the layer above it. Now we're fortunate to have two leaders with us that are defining those layers of the cake. So let's get to meet our panelists. Rod, let's start with you. Can you say a few words around your role at NVIDIA and also how NVIDIA works with partners like Nscale and others within the five-layer cake?
Sure. So I'm Rod Evans. I'm the European Vice President for AI Cloud Infrastructure at NVIDIA. And my whole mission is to make sure that we can provide cloud services out there to all of our customers globally. So working with people like VAST on the infrastructure level for storage and data, and with Nscale as one of our leading service providers, helps to build up some of those layers of certainly on the bottom three layers of the five-layer cake.
Jeff, over to you, same to you. Could you introduce what you do at VAST and also how VAST works with partners within the five-layer cake?
Sure. So I'm Jeff Denworth. I'm a co-founder of Vast Data. Vast has built the kind of the data services layer that's used by most of the world's largest AI clouds today. The company powers somewhere between 4 to 5 million GPUs around the world, largely made by the NVIDIA Corporation. And yeah, we've been helping organizations build very, very scalable services platforms. And if you think about the five-layer cake, you have energy, and you have processors, and you have the compute layer, then you have models and applications. And VAST sits at the compute layer, building basically a platform designed for storage and database services, as well as a compute runtime that's used for things like RAG pipelines and agentic pipelines that customers can build on top of NVIDIA hardware using the models of their choice. So we're the GUI center of the cake, I think, that a lot of people really like to use.
Good way of putting it, I like that.
GUI.
GUI, yeah.
We also have a GUI.
Everybody got that. Thank you. So time to first token, as we hear, and we heard that earlier today as well, is suddenly everywhere. And it's impacted by the layers of the cake that we just touched upon. So if you start with your Rod, what has actually changed? Why is time to first token the metric that everybody is talking about and not just focusing on cost per token, utilization, and return on investment?
So if you look at the sheer investment required to bring these things to marketplace in terms of the data center, the storage, the GPUs, everything that goes with it, then you really need to make sure you're making that infrastructure actually create things that have value, tokens. So it really becomes super important now if you're adding a 20 megawatt, 10,000 GPU system, you're a shade under $2 billion to put that infrastructure in place. Now, when you've got that sort of investment set there, I don't think anybody can sit there with $2 billion not earning any money. So the critical thing you have to do is make sure you get this integrated as quickly as possible, and you think of the whole picture. So it isn't just about the GPU. It isn't just about the storage. It isn't just about any aspect of it. It's a really tight integration between all the layers to make sure you're maximizing that investment to get the return back to your business or businesses as quickly as possible.
It's all happening in sync, in other words.
Absolutely, and it's becoming more and more that way as we start to build systems now where you have a lot of GPU sharing with memory between the GPUs. It becomes super important that you have a well thought through infrastructure to make it happen.
So if you want to build on that, Jeff, from your vantage point, what do you think has changed over the last, let's say, 12 to 24 months?
First of all, I think the economics have changed, right? You know, if I go back 2 years ago, people were selling GPU by the hour, and now if you can sell tokens as a service, you can basically take that same asset and sell it for 2 times as much, right? And so then that takes you down a path of building inference services that ultimately can drive a much better margin profile for organizations. And you know, to me, NVIDIA is a very, you know, a very exotic animal in that, you know, there are things that Jensen pushes that are far in advance of what the market actually sees. And he's been talking about token factories for like three years now. And now we're actually seeing them get built where service providers are only selling tokens. And the interesting thing about his pursuits and his thrust into the market is he's pushing for absolute lowest costs of token delivery, and that requires full stack optimization all the way from, you know, how the power gets deployed up to applications get built on models. And NVIDIA is an amazing organization in my book just because they're way ahead of the market and always building for the next 2 to 3 years of demand out. And that just involves depressing token costs while also, you know, giving the best possible service experience. And so, yeah, you got to get costs down, but the way you get costs down is by bringing the time to first token down. You just need less, you have less machinery waiting for an inference operation to start and then complete.
So as we're hearing, it's a whole stack metric, and Rod, the floor is set by compute. So if we take the latest updates from NVIDIA sides, what is so important about those updates, and what do you actually change at the hardware level? And how does those changes actually affect how latency and ultimately throughput utilization and cost per token are impacted?
So if you look at the latest announcement NVIDIA's announced, we've announced improvements all the way along the stack. From our new Vera Rubin generation, we've got dedicated product for inferencing, and the requirements are also changing. If you look at large language model training or large language models, most of the mathematical operations are matrix mathematics. Now, matrix mathematics just needs lots of raw grunt to make it work, raw horsepower, raw flops. When you get down to inferencing, it's much more into looking in terms of memory bandwidth. And you get different types of architectures. So we've launched a new architecture that brings in a CPU layer. We bring in an inferencing, dedicated inferencing chip with the LPX platform. We have Vera Rubin providing the full stack for the large horsepower type applications. And we've done integration improvements all the way through the stack. Got new networking technology. With our next generation system, there's no cables in the back between all the GPUs. It's cableless because that's much more efficient and requires less infrastructure to make it work. But more significantly about all of this is we're really trying to build out this concept of the token factory and build it out there so that you have every single aspect of it is tightly integrated with the applications, the models, the whole 9 yards to make it into the most efficient system you can get in terms of getting that token out there much quicker.
I think it's also fair to say that storage is now being built into the computer as well. And maybe you want to expand on that?
Yeah, adding storage into the layer is absolutely fundamental because if your GPU is sitting there idle, it's not doing any work. And the biggest inhibiting factor today on getting GPU systems and AI systems into production is typically the data infrastructure. And by that, do I have data in the right format? Have I cleansed it the right way? Can I get the right performance to keep the GPUs busy? And it's really fundamental that you get a really very well-architected, referenceable data platform to make that work, such as provided by VAST Data, which is very, very heavily integrated with the architecture we're putting forward.
I wasn't looking for a VAST.
It's okay.
No, what I was saying is now you have, you were talking about the memory hierarchy changing. Yes. And inference creating memory bandwidth problems. So the definitions of memory are also changing as people deal with, Kevin Deerling calls it big C and little c.
Absolutely.
Right? Little c is the context used by KV caching, which then requires you to have some sort of substrate between your decode and your prefill processors for inference workloads, and then you have a separate set of systems for like context that an agent might need just to kind of understand who they're working with. But but NVIDIA is building these storage systems into the core computer through technologies like CMX that we didn't expect to see even 2 years ago.
Absolutely. You know, Jeff, I should give Jeff a job. He does a better job in selling NVIDIA than I do, so it's great.
That's true. No, I'm kidding.
So, Jeff, you're actually saying that in many ways, the latest developments is leading us to where storage that maybe traditionally was looked upon as sort of a silent bottleneck is now actually becoming a massive multiplier.
I think so one of the keys to building robust and trusted infrastructure is following the reference architectures that organizations like NVIDIA build. And now the definitions of these systems is changing fundamentally, where they're becoming data computers, and they're integrating storage systems natively into the core networks of these systems. And actually, NVIDIA is building the hardware too, so it's very, very tightly defined as the memory hierarchy gets turned upside down by inference.
Selling NVIDIA again.
Absolutely. I can't add anything to that. He's better than me.
Well, sell some VAST.
So you're both describing a world where the layers, meaning compute, data, deployment, have to be designed together, but not necessarily bolted together. Now, the most enterprises that all three of us work with, they're not necessarily starting from scratch. I mean, these enterprises have their existing infrastructure, they have their existing vendors, they have their existing contracts. So how do you actually help them improve the key metrics around AI economics without doing something very painful, which is starting from scratch?
So one of the things we recommend to people is don't just try to recreate or change or replace your application. Look at simple ways you can augment the applications and layers you already have by adding new functionality. And a good example of that might be if you have a service desk application providing customer service, why don't you just add some AI agents that can look at the questions and calls that are in the queue and suggest responses and how to add that into the API, so when your agent actually gets to that in the queue, they've got a lot of data pre-fetched for them ready to go. Now that's a simple way to add an AI expertise into an existing application area. And we like to work closely with customers to understand what is the objectives you want to get out of the AI project you're trying to do. How are you going to measure success? We did a roundtable earlier today, and some of the senior executives were there saying, like, right now we're seeing huge benefits from agentic AI. It's really good benefits to everything, but what we really got to know now too is how is that improving the bottom line? So we need to help people really understand what are the objectives of what you're trying to do by bringing in these new AI systems, and what is going to be the return to the bottom line of your company when you do that. So I think really thinking through how this is going to integrate with your existing systems, how you augment the existing applications you have, how do you make sure that the systems can actually use the data that you've already got that may be in a different format that you might need to reformat to make the AI application use it better, but really to think through in a wider context what benefits you're going to get out of deploying these solutions.
Same question to you, Jeff.
I don't think we care. And we have the luxury of not caring. But if I have to sit in front of a 200-year-old bank and explain to them why they need AI, and that they're going to have to go through a 15-year process with 17 different systems integrators, then it's just a complete waste of everybody's time. While the market is growing, exponentially, and so from our perspective, we don't suffer AI tourists well. And we don't spend any time with them just because there's more than enough to do in the world. And what we see is that there's an entirely new stack emerging that is throwing away most of the conventional legacy IT stack. And so for us to sit there and try to retrofit that into this modern era is just a complete waste of resources and a waste of the good investment dollars that our investors give us. So we focus on the new stack, the new data. And I think our growth is indicative of the fact that that's all you need to do in order to build a very successful business. And so not everybody's going to come along for the ride, and that's the price of disruption.
And what happens to those who don't come along for the ride?
We won't be talking about them in the future. We're really not talking about them now, so who cares?
So last question to both of you, because I know there's a lot of executives in the room. and spending a couple of days here now in Paris at Race and getting a lot of inspiration and talking to the startups and the scale-ups and the established players that are present here. If you could give one piece of advice to any of these executives on what should they be doing different from Monday onwards or from tomorrow onwards, what would that be? What are we not good enough at thinking about that we should be thinking about?
So I have a great piece of advice to the executives in the room. A lot of the executives make decisions on going for an AI system, and they go to make the investment available for it, but then they don't use it. So they're not leading by example. So my advice to everybody here is get to learn and know the technology and see what it can give you. I got to be honest, I took a long time getting myself into this layer because I didn't think I had the time to go and learn it. But then what I quickly found is by deploying agent-based AI, I actually got to see in real firsthand what it actually can do. How it can actually improve my efficiency, how it can improve the efficiency of my team. And I think that enables you to look at this thing in a completely different way than you would do if you just delegate the decision to somebody else on what to buy. If you delegate it without understanding and owning it, then really you're delegating everything. You're delegating your future to somebody else's architecture and roadmap rather than being a part of building the future with your employees and your company. So please go out there and embrace the technology. And I really wish executives can go out there and start to see what productivity they can gain just from using the technology themselves.
I think it's, for organizations that are outside the AI labs, I think it's still regarded as research or speculative bets that get made with respect to AI. The problem with speculation is that nobody can commit themselves to it, so it becomes something that you want to hedge against. And hedge strategies ultimately always mean that there's counterparties betting against you being successful, and that just is not going to be the way that people can successfully operate in this market, given the pace of change. And so my first advice is to organizations that are contemplating making serious investments to have the business primarily be the owner and empower that owner to make decisions unilaterally across several divisions within an organization. Otherwise, somebody will block progress. Number two is, when it comes time to build, either within a very professional cloud like Nscale or building your own infrastructure, follow the best practices, because everybody likes to invent. Engineers like to engineer, and this technology is so difficult that there's just not a lot of time for experimentation and learning, and we just need to move.
I hope everybody took notes of that. Thank you very much to both Jeff and Rod. And for those of you who would like to continue this conversation, I do encourage you to come over to our Nscale booth. We're going to be here throughout the event together with our partners, NVIDIA and VAST, and would love to welcome you there. So please thank you join me in thanking the panelists and enjoy the show.
Thank you. Another excellent conversation. Kristen, Rod, and Jeff, thank you. Next up, we have another fireside chat, so don't go anywhere. This is a really interesting one and a really timely conversation. I'm really excited to welcome these two interesting and exceptional people from both NASDAQ and Forbes. We have the president of NASDAQ, Nelson Griggs, coming up to have a conversation with Ian Martin. And they're going to be talking about funding the AI supercycle and the IPOs and liquidity of this moment, which I think a lot of people are wondering, what does it look like today in 2026? So we will be hearing from both of them now. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hi there, my name's Ian Martin. I'm a senior editor with Forbes magazine. So, in the last month alone, we've seen one of the biggest IPOs of all time, if not the biggest IPO of all time, with SpaceX. We've seen one of Europe's leading tech startups, Bending Spoons, also go public in the US, and also a whole range of other companies listing, and even SPACs coming back to the market. The window is open then. in terms of new IPOs?
I don't know if I can't. The window is definitely open, and that means a lot of things. I think we did see an historic SpaceX IPO, but I've been with NASDAQ for 25 years, and going into this year, it's probably the most diverse pipeline that we've had in quite some time. So we're seeing this blend of the mega caps, but we also seen a broad-based more interest in going public, not only for companies, but investor receptivity. And you've had the markets actually, after an amazing 25, also perform pretty well overall too. So yeah, it's a pretty exciting time, and especially with the AI infrastructure companies, the average company going from private to public has been averaging 17 years. But now with the capital needs of the AI companies, we're seeing that that sector pick up dramatically, and there's a pretty exciting backlog coming.
In previous years, there's been like a big lull in IPOs, and it seems like there was a pretty clear signal from public market investors. They were looking for profitability. They were looking for like over $500 million of revenue before they would really consider a company going public. Like, what is the benchmark now? Like, what does a company need in order to get?
That's probably the biggest change. So, just we did have a too hot of a 2021. It cooled off. 22 was nothing. 23 was virtually nothing. Picked up in 24. A better year last year, and then this year is better than the previous. So we have this building process, but the size it takes to be public now and to be meaningful in the public markets is materially higher. So that is part of the reason why I see companies taking longer to go public. But you do, if it's in the technology space in general, north of 200 million ARR, but really 500 million is kind of a good benchmark today to think about. But it's then how do you balance what's the growth story, and is it sustainable? Yep. And then how does it marry with the idea that, yes, someday you need to make profit? So that's been the pivot of how you're balancing, can you sustain the growth but also have profitability at some point?
Very good. Kind of on this point about the AI growth story. Goldman Sachs has came out with a report earlier this year suggesting that the spending on AI in order to sustain the build out and the investment required will be in the region of $8 trillion by 2031. It's a big question about where that money is going to come from. Yeah. Is there enough liquidity in public markets to sustain that?
Well, what's exciting for us in that is the public markets matter now. For the last bunch of, and we do have a very robust private market business, but at the same time, it's been a little, for the last bunch of years, we've been trying to sell why go public. When we think about companies that stayed private that much longer. So if you look at the public markets, they're globally about 150 trillion in value. The private market's about 15 trillion. So there is ample liquidity out there when you think about combination of the growth in family offices that are participating heavily in these deals. Retail, like I said, I've been not a long time, and pre-COVID, retail was about 10% of the public markets in the US. Now it's 25%. So you're seeing new pools of capital. The public markets are growing pretty rapidly, and it's going to move around. It's not all going to be available for everybody, but certainly when you think about these needs, if you do not have access to the public markets, the debt markets, you couldn't get there. So I would say that the public markets are very robust and able to handle the large needs of the mega caps, but we get a lot of questions, does that crowd out the other companies? There's in the U.S. 150 mutual funds that can only invest in mid-cap companies. They can't invest in large caps. So as long as the growth story is there, as long as they feel like it's sustainable growth and you have a story to tell, I think there is capital there. They want growth stories because it's getting very hard for public mutual fund managers to beat the benchmarks. So they're constantly trying to find these avenues to look for companies that can drive alpha.
I mean, that's potentially good news for retail investors to kind of capture some of the growth that people saw with Google and Facebook.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, go.
There are also challenges. Many private companies, OpenAI has just raised more money. Anthropic has raised more money than SpaceX did in the biggest IPO of all time in a private placement. Yeah. There's companies like Stripe that quite happily have been trucking for 15 years as a private company, and they can offer regular liquidity through tender offers. Why take on the rigmarole?
Yeah. It's a question we're not going to answer the next 15 minutes here on stage. It is a hard question because the number one reason why companies don't want to go public earlier is because the quarterly cycle of being a public company is very difficult to manage. Very difficult to invest in, in long term. That's why we are an advocate at NASDAQ of founder shares and having the dual class shares when you do go public. But I would go back. We're in the middle here. Where NASDAQ is very big supporters of private markets and public markets. We have the largest business out there that helps private companies get liquidity. And if you go back 2022, the average time between tender offers for a private company was about 900 days, so every 3 years. Now, last year was about 150 days, so less than one a year. So you are seeing this kind of blend of private and public, where you can raise the capital, you can provide liquidity, and then the idea is at some point, you might want to tap into larger pools and have that sustained liquidity. So especially within the U.S., we have a more progressive SEC. We'll see how long they are in power for. But they're in this concept of making it easier for investors to participate in the private markets. That does come with more disclosures, as it should for companies if they want to tap into that pool of capital. But you could see this rule develop where you just have an easier on-ramp to being public, where you have some maybe more private company disclosures, but more access to capital, because the technology is there, the appetite is there, and it's just a matter of making sure you have the right disclosures for investors.
I mean, the level of spending around AI is even kind of taxing the biggest companies in the world, like the so-called Magnificent Seven.
Yeah.
You're seeing their free cash flow is being decimated by the level of spending.
Yeah.
So are we going to see more cash issuances? is this?
Well, I think you look at the dot-com build out was building out for something that didn't happen to the extent that it would, the infrastructure. A lot of the build out as it's being built is being used. So I think you obviously need to keep up the pace of this doubling, this tripling of uses. But as we get this world of combining the use cases, as enterprise does take on more inference, et cetera, and the minute the supply comes online, it's being leveraged, you could say, well, you can definitely then start believing in some of the projected revenue that backs up the spend. But obviously that has to continue. There'll be benchmarks on the way. There's going to be a lot of volatility, no doubt. There has been in the last several weeks in the chip space, for example. But certainly you'd have to hit the benchmarks. But you got to say the use cases today are there. They're going into it.
So you've recently made a pretty big change.
Sorry?
You've recently made a pretty big change in terms of how you treat new listings. And as a result of that, we just saw SpaceX join the NASDAQ 100 within 15 days of it beginning trading. Can you talk me through just what does fast entry mean?
Sure. Well, I think you have to first take a step back and say, how has passive changed the public market? So if you are a mega cap company in the US, if you're on NASDAQ, roughly 25% of your shares are held by passive. So it's a very large liquidity pool. And the NASDAQ 100 adds about 4% for the average company. So the passive combined with retail, combined with longs, combined with hedge funds, so there's different pools of capital. So you look at the power of passive has become real. And we have the NASDAQ 100 index that has very strict governance standards run by something called IOSCO that we have to go through very strict processes. So we about a year ago started formulating a thought that the NASDAQ 100 represents the most 100 largest companies on NASDAQ. And when you have companies that are in the $1 trillion market cap range that are not going into the index for over a year, does that really make sense? So we put out what's called a consultation and said, what is a good time frame to think about? And this was pretty much the average that came back was 15 days sounds about right for a scale company. And for NASDAQ, that means if you are in the top 40%, we mean about 100 billion market cap, these are IPOs that never existed when the NASDAQ 100 was created. So we really put the fast entry in place. So did Russell. So did the other exchanges around the world. S&P did not. But they're unique because they have a profitability standard. And that would be changing the whole complex of the construct of the index. Ours is just saying, hey, this is a company that would be in the NASDAQ 100 at some point. We're going to do it sooner.
Not everybody is very comfortable with this move. You're kind of pointing a fire hose of passive money at a company with 5% free floats at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it's also you want to look at NASDAQ 100 is market cap weighted. But we did an adjustment. Most indices are float weighted. So the float, it's not based off the market cap of SpaceX. It's off 3 times the float. So it has to be meaningful. So it's less than 1% ownership in SpaceX. So we thought that was also very reasonable. As they issue more shares on market, the index buys more of the stock. So again, you look at a company that size, should they have access to passive? We would say yes, they should.
the reason for the year-long waiting period in the past was to allow more price discovery, right? Is that just not relevant when a company is of this size or scale?
I think you look at size and scale, it's a different company. So you get to that 100 billion, it's something you either have reached this point of market maturity, or either whether it's revenue based or profitability based. To be a 100 billion market cap company, and when you go public, you're then, in our view, the market's view, more of a scale company.
Interesting.
It doesn't sound like you buy it.
It's a contentious point. Sort of like there is a kind of point of view that you're kind of funneling. Sort of, this is obviously very attractive for companies to go public. I mean, was this a condition for Elon to list on Nasdaq?
No. Obviously, a lot of things factor into why a company chooses an exchange. And if you look at the large cap companies, all the trillion-dollar companies are on Nasdaq today, so we're a natural home for large cap companies. When it comes to liquidity, a whole bunch of other aspects to it. But if you, again, just getting back to this premise of at that size, that scale, if you were looking at the Nasdaq 100 and said SpaceX is not in there in 6 months, 9 months, that just seems like it's a long time.
Potentially some big changes coming. Like if we also see an IPO for OpenAI and Anthropic, between the three of these companies, the three AI stocks, this would be roughly equivalent to the size of like all the energy companies on the index. It's around 5% of the index, right?
Yeah. These sizes of IPOs are something we've never seen before. The complexity of those transactions are enormous. If you look at the largest, we have to factor in when a company goes public the number of orders that come in on that day, and this was 4 times the size of orders we've ever seen before. And we do a lot of testing and practicing with the various underwriters, and they're events for sure. And I think we mentioned backstage Friday we have SK Hynix, which will actually be the second largest IPO of all time. They're already listed on their home market, but they're looking to list in the U.S. ADRs at $29 billion. So
wow,
it's a new world.
Very good.
In needs for size of funding, but also just from an exchange perspective, from a capital raising perspective, banking perspective, it's incredible. And the demand is significant.
From institutional investors or from retail?
Institutional. I think you'll see both. Their motivation was to have more access, more visibility in the U.S. public markets from a valuation perspective. There's certainly large institutions that have already mentioned they're committed to the deal, but you will likely see some significant retail participation because the only other peers are really Micron and Samsung. So just another player in what's a very, very attractive growing space.
I was going to say there's a limited pool of AI stocks, and a lot of money is flowing into trying to buy access to that kind of wave, right?
Yes, and I think 65% of the money in the Valley is going into AI stocks. Certainly, chip stocks are. We had not seen a chip IPO in years. We've had about 5 in the last 5 years, and now that's probably one of the hotter spaces the Valley is putting money into now, and we expect there to be IPOs, more IPOs come in that world too.
Fascinating. So we just had Bending Spoons, a Milan-based startup, go public in the US. I think that's the biggest European tech listing since ARM in 2003.
Correct.
And I think probably if you go back, if you discount ARM as an unusual kind of SoftBank-backed listing.
$1.6 billion that Bending Spoon raised is substantial.
Yeah. What's the opportunity for other European companies?
It gets back to the scale question. Most times we have 2 buckets of European companies. Look at the U.S. We do see most every healthcare biotech company will come to the U.S. just because that's where that pool of capital really understands that marketplace real well. But on technology, I think it's a matter of does the home market sustain the valuation the company wants, or do they see more? It really comes down to where their peers list, and is there that comp level where there's going to get a more attractive valuation. So that's most of our conversations are with European companies. They want to do a dual list home market as well as the U.S., or is just the U.S. the better place to go? It can be complex to do a dual listing. It can be very, very, you're trying to deal with 2 regulators, 2 different markets. So we have seen a pickup in demand, I would say, out of European companies to consider the U.S. as a primary listing.
I mean, is the driver there just the valuations? There's quite a sort of disconnect between how companies, particularly growth companies, are priced on the London Stock Exchange and the European exchanges and the US?
Yeah. It's valuation and liquidity. The math is there, the numbers are there, so it's not. It's more. Is there a local market for the company? Would they feel better being in a home market because of a brand perspective? Would the U.S. investors understand it if it was just more of a local story? If it's a global story, that tends to be where there's more interest in the U.S. market.
This is becoming a pretty major problem for the European exchanges, the kind of success of NASDAQ and also NYSE in order to kind of like encouraging stocks, one, to list there, and two, to defect.
I would agree. I would say we do own at NASDAQ the Nordic market. So we own the Stockholm market, which is Europe's most successful market last 2 years, both on capital raise and number of companies. So there's certainly, and there's plenty of European innovation. It's happening everywhere. So I think just in the capital markets, it's how do they create more of an environment for investors to want to take that risk and pay that multiple? And that's not the exchange's fault per se. It's the ecosystem that they just need to work on. But Stockholm has it figured out. It's more of an equity culture, but they certainly have a number of growth companies to stay there.
What are the ingredients then? Like, so this is kind of like a key question, like for all European countries, particularly the UK. How do you get more capital to your winners? Often it's coming from outside. But like, what is it about Stockholm and Sweden that they're able to kind of like sustain these companies when they go public?
We get this question all the time because I think Stockholm is a little bit of the envy right now in Europe, and they do have they're second to the U.S. in terms of equity ownership. So they have a lot of local population. They're about 35% equity ownership. They have different pension rules where they can invest in companies, more growth-oriented companies. So I think they've created an environment around an innovative culture. But if you do not have an equity culture, it's very hard to see that permeate through the entire capital markets. And Stockholm has that. They kind of base some rules a little bit more off the U.S. and it's rolled into their capital markets. But equity culture's everything.
Interesting.
The risk culture.
Interesting.
Because it's not innovation. I mean, there's incredible innovation all across Europe, right? So it's not that. It's just when you get to the capital markets component of it, it's the risk taking.
Interesting. Very good. And then just kind of maybe to wrap up, just in terms of like kind of, are you expecting like there be a more of a pipeline in terms of more AI stacks coming out? And like sort of given that there is clearly appetite for investors for high growth, potentially unprofitable companies, like how long does this run? Yeah.
How long does it run? It's so hard I can't talk about names because they haven't filed yet, but there's a very big pipeline. You have rest of July in the US is strong-ish, and then you have a little break in August, but September, October, November is very, very strong, very diversified, billion-dollar IPOs, raises, a number of them, and then I do think that does carry forward to next year. There are some companies who looked at and said we have SpaceX, we have maybe some of the other frontier labs going public, so I don't want to get involved in that. I'm going to wait till next year. Many have got out ahead of time. So I think if I look at the pipeline for this year and next year, it's as strong as we've seen it in many years. The question will be, the market volatility. We've had an amazing bull run in the market. How long does that sustain? But it does feel to us like the economy is strong. The big question mark is around the interest rate environment. Does that hold? A lot of questions on valuation, but if you look at where the multiple in the U.S. now is about 25, 26 times, which is the average we've had the last 4 years. So it's not like a super pricey market. It's definitely near the higher end, but it's not like it's this incredibly expensive market. So if that holds, you'll see an incredibly robust next couple of years.
The market's kind of absorbed a lot of shocks. Like, just over a year ago, we had sort of the DeepSeek moments. We saw a massive pull down in stocks. We've also kind of seen kind of like the oil shock coming from the crisis.
It has been a buy the dip market now for 2 straight years, and it is shocking how every time we think, well, this might be a little bit more sustained, 2 weeks later we're back up. So there is, and again, I think retail is helping some of that. There's definitely enthusiasm to own growth, but we have seen a balance this year. Values actually outpaced growth a bit. You have the Mag 7 have not done as well this year. So you have always going to have these sector rotations. You're always going to have pockets of capital moving to different types of companies, but long term, the secular trend of growth, AI build out is real in there. It's exciting.
Sure will be a lot more for me to write about.
Yeah.
Work for you as well.
Okay.
Very good. Well, thank you for your time. We'll go have a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Thank you. Nelson, Ian, it was a pleasure hearing about all of the exciting things that are going to be happening on the capital market side and the optimism. I know it's felt a little bit scary in the recent months and also really exciting, but there's a lot more good things to come. Next up, we're going to hear from the Raise founder himself, Henri Delahaye. I think I said that correctly. And he's going to be chatting with two people. One, Mark Surman, who was already on stage, the president of Mozilla, and Arthur Mensch, the co-founder and CEO at Mistral. And they want to talk about this very important topic of how open source is going to shape the future of the AI landscape. So I will welcome them up to the stage to share this conversation.
Hi, everyone. Open source is a question.
Open source is the answer.
Well, what do we see? Okay.
Okay, wow, very full stage. Thanks for being here. So obviously, we don't really need to introduce again Arthur or Mark. Let me again repeat one more time the question: who controls AI? The open source imperative. I think you were all aware last June when Claude and Fable went dark, and I think it was a pretty good wake-up call for all of us, and that's what we're going to address today.